Minister Watts.
Hello, how are you?
You know, sunny day to spend inside.
Yeah.
Members, the committee has resumed on the Climate Change Response 2050 Target and Other Matters Amendment Bill. When we were debating the bill before the lunch break, we were on Part 1. Part 1, this is the debate on clauses 4 and 5, the 2050 target for biogenic methane emissions reductions. Once again, the question is that Part 1 stand part. Honourable Damien he was too quick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll just look at the first opportunity I've had to intervene or to contribute. It is on clause 4(1), which relates to the change of the targets. And the questions I have for the Minister, because I went to the RIS and I've heard his discussions about why this was changed, and he did mention costings. And so I'm just asking the Minister, what cost estimates were done when, and what information was he provided around the change in targets? Because my reference to the RIS here says that, quote, the benefits exceeded the costs, although these have largely not been quantified. So maybe the Minister can provide, firstly, for a start, what were the costs and what were the benefits of that changing target?
Honourable Woods.
Is it me? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question for the Minister also relates to clause 4(1) in terms of the changed target. This, of course, came through the advice that the Minister received through the independent review of methane. And in setting the terms of reference for that independent review, in terms of the idea of no additional warming was introduced into this. Now, this is a very contested area of science. There were some very good scientists who were included in that independent panel, but it is a contested area of science. I'd like to know what advice the Minister got in terms of the political decision-making of the relative merits of the scientific advice that he had to weigh up between the Climate Commission, who disagree with the idea of no additional warming, and then the advice he got from the independent review on methane targets, and given he was making political decision-making, what the balance that he put in and what the most pertinent contested science that he saw came through on that. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Watts.
I'll keep in the cadence of what we were doing before the lunch break, and I did answer the question in regards to clause 4.1, but to give a little bit more context around the benefits and the questions in regards to that, the RIS does include the detail in regards to this. This was followed by a comprehensive economic analysis, and the outcome of that did indicate around net benefits of this change in terms of the economy. I guess in any consideration around the impacts of climate change policy, and economic impact, that is something that the government took seriously. The question around weighting between the different aspects of advice, well, at the end of the day, the government got a wide range of advice, including from the sources noted from the member. In terms of precedent on science, the independent review panel provided 2 scenarios, of which I talked about in my contribution to the answer before the lunch break, and again, that in conjunction with other advice informed our decision.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also on that clause 4, and there's a broad question at stake here with the reason we care about methane emissions. And so if the Minister would be happy to take a few questions in a row, it might be useful to kind of elucidate where he stands on that. I wonder if the Minister can explain the difference between a molecule of methane sourced from fossil gas or a molecule of methane from biogenic source, and whether he recognises there is no difference in the impact of methane, whatever its source, on the atmosphere, and whether he recognises the accepted science around methane being a superheating gas, having a global warming potential over 100 years of 28 to 36 times more potency than carbon dioxide, and over 80 years, 20 times more potency. And in that regard, the reason that methane is such a vital gas for us to cut emissions of is exactly because of that superheating power it has to drive the atmosphere into chaos. I wonder if he can respond to those questions.
Mr. Chair.
On some what?
Well, yes, I can. The government is committed to ensuring that it meets its targets and also in regards to reduction of emissions, both in regards to carbon dioxide but also in regards to methane. The purpose of this bill is not around the composition of the molecules in which we're talking about. The purpose of this bill is to outline the targets in which this government is pursuing, so therefore that question is out of scope. But we will be looking to reset, and we took a wide range of scientific advice, as I've outlined now on 4 occasions. So I'm now duplicating and repeating myself, which we took in order to make our decision.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Mr. Chair, I just want to remind the Minister that before the lunch break I asked him why he preferred the advice from the Methane Review Panel to the advice from the Climate Commission. He said, well, we took a wide range of advice, but it's clear from the bill itself that the advice he preferred, the advice he took, was the advice from the Methane Review Panel, because the range they recommended is the range that has ended up in the bill. So why, given the range of advice that the Minister says he got, why did he focus in and choose to follow the advice from the Methane Review Panel? So that's because the evidence is clearly there, is that is exactly what he did. The Minister talked about, my colleague Damien O'Connor talked about the costs and benefits of the change that the Minister has done, what modelling has been done. And I want to draw the House's attention to the regulatory impact statement, and in particular, I think, look, page 57 and 58, where there is a table that sets out the options that the government examined, and that options 1 through 6. Option 1 is the status quo. Option 3 is the option that was chosen with reducing biogenic methane to 14 to 24% below 2017 levels. And option 4 was setting the biogenic methane target at 24%. The low point of the range set in the Climate Change Response Act before this bill. The high point of the range recommended by the Methane Review Group. Now, the interesting thing is, in terms of those options and the analysis accompanying them, the costs and benefits, the advantages and disadvantages of them, the preferred option, option 3, the one that the Minister and the government has chosen, has a rating of -2 compared to the status quo. The status quo sits at 0, so a rating of -2. And the option 4, which would have set biogenic methane at 24%, has a rating of +1. So even in the regulatory impact statement, the official's analysis is that methane target should have been set at 24. That was better than the status quo for various reasons, and it was certainly a lot better than the option that has been chosen by the Minister and by the government. So I'd like to hear the Minister's justification for choosing that. Now, we could have dug into this in Select Committee to find out exactly why the government preferred this target. We haven't had that possibility, haven't had the chance to have a Select Committee. So I would very much like to hear the Minister's justification around why they chose this frankly substandard option.
Mr Chairman.
Mr Chair.
Simon Watts.
Well, the government will consider a wide range of advice. Will take into account a number of factors in terms of determining that decision making. The economic impact is one example of that. The ability to hit the target is another consideration. The science in regards to the underlying points around that. I guess what the point is here is that we take in a wide range of input and advice from a range of sources in order to make an informed decision that meets the expectations of government priority.
Scott Willis.
Take my first call on this, and I am very aware that because we are bypassing Select Committee, we need to have some time to dig into things. My question really is in Part 1, Clause 4.1. Again, looking at the, we understand that the Minister and the Government does recognise the need to reduce methane. So my question is really about the evaluation that have been done on the pathways that we're going to get there, because we've heard from Mark Patterson earlier that there's a little bit of hope that we might get there. I ask because the Minister seems to have some confidence that we can just keep on doing what we're doing and maintain our trading relationships and maintain our functionality of our farming systems, of agriculture in the climate crisis that we are currently in. So my question really is, what are the actual now ready technologies that are able to be employed to reduce methane emissions, biogenetic methane? What evaluation has been done on low impact farming methods, regenerative or organic farming, for example, and their ability to reduce biogenetic methane? And I can say this as a member of the Rural Greens, there are a whole lot of rural Greens who are already showing the way, but I'm interested in what the government's doing, to have a widespread application and where the government's heading. I'm interested also in understanding, because the government does have some intention to reduce emissions, I understand, that what are you planning? Are you planning a central impartial extension system through some primary legislation that is yet to come to us, very much like the MAF extension service that Roger Douglas destroyed? Is there something like that we could anticipate? And I guess I'm also interested in whether you are planning to support farmers move to those lower impact systems through reducing herd size, but focusing more on value rather than simple volume. So those are a number of questions that are really related to the government's intention, if I read this correctly, that we are going to see things move in a positive way for farming. Or maybe, no, Mr McCallum over here says you're not going to move in a positive way for farming, but, you know, possibly the Minister is, because we do want to support our farmers, and I want to understand what actually is going to be done, not the hopeful stuff, not the magical thinking, what is going to be done to get there. Thank you.
Simon Watts.
Yeah, Mr Chair, very happy to answer those questions from the member. I do welcome I guess, pragmatic perspective there around the fact that we do need to look at solutions in order to reduce methane in agriculture. This government is very much supportive of the work underway, particularly around Agri-Zero. There's about 11 pathways in total that are going to be available by 2030. One of those in particular is around EcoPond. That technology has been rolled out actually by the farming industry, by Fonterra and Synlait at the moment. 250 dairy farms will be rolled out in the coming years, represents just over 3% of the total farm model. 90% reduction in methane as a result of that technology for the effluent portion of the farm, which is about 7 to 9% of the total methane output. Really good example. But that's something that the government is supporting more broadly. And again, there's no one single silver bolus that's going to solve this problem, but we are looking at thank you, appreciate that. There is a number of ranges of ones, and I think genetics in particular is an area which is of particular focus. You asked about productivity, absolutely. I mean, all of this, there's two sides to the same coin. A lot of these interventions, including the genetics, deals with temperature resilience for animals, it deals with increased productivity and also reduction in methane from those animals, and that is a positive consideration as well.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and I still have questions around clause 4.1, and I know there's a number of questions around this, but this really is the substantive legislative change that is happening here. The Minister said in answer to an earlier question that he and his government were committed to meeting targets. What I'm interested to know is which target the Minister was referring to, whether or not in terms of the increase in temperature, whether that's the 1.5 degree increase that is in the primary legislation. And if that is the case, how he marries that with the advice that he received from his officials in May, that the 14% reduction goal, which is the only legally binding part of the target, is consistent with stabilising the warming contributions of New Zealand's biogenic methane emissions at 2017 levels under the global mid-range 2 to 2.7 degrees. So how he marries his commitment around the 1.5 with the advice that he received that this scenario that is included in clause 4.1, how that puts together. The other thing I'd like to know from the Minister is, of course, that the government is making choices where they are going to have the costs of our climate emissions full. They're choosing to reduce that cost on 50% of our emissions through changing this level. Did he consult with other parts of the economy that are going to have to pay the higher prices? Did he consult with manufacturers? Did he consult with electricity users who are going to end up paying more for their electricity because of these changes?
Mr Chair. In regards to the question around 1.5, the expectation under the Paris Agreement is that countries, including New Zealand, make their best effort to limit limit warming to 1.5. And we do that through our nationally determined contributions, or NDCs. Our two NDCs in which we do have represent our contribution to that. And this bill that we're talking about here makes no change in regards to that commitment. The new domestic biogenic methane target that we were referring to here, and of course retaining our net zero commitments at 2050, mean that the domestic measures that we are doing and undertaking do contribute towards those global efforts under the Paris Agreement, which is aligned and linked to limit warming to 1.5. So it is our view that we are consistent with that range, and we are committed to achieving our emissions budgets.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
I really appreciate the chance to take another call. I want to go back to the economics of this. My colleague Megan Woods raised the issue of what sectors of the economy that, other sectors the Minister consulted with, and this was possibly in reference to the fact the Minister himself, in replying to me earlier, talked about how they'd worked through all the options, including the economic implications. However, unfortunately, sitting in the economic implications are some really, strongly in the regulatory impact statement are redacted amounts. So we cannot tell what the advice was here. We don't know what economic implications were considered. And is the Minister prepared to table that advice so that we actually understand the strength of that economic analysis? It would have to be pretty damn good, because in actual fact the option that the Minister has chosen is the second lowest ranked option, and it's worse than the status quo and worse than the preferred option. Now given that, the officials' preferred option. Now given that the officials' preferred option was to go for a 24% methane target, setting it at 24%, I wonder if the Minister would care to consider that and in fact to support the amendment paper that I've got on the table. So it's an amendment paper which I've suggested a variety of changes to the particular target that's going to be set. But one of them says, well, hang on a second, why don't we set this methane target at 23 to 25%? And there's a really good reason for that. It targets that 24%, so it's right exactly there. And that would actually be consistent with the advice that was offered by officials to aim for 24%. Now, the Minister has said a number of times he's taken a range of advice, there's various economic implications and so on. There's kind of a non-answer. Because he's not telling us why he preferred this frankly rather undercooked option. In fact, an option that is simply not as good as the other options that were on the table.
Mr Chairman.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. And just a follow-up to the question, my question around 1.5 degrees. The Minister, of course, referred to the Paris Agreement having the 1.5 degree target, but of course we have that target within our own domestic legislation. That is what is in the Climate Change Response Zero Carbon Amendment Act, which does aim to limit global warming to 1.5%. So I'm asking the Minister whether he's committing to the target that is contained in that domestic legislation of 1.5, and if that is the case, how he marries that with advice that he received from his own officials that the changes he's making put New Zealand on a track to 2.7 degrees, and whether or not he intends to change the target within the primary legislation. The second question that I would like to ask goes back to that question around the other sectors of the economy, of whether or not the Minister will provide the House with a list with everyone who was consulted outside of the agricultural sector around the extra burden that they were going to have to carry and what those costs were. And given that we do have so much of the economic impact redacted in the advice that's been provided alongside this legislation that we're not having the chance to examine in the Select Committee and to fully understand the implications of the changes that are being made in 4.1 in terms of what the costs on different sectors of the economy and whether that was broken down even further, what the consequences might be in terms of manufacturing and whether any modelling was done on job losses because of the changes the Minister is making. The other question I have for the Minister is just a very simple one. Did he receive advice from MFAT in relation to these changes?
Honourable Seymour Winston.
Mr Chair, in regards to question 2 that the member has just asked, I did answer that before the lunch break and provided a comprehensive list of stakeholders engaged. In regards to the last question around advice from MFAT, we get a wide range of advice, including advice in the context of trade considerations, of which that agency has responsibility. In regards to the new question asked around official information, as the members will be aware from their background in government, the Official Information Act has been adhered to when releasing the documents that have been provided. Legally privileged advice is redacted and the information in regards to points that were raised by the Honourable Dr Deborah Russell, components of that advice is included within the RIS.
Honourable Megan Woods.
So will the Minister release to the House the advice that was given to him by MFAT?
Mr Chair.
Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Mr Chair, that's I've got a no on that. Mr Chair, I think my colleagues will still have some more questions to ask on Clause 4, but I do want to just start moving on to Clause 5, which is ostensibly about setting up a 2050 review of the target for biogenic methane emissions, saying that the Minister of Climate Change and the Minister of Agriculture must set up a review, and they set the date for that review as 2040. So it looks quite innocuous in some ways, but then there's a couple of, if you like, hidden traps in it. And in particular, I want to focus on new section 5QA3A. All right, so new section 5QA3A. And so it says, in making its assessment and recommendation, the review must consider the latest science on the warming impact of biogenic methane emissions. Sounds good to me. But this is the bit I'm not so fussed about. And what is required to achieve no additional global warming from New Zealand's biogenic methane emissions. So that's interesting because that introduces the concept of no additional warming, carbon neutrality, into the Climate Change Response Act. Now that is a new metric, as I said in my speeches in I think the second reading of this Act, that is actually a new metric, and here it is being introduced into the Climate Change Response Act. Now let's remember there was no consultation with the public on this Act. on this bill. There has been no select committee stage, and here we are introducing an entirely new concept into the Act. Now, in terms of no additional warming, or it's got an extra word in there, no additional global warming here, means exactly the thing. It's setting up that metric. Why does the Minister think that is an appropriate metric to use? Now, let's remember that independent methane review weren't told whether or not to examine the concept of no additional warming. They were just told to assume no additional warming and then set out their proposed response to methane. So the assumption was no additional warming is a good metric. But what evidence does the Minister have that that is actually a good metric to use? And I say this particularly in the light of the fact of the response around the world to New Zealand, and also Ireland is playing with this concept too. And eminent scientists around the world have said that this is an inappropriate metric to use with respect to climate change. Now, the Minister in his opening speech said science, 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 so we know he trusts science. Well, here is the science from a whole set of pretty eminent climate scientists. Drew Shindle, who's the Professor of Climate Science at Duke, Martin Manning, who's the founding director of the New Zealand Climate Change Research Institute here at Victoria University of Wellington, Jerry Rogel, I think, is the Professor of Climate Science and Policy at the Centre for Environmental Policy at Imperial College London, Robert Howarth, Professor of Ecology and Environmental Biology at Cornell, Simon Redfern, Professor in Earth Sciences at University of Cambridge, and on it goes. There is a long, long list of really eminent, prominent scientists who say that no additional warming is not an appropriate metric. Now, I get the point that the scientists on the methane review panel are also good scientists. I've spoken with some of them myself. The point is they were told to assume no additional warming. And of course, being good scientists, they answered that question. But why the assumption that no additional warming is a good metric? And how does the Minister respond to the scientists around the world who say that is not a good metric? So I'd like to hear the Minister's response, because it has actually driven the whole of this change. And yet that is a measure that has no support from climate scientists. Yes, we can do climate science, assuming that metric, but justify that assumption, Minister.
Mr Chairman.
Thanks very much. Well, first and foremost, I don't agree with the member where that the statement in regards to has no support. That is simply not factually the case. In regards to making the assessment around why we have done what we've done, the requirement for the review is in effect the midpoint between now and when the target is required to be met in 2050. It obviously allows time for changes to be made. Importantly, though, if you look at the specific elements of what that review will consider, it will consider the latest science on the warming impact of biogenic methane emissions and what is required to achieve no additional warming for New Zealand's biogenic methane things, and New Zealand's progress in regards to meeting those, what it has in terms of impacts in regards to the international science. The member sort of, in a way, put down the fact that Ireland was also looking at what New Zealand's doing. Well, again, I'm not to teach the member to suck eggs, but New Zealand and Ireland are both pastoral-based farming nations. The scientists in which we referred to deal with cows in pens and sheds, a very different way in which we undertake agricultural production. New Zealand has unique circumstances, and the science panel that we put together understands our unique circumstances and made recommendations which government considers.
Mr Chair. Thank you, Mr Chair. I have a question regarding, I just have one question, series of questions for the Minister regarding Clause 4 of Part 1. And just checking with you, Mr Chair, that I would like to kind of do a quick fire round with the Minister, provided that the Minister has a response for that. And if not, then I'll keep going.
Probably the main point there, as long as it's not repetition. But I'll leave that
yes.
to the member.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My first question is, the Minister before mentioned response from MFAT. I'm not seeing it in terms of the explicit response within the regulatory impact statement, but the initial question is, what response did the Minister receive from MFAT regarding the carbon border adjustment mechanisms, or CBAM, and the impact that this bill will have on CBAM?
That question is not in the scope of the bill.
Mr. Chair,
Dr. Luxon.
the thing is, it is very much in the scope of this if we're going to be adjusting both the emissions target, but also in terms of when we're looking at clause 5 in terms of methane. And the reason I'm asking this question is that as we heard from MFAT last week in scrutiny, that agriculture and forestry, agriculture in particular, is the one that is the most concerning, because currently we do have an NZEU FTA. And when we're looking at that, we're exporting 30% of agricultural products into the EU. And there's nothing in the FTA that excludes CBAM or their methane regulations from that as a part of that. So I want to check with the Minister again that if we're going to be doing that, currently with a projection, we're liable if agriculture is brought into CBAM and is brought into, and we're liable to pay for that because it's not exempted from NZEU FTA, we're liable for carbon tax worth $450 million per annum. Can I check, is that something that the Minister has considered in terms of the impact over here of increasing the target from 24 to 47%, also from 14 to 24%? And I have one follow-up question after this.
Yeah, I don't mean to be flippant, but it sort of comes in the title, carbon border adjustment. We're talking about methane.
Mr. Chair.
Just before I take the next call, I will go to Dr. Lawrence Unan, just to make the point that questions have relevance and not scope, and so relevance is different from scope, and so just to sort of, for the House to bear that in mind, Dr. Lawrence Unan.
But Mr. Chair, I am seeking the Minister's clarification, that's fine, but my understanding is under 5Q, it talks about specifically emissions in general and not necessarily specifically when we're looking at methane. And you know, if I'm inaccurate, I acknowledge that. But the idea of the fact that things like agriculture and emissions being brought into this, it's not simply a possibility, but at this stage, we're looking at most likely being implemented in 2028 to 2030 by the EU. So that's okay. I mean, if the Minister doesn't have a response for that, that's fine. I acknowledge that, but I do want to check that. Yeah.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to prosecute a bit more deeply a question around our lowered ambition, because clearly this is a lowered ambition. We're moving our target from 14 to 24. And what advice the Minister received on the potential impact of that lowered ambition on the global ambition. I refer to the regulatory impact statement, page 42, clause 150. In evaluating the feasibility of the different options, option 3 is similar to option 2, while both 14% and 24% are feasible with the current pipeline of mitigation technologies, and it would be good to get to that later on, because that so-called pipeline of mitigation technologies that we've been waiting for the best part of 10 years, you know, we're relying a lot on that. That will be a question later on. It's feasible with the current pipeline of mitigation technologies. A 14% reduction in biogenic methane is more feasible than the status quo, as meeting the target would require less change in the agricultural sector. Now, this seems to be the nub of the purpose of the legislation, is to reduce the necessity for change in the agricultural sector. So my question is, given we've lowered, the Minister wants to lower the ambition and to reduce the necessity of change in the agricultural system, what advice did he receive, if any, on the likelihood that other like nations, as Ireland, might similarly reduce their ambitions, and that we would get an effect of worse global heating impacts because we had led the pack on lowering ambition? And what advice did he receive on the impact it would have on farmers?
We haven't seen that.
The Greens don't like food production. I think you should have a look at what the biggest threat to global food production is over the next century. You can Google it. It's climate change. Take a call. What effect did the Minister get advice on regarding how a lowered ambition would change the ability of the agricultural sector to produce food.
Joseph Mooney.
Debate on this question now closed.
Dr. Megan Woods.
Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do have a question for the Minister on 5QA3A. That this is a really important part of this, the changes that we're making there. And it reads, in making its assessment and recommendation, the review must consider the latest science on the warming impact of biogenic methane emissions and what is required to achieve no additional global warming. Now, Mr. Chairman, we're doing this under urgency in committee stage, and I fear from the answers the Minister has given us already, he simply doesn't understand the implications of that clause, because certainly what he has said in this House indicates that he lacks an understanding of what that means. There are two very contested sets of science that sit within that choice, within 5QA3A, in terms of setting that terms of reference, what is required to achieve no additional warming. That is the crux of the change. That is to the target that is in here. The fact that the government went out and had made a decision about a contested area of science, a political decision about a contested area of science, about whether or not we should be looking at no additional warming, which effectively, in very simple terms, bakes in all the global warming that has happened before 2017. It is not looking to reduce. It waters down the target. So what I want to know from the Minister, and what he has failed to adequately explain to the House, and what this House, in scrutinising this legislation, has to understand, is when did the government make the political decision between two areas of contested science? Now, science is always contested, knowledge is contested, that is fine, but when politicians make choices and come down on a side, what was the analysis and the advice that he received in choosing for what went into 5QA3A in terms of setting no additional global warming? And when was that decision made? Who did he receive advice from? Did advice from the Ministry for the Environment? What was their advice? Because we know that the Independent Climate Commission certainly gave advice to the Minister not to go with the no additional global warming, i.e. to water down the target that is in the legislation. So the Minister, in simply reading out that paragraph, indicated that he didn't understand the complexity of what was in there. So we want to know when that decision was made, why that decision was made, how that decision was made, and who he received the advice from.
Mr. Chair.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked a question earlier on Part 1, Clause 4, Section 1, and I did receive a response. For that I'm grateful and appreciative. And in that response, one of the questions I asked, because it is important when we reduce the target, but the government still has an intention to reduce methane, and I asked a question about what actual technologies were available. And I'm aware that the Minister has said earlier this year that ruminant biotex bolus would be available by the end of the year, this year, 2025. Now, if I'm heard correctly, the Minister is saying that the ruminant biotex bolus will be available next year. When we have decades of promises of a bolus or vaccine being right around the corner, how can we believe the Minister that it is actually going to happen? How can we take the Minister at his word? Is there evidence? Can the Minister give us some date that we will see a technology that will reduce methane? That's really where I'd like to go. And if the Minister could give a response, thank you.
Honourable Simon Watts.
Yeah, very happy to do so. What the member failed to acknowledge is when I provided the answer previously, I noted EcoPond as a great example of initiative that is currently happening now. So that technology is already reducing methane on farm, and the fact that industry are taking the lead to expand that across more dairy farms is a positive thing. So there's your example, there's your you couldn't say it much more clearer than that. The questions I noted before in regards to timeline and process in regards to the decision making by government in regards to this conversation were initiated through the coalition agreement from the utmost, and that set the precedent in the context of this action. The work in which we have undertaken, of which we've now talked about on multiple occasions, it was undertaken, and the government made a decision in regards to that, which we are now talking through as part of that. The first question raised by members of the Greens also in regards to comments around ambition and our global ambition. Member Abel asked around that. As I noted before, that the government is committed and remains committed in regards to both our domestic and our international targets. The ambition in the context of the range at which we're set has to be achievable. And one of the big challenges with the status quo target sets is it was a very clear conversation when you work with the agricultural sector that was not going to be a mechanism that was going to be achievable. There is a predetermined consideration around the tools available, which is the technology that we were just discussing. But we have now a position in which we have a target that is realistic, is practical, and it is based on evidence-based science that has been undertaken. And we've also put in place a review to reset and relook at that to make sure, take on board the new learnings and the new science to make sure that we continue to be on track. And that's what we're doing as a government.
Francisco Hernandez.
Mr. Chair, I want to first respond to what the Minister said in terms of him not viewing the previous domestic target as achievable. One of the things that came forward in the letter that was sent to you, Minister, not you, the Chair, you, the Minister, was the idea of, instead of lowering the domestic targets, adjusting the international target, the NDC instead. Was that something that he considered as per suggestion by the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment? And I want to turn to a section of the new section 5Q3C in terms of New Zealand, our New Zealand trading partners' progress in reducing their biogenic methane emissions, and link that to an earlier section 4.1 around weakening our targets. Has the Minister seen analysis around our other trading partners? Has there been any other trading partner that we have that has similarly weakened their climate ambition, their climate targets, other than, of course, the United States of America? I think we all know about that. I think that we don't need to elaborate. Take a call, mate. Take a call. Take a call. Take a call. Take one. Take a call, mate. Take a call. Take a call, mate. Take a call. We'll take another one after this. Take another one after this. And my other question is around the response that was provided by the Minister. When I asked who he had consulted, I want to ask around what the preferred targets of the stakeholders that he'd identified, that he'd consulted with, both in his response and also in the RIS document that was identified here. What was the preferred target? What was the preferred methane target of dairy NZ? What was the preferred target of Fonterra? What was the preferred target of beef and lamb? What was the preferred target of groundswell? What was the preferred target of federated farmers? And now I'll turn to the people that the Minister called my mates. Well, look, they are our mates. So if you did consult with Elkanzi, what was their preferred target? That's Lawyers for Climate Action New Zealand. What was the preferred target for Greenpeace? What was the preferred target for 350 and any other NGOs that? Oh, well, we know what the Independent Climate Commission's preferred target was. So, thank you for the opportunity to take a call. Looking forward to the answers, Minister.
Councillor Webb. There was enthusiasm on that side of the House to take calls, but no, we'll go to Dr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I really do want to dig into this question of no additional global warming. And in particular, I have an amendment paper on the table, and I think if the Minister considers this amendment paper, or in fact takes the opportunity to explain as to why this amendment paper isn't needed. So the amendment paper is focusing on 5QA3A, and in particular, I want to, what it does is it says, and delete, and what is required to achieve no additional global warming from New Zealand's biogenic methane emissions. Now, the first part of that A says, consider the latest science on the warning impact of biogenic methane emissions. Great, that's actually a really good thing to consider. And of course we back that part of the clause. However, the bit that I don't understand, the reason for, is why then we need to have this extra bit that says, and what is required to achieve no additional global warming from New Zealand's biogenic methane emissions. I would like to explain to the Minister what that particular part of the clause adds to the review. Because we've asked the Minister to explain what the implication of no additional global warming is. We've asked him to explain that particular metric. It's a metric that he has now embedded into the Act. And it seems appropriate that he be able to explain it. If he can't explain it, then perhaps he would accept my amendment paper. And because if it can't be explained...
Have you got a timestamp on that?
Yes, not this particular version of it. It's sitting on this is the copy I kept to myself. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. It's on the table. It's been tabled. Tabled and signed. All the correct things have been done. So amendment papers, and so this is actually really important, Minister, because if we cannot understand why no additional global warming is appropriate, then we don't need that in the Act. Well, all we need in the Act is the commitment to do a review that considers the latest science on the warming impact of biogenic methane emissions. So please, Minister, what are those words, no additional global warming, doing? What extra do they bring? What is behind it? What is the reason for that metric? Why have you included it in the Act?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Francisco Hernandez.
I have a couple of quick questions that I want to ask the Minister around 5QA. The first is 5QA1, around the choice of ministers that have been included in the initiation of the review. Now, you've got the Minister, presumably the Minister for Climate Change, and the Minister of Agriculture. Has the Minister considered involving the Minister for the Environment or the Minister with delegation for the resource, for the waste and resource recovery sector? Because biogenic methane emissions, as we know, mostly come from, in New Zealand's profile, mostly come from the agricultural sector, but a portion of it, around 10%, come from the decay of waste at our landfills. So it seems to me that if we're wanting to review our methane target in a holistic way, it would seem like a good idea to also involve one of the stakeholders in biogenic methane reduction, and that's the Minister for the Environment or the Minister who has delegation for the waste and resource recovery sector. I think there used to be a Minister for Waste under the previous Labour government, so that would be the equivalent, but I understand that this government doesn't currently have a Minister for Waste. My other question is around 5Q4, around the report of the review must be provided to the Minister no later than 31st of December 2040. Now, I'm just curious why specifically that year was picked. It seems to me it would make sense to move that to 2030, which is when the first initial set of methane target has been set, 10% reduction by 2030 on 2017 levels. So wouldn't moving it to 2030 better align with with the 2030 target and enable us to actually see what the real world, how we've actually managed to reduce emissions out to 2030, and then do a review then based on those findings. So again, those two questions. Looking forward to engagement from the Minister.
Honourable Simon Watts.
Yeah, thanks, members, for those questions. In regards to the points raised on no additional warming, and it linked to the conversation in regards to the 2040 review. I've already answered the question in regards to why 2040 was set as the date. In regards to that portion of the why no additional warming. This is a consideration and will be consideration of that review. It is useful to understand, obviously, as part of that review process, what level of methane adds further to warming. And that review will consider and occur alongside the Climate Change Commission's review. And so those aspects of advice will then be used to inform future government in regards to policy settings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Further to the questions around the date for the review, which I think were good questions, and that's all covered off in Section 5QA. One of the things I'd like to know from the Minister is who does he envision will do the review? The Act is silent on who the reviewer will be. And I think that is pertinent in the case of this review, given that there were two bodies, both with the Independent Climate Commission, which is set up under statute, but then there was this ad hoc group set up to do the methane target review. So who is it and why is it not specified in the legislation? Did he receive advice about whether or not he should specify who would carry out this review set out in 5QA. I'm also noting that the House hasn't received answers the question posed by one of my colleagues around what the targets by various bodies, such as DEC, Fonterra, what their preferred targets would be. I think that is important for the House to consider when we are considering the change of target that is set out in 4.1 of this legislation, what other parts of the economy we're recommending, given we don't get the chance to ask these questions at Select Committee, we don't get the departmental report that would put together all these submissions. The Minister says he's talked to people, so I think the House needs to know what were the preferred targets by the various bodies he talked to.
Honourable Seymour and Winston.
Mr. Chair, I mean the question infers and makes an assumption that those and all of those groupings did actually have a specific target in mind, and that's not necessarily the case. I think what is consistent across the broad range of stakeholders, both from those that are on both sides of this conversation, is that they supported the concept of taking on board a range of advice, including those from independent and scientific sources, and that's what we did in order to inform the discussion. The discussion was very much of the view that the agricultural sector, particularly those who represented that sector, does and will and is already contributing positively in the context of this conversation, and that they will do and continue to do so, but they want a pragmatic and practical pathway in order to achieve that outcome, not simply by introducing pricing without the tools to do so, not simply by culling the herd in order to hit a target which simply is not realistic economically nor for the best outcomes of this country.
Dr. Megan Woods.
Mr. Chairman, I think one of the situations we have in this committee of the whole, in the absence of a select committee process, is the Parliament is trying to drill down into some of the advice from stakeholders that the Minister received. He's talking very broadly about a range of stakeholders. He's been asked specifically about some stakeholders and what their targets were. So my question to the Minister is, did any stakeholders indicate specific targets that they would be comfortable with? If so, who were those stakeholders and what were the targets?
Mr. Chair.
Ryan Hamilton. Close. Francisco Hernandez.
I really want the Minister to elaborate on the statement he made that, and I don't have the Hansard in front of me, so I don't want to get it wrong, so please correct me if I'm wrong, Minister, that people on both sides supported the independent methane review panel. I'm very surprised to hear that analysis, so can the Minister confirm, I'm just going to identify some stakeholders, like from the so-called R side, on whether they did confirm to the Minister that they supported the independent methane review panel. So did Greenpeace, if they were consulted, support the independent methane review panel? Did 350, if they were consulted, support the independent review panel? Was Lawyers for Climate Action New Zealand indicate support for the independent review panel. It's not really repetition because it's quite a serious allegation to make that some of these, I think Greenpeace would be very offended by the notion that they supported the independent review panel actually. So I'm just trying to clarify and giving the Minister an opportunity to identify exactly which stakeholders supported the independent review panel. And now I'll turn to the question around why it is that it seems like we're doing an apples to oranges for comparison, Minister, because as most people have correctly identified, New Zealand's emissions profile is rather unique with our high profile of biogenic methane emissions. So by the choice of limiting the review to New Zealand's trading partners' progress in reducing their biogenic methane emissions, does that risk automatically pegging a lower level of ambition? Because the challenge for our partners in reducing their methane emissions is, of course, their fossil methane emissions. So, their emissions from fossil mining, from the fugitive methane emissions there. So, I feel like by pegging it to the trading partners to biogenic methane emissions, we're almost deliberately setting it up so that the review is deliberately less ambitious than it could have been. And another aspect of that I would like the Minister to consider is, was the prospect of intersectoral equity considered at all in being included in the assessment criteria for 3 in the review? Now, when I say inter and intrasectoral equity, I mean in the context of the agricultural emission sector having a lower level of expected emissions reductions, that's literally here, like with being reduced to 14% compared to carbon dioxide emissions in sectors. And of course that plays into within the dynamics of the agricultural sector itself, because not all, we've got horticulture, we've got, the pig industry, we've got the chicken industry, and they won't be affected by that much by the, they won't be affected by the target. So has the idea of inter and intrasectoral equity been considered as a assessment criteria under number 3? And yeah, just wanting an answer to the previous question that I asked.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. In regards to the question by the member in regards to does the government have any view on who will undertake the review in 2040, the short answer is that the government have not considered what will occur in 15 years' time in significant detail, other than to say, I'm sure those at that point in time, and maybe some in this House, will put due thought to that. In regards to the question around the economic analysis, and I think what the member was referring to in terms of the way in which that analysis impacts all parts of our broader economy and the different considerations between different industry sectorial groups within that point. Absolutely, as I noted before in answers to questions, the government considered comprehensive economic analysis, which did consider more broadly the implications in regards to the decisions that we were referring to. In regards to the questions around clauses 5Q and 4.1, again, I've answered those on multiple occasions and I have nothing further to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that I'm interested in terms of the groups that the Minister may or may not have consulted with, and I think we're still waiting to hear that, I'm interested to know, in addition to some of the agricultural groups, did the Minister consult with, for example, the major energy users group? Given that it will be energy and transport users that will bear the cost of weakening this and watering down this target. Did he liaise with any of the peak bodies in the transport sector, given that it will also be transport that will bear increased costs of watering down these targets? And if he didn't consult with them, why didn't he consult with them? Mr. Chair.
Grant McCallum.
I move the debate on this question now closed.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Mr. Chair, thank you.
The Minister needs to answer questions before that can happen.
I'm really finding it hard that the Minister hasn't answered the questions around no additional warming. So I'm going to help the Minister out here a bit. There's a really interesting paper from Ireland, from researchers in Ireland, looking at the concept there. They call it temperature neutrality. It's the same concept as no additional warming. And let me read, and so this is from research that was published in Environmental Research Letters earlier this year. It was a study that was conducted in collaboration with the University of Melbourne and University College Cork, and it looked at the concept of temperature neutrality / no additional warming. And so let me just read this bit, because the Minister so far has not explained and doesn't seem to be able to explain why it is appropriate to put the metric of no additional warming into the Act. So let me read this. Unlike the scientifically established goal of net zero greenhouse gas emissions, temperature neutrality aims only to stabilise a country's contribution to global warming rather than reduce it to zero. This approach requires only modest methane reductions from countries already emitting large amounts, enabling them to continue contributing significantly to global warming while claiming compliance with climate goals. So if everyone does this, we are in deep trouble. That's the conclusion of it. So, and you know, in terms of the amendment paper that I put in, the Minister could achieve his review of biogenic methane and the effect it is having, without having to put in there the concept of no additional warming. So I want the Minister to explain why it is important that this concept of no additional warming, or in other cases it's known as temperature neutrality, why is that being included in our Climate Change Response Act? It's actually a really significant change to our Act, and the Minister does not seem to be able to explain it or why it is worth taking that approach.
Steve Abel.
It is actually a supplement to the question that was just asked by the Honourable Deborah Russell, because in FQA number 3, in making its assessment and recommendation, the review must consider the latest science on the warming impact of biogenic methane emissions and what is required to achieve no additional warming. Now, the irony of that sentence is that by including no additional warming, it ignores the contemporary scientific evidence that is a pseudo-scientific concept itself. But my question is, in that evaluation of the latest science, will the Minister be taking account of the growing, or the already strong body, but the growing body of evidence that no additional warming is pseudoscience? It is not a credible basis for a target. The second question, point C in that same section, New Zealand's trading partners' progress, in the preceding sentences, in making assessment and recommendations, the review must consider New Zealand's trading partners' progress in reducing their biogenic methane emissions and the progress made in actions taken internationally to reduce biogenic methane emissions. What is the scope of that evaluation? How will the Minister interpret what is found by that review? And to be more specific about it, there seems to be an assumption that if other countries are running more slowly than us on biogenic methane impacts, that we will consider it all right to continue with a low ambition. But if it is found that other countries are ahead of us, will we sheet ourselves to those more ambitious countries who are reducing methane emissions at a greater rate? My third question is, in terms of the focus on methane emissions, the Minister previously in the seat than the Minister currently there made a comment that culling the dairy herd or culling cows to meet emissions reductions would be senseless. Of course, the fact is that we've had substantial land use change in the last 30 years, which saw a vast reduction, for example, in the size of our sheep flock, but not with a corresponding reduction in the overall volume, the overall value of the agricultural sector. It was simply a change in the type of production. That's what I'm saying. Value went up. We culled the herd massively and value went up. Thank you. You're repeating my words exactly. I appreciate it, Grant. You're paying attention. That's my point exactly, is that the question, surely, Minister, that you're trying to establish is what is the most efficient way for us to reduce methane emissions, and will you account for that simply as it regards to livestock production, or will you also recognise that land use change to far more efficient forms of food production or fibre production that is also valuable is actually the most certain means, Mr. McCullum, to achieving greenhouse gas reductions? Well, whatever you like. You can change it to whatever you like. But I'm just, perhaps I'm going to stop responding
Mr. McCullum,
to you,
we do
Mr.
encourage
McCullum.
interaction in the committee stage, but usually through the Minister or the Chair.
You could take a call, Grant.
Or a call by the
You guys are very chatty over there.
I'm getting ready to get up.
My question for the Minister, to reiterate in simple terms, will you recognise, Minister, that the most certain way to effect the necessary reduction in methane reductions is land use change, and that may mean that we're producing different things, such as we might be producing more horticultural products, which I'm sure you as Minister would be happy to see?
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to take a stand for the first time as an Associate Agriculture Minister, recognising I'm subbing in for the Climate Change Minister. There's a multitude of questions that have been floating around that I'd try to address sequentially, but do forgive me if I get them around the wrong way. Questions from Dr. Deborah Russell about the no additional warming metric being included in the Act, and she feels that that's quite a shift away from the existing CCRA. Just to clarify, it is only one consideration of the eventual pending review. We do believe, and I'm sure science would agree, that it is useful to understand the contribution of methane to warming, and there's sort of been some quite derisory comments made regarding the concept of no additional warming. In fact, I heard one member call it pseudoscience, but you know, this is the basis from which most climate policy has been formed in recent years, and the advice from the methane review on this no additional warming concept was one of the government's considerations when deciding on this target. Alongside, it has to be reconfirmed and reconfirmed again, the advice from the Climate Change Commission that has been taken on board. We have, as a government, taken on multiple forms of advice from multiple different avenues and different parties, but the no additional warming target is there to identify a level of warming that should not be exceeded further, and happily New Zealand is on track to meet its reduction targets. To address some of the questions raised by Steve Abel, I've had a bit of deja vu from estimates just the other day. I feel like we've had this conversation quite recently, but he's talking a lot about what the pipeline of mitigations look like and where science and technology are going to lead us driving that land use change. And I think in estimates discussion, we agreed that land use change will occur, but it must be market driven. It must not be driven by us here sitting in this debating chamber and telling people what to do and where they should be investing their money and building their businesses. As a nation, we have built our economy on the production of food and fibre. Dairy happens to be an extremely successful component of that. Dairy is just one sector of the agricultural economy that is doing very, very well, successfully driving down its emissions through technology. And yes, we could have the debate for hours on end about productivity per hectare or per kilo of milk solids and so on and so forth, but the fact remains, dairy as an example is just one sector that is boosting its productivity whilst lowering its environmental footprint, and that should be celebrated.
Ryan Hamilton.
Move that debate on this question now close.
Now, I have been watching this before I came in here. We'll be looking for some new and fairly specific material from now on. the Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just picking up from an answer that the Minister and the Chair just gave, and it is a very important question for this House to understand. This legislation introduces quite a very new measure in terms of our emissions, in terms of achieving no additional global warming. Now, the Minister and the Chair, in answer to a question, just said that most climate policies in recent years use this measure. Now, Mr. Chairman, this is a new measure that is being instituted through this legislation. So the House needs to know from the Minister which policies in recent years have used this as the measure. This is indeed an amendment to the primary legislation that puts in place this measure. So the House needs to understand which policies have been informed by this measure.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, also related to the Minister's contribution and then that contribution and question from Honourable Dr. Megan Woods, I would, two things. So we've had from Megan Woods, where is this evidence, what policy does the no additional global warming come from? My questions are in relation to what the Minister just said, that the way that we are doing dairy farming in New Zealand is having better results on the environment, or it was words to that effect. So she was saying that in response to other members, and I really would like to know where she is getting that information from, what she is relying on to make that claim. And where is the advice that says that dairy is improving environmentally? That's one question from me. And then the second one, I'm hearing sighs from the other side. It's a basic question, and if the Minister, if her policy position is that everything is fine, then she should demonstrate that. But my second point on this no additional global warming and the science relationship is, why does this phrase not just simply say, so this is at 3A, the latest science on the warming impact of biogenic methane emissions, full stop? Or it might be a semicolon there. We don't need, and what is required to achieve no additional global warming from New Zealand's biogenic methane emissions? Like, surely what we need to know is what that latest science is. And that is exactly what the Minister was talking about as well. She just said, well, this is all based on international science about what happens from the emissions, and that is quite right. But not this idea of this made up no additional global warming. That is quite different. So the whole argument can be abated by simply saying the latest science on the warming impact of biogenic methane emissions. And those are the emissions that we have in New Zealand, the biogenic methane. Those are obviously the huge amount of our methane emissions are biogenic. But would she consider that change? Because that gets around a huge problem here, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Deborah Russell.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to endorse that latest comment from my colleague Rachel Brooking and point out that I do have an amendment paper in there that would actually take out that phrase that refers to no additional global warming and just leave it at a review of biogenic methane, which would do the trick very nicely. What I do want to consider, though, is I've put in a series of amendment papers looking to adjust the date of the review for this. Now, we set the biogenic methane target in the Climate Change Response Act, it was the Zero Carbon Act was 2019, wasn't it? And so here we are, just a few years later, having a methane review, even though we've already set a target just a few years ago. So that was a gap of about 5 years. But in terms of doing the next methane review from this one, the gap is now pushed out to 15 years. That seems like a very long gap. So I've put in a series of amendments. I mean, the obvious one to take to is 2030, just a few years from now. If that's too soon, 2031 would do the trick. I've got a paper to that effect. I avoided 2032 because likely we'll have an election that year, I think if my maths is correct. So there are a variety of dates in which we could take a call, do a methane review, and there are different ways that it could be done. The point, take a call. The point is that pushing it out by 15 years seems like a very long time when the science does move on in this area. That's the point that, they've been trying to say there's science that justifies this change. Now, we think that's dubious because of the premises the assumptions that were underpinning that science. But nevertheless, if they're asserting that there was new science within just 5 years, why would that not happen again? Let's have a biogenic methane review in 5 years, maybe 6 or whatever. So I just wonder if the Minister would consider bringing that review forward. 15 years seems like a very long time away in the context of a very fast-moving area of science.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Nicola Grigg.
Just wanted to address a couple of the questions around the no additional warming principle. It's a matter of fact that the Government commissioned the methane review as a useful starting point of our analysis. And it should not be lost on members the vast amount of public feedback that has occurred historically in recent years that has inputted into this. And again, there has been multitudes of public consultations carried out during ERP2, NDC2, the Zero Carbon Bill. To Dr Woods, I am addressing the multitude of questions around the inclusion of the additional warming principle, no additional warming principle. And I should also remind members of the working group carried out under the previous government called He Waka Eke Noa. And I know that will send shudders down a lot of farmers' spines just to remember it. But targets were set by the previous government that are being revised by this government, including the principle of no additional warming.
The Honourable Megan Woods.
Yeah, and I appreciate the Minister has just come into the chair, and it does leave the Parliament in a bit of a quandary. We had the responsible Minister in an urgency in the chair for just over an hour where there's some very specific questions in terms of examining this legislation. But I did ask the Minister, who was in the chair, she made the claim that this change of the no additional warming had underwritten and been part of a series of government policies for a period of time. I wrote down the words the Minister said, and it will be in the Hansard. So the House now needs to know which policies. What is the list of policies that this new target that is being introduced with this legislation, what are the policies, other policies before this, that have been influenced by this new measure? That is a very big claim that the Minister made, and in scrutinising this piece of legislation, the House needs a list of those policies. Mr Chairman, there are a number of other, I appreciate the Minister tried to address the broad principles of the no additional global warming, but there's some very specific questions that are sitting on the table. Now, we understand the implications. It is a watering down. But what we have been asking, and the responsible minister failed to give an answer to, is in making a political decision, in weighing up contested scientific advice, two very different things, what was the advice that the minister relied on in order to make a political decision? Not the science, but who did he receive advice from? Because it is a difficult thing when a minister has to weigh up contested scientific information in order to make a political call. The House needs to understand that process. That would have come through the Select Committee process. There would have been an ability to question officials around that. We also want to know who made the decision. This is a political decision. There's contested scientific advice, and there are very talented scientists on both sides of this. And what we want to know is who made the political decision. And we also want to know when that decision was made. These are very important questions in terms of our ability to scrutinise this legislation. The other thing that the House is yet to receive an answer on is whether or not MFAC provided advice on the trade implications to the Minister on this. We know that there has been previous advice that this actually puts in jeopardy market access potentially under the EU and UK free trade agreements. If we're going to talk about standing up for our farmers, I think we should be talking about not putting in place two of the most important trade deals that were negotiated under a Labour government in order for our farmers to get market access into the UK and the EU. And we have not had a straight answer from the Minister and the Chair about whether or not in fact provided advice on the trade implications and what that advice was.
Mr. Chair.
Francisco Hernandez.
I have 4 questions, but I won't do any of the preamble. I'll just get straight to them. My question is around 5Q, the new section 5QA E, 5QA3E, around the single percentage target. I'm just checking that means it's not a range. That doesn't mean reducing the target to a, like a single percentage target. My second question is around F, which is the any other matter specified by the minister when initiating the review. What other matters can the minister envision being considered in this section of the legislation? Because it is quite broad, it is quite almost sweeping, and the power in its drafting on they can consider almost anything. Is that deliberate, that the ability for the minister to basically incorporate any point that they might wish to incorporate when doing this review? And my third question is on 5QA5, around the ministers must jointly consider the review. Now, what happens if the ministers who are doing this review together cannot come to an agreement? Is there a dispute resolution mechanism? Is one of them going to trump the other in terms of, does it depend on who's more senior in cabinet? So in terms of jointly consider, what does that actually mean in practical terms? And I want to take the opportunity to ask the minister, because they are I believe, the Minister of State for Trade. The question that I asked the previous minister, they were in the chair, but I didn't get an answer for, and that is, which other trading partners does the minister know of or have received advice around have also lowered their emissions reduction target, other than, of course, the United States of America. That's a rather famous example. And while we're on the issue of trade, I've drafted a series of amendments, timestamp 2010 onwards, that would potentially link the target reduction to our international partners. So if the government wanted to prove that they were actually reducing emissions, faster or along the same rate of our international trading partners, there's an opportunity to do so by adopting some of my amendments. Thank you.
Honourable Deborah Russell.
Minister and out here. Look, it's quite clear that so far neither the minister and the chair or the minister who was previously in their chair have been unable to, it's quite clear they cannot explain no additional warming. They don't understand it, they can't explain it, they can't say why it's an appropriate metric. They certainly can't say what the scientific backing is for it, and that's because just admit it, Minister. The simple out here is just admit that this is purely political. All right, they've made a political choice. Now, if that's the choice the government has made and made a political choice, just own it. Instead of trying to pretend it's scientific, just own it. Own the fact that the methane review was set up to answer a particular question, which was, given no additional warming, what is the appropriate level of methane flow or methane reductions? And that was a very political choice. So just own the politics. And if that's what has gone on here, just be honest about it. Own it. Admit that was what happened. Admit that was what was going on, and we'll stop talking about it.
Mr. Chair. Minister.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to address some of the questions from the Green Party member around the target. And to be clear, the review can consider the single point target, but it doesn't have to recommend it. And then the member then extrapolated out to how that impacts our trade arrangements, and particularly citing the likes of the EU FTA and the UK FTA, and indeed I would also add to that the CPTPPA. They actually allow us to set domestic environmental laws that are appropriate for our own domestic situation within the bounds of our international obligations. And as the Minister prior to me has made very, very clear, we remain absolutely committed and on track to meet our international obligations.
Grant McCullum.
On this question now closed.
Now, members, I'm asking this member and the chair the same questions as were asked previously. Doesn't constitute new material, I might say. Now, I'm well aware that some of the members are not getting the answers they want, and that may be a matter that they can comment on how they like. However, we still will need to look at some new material at this stage. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And when a minister does give an answer, and we are in the committee of the whole, that answer sometimes does require that questions are asked of it, and it's not just we're not getting the questions we want, Mr. Speaker. We're not getting the answers we want. We're not getting answers. That's more the frustration, given that this is a piece of legislation that is being passed under urgency, and this is the sole opportunity that the House has to interrogate this. The Minister and the Chair just said that New Zealand was committed to reaching its targets. Is the Minister confirming that New Zealand still has a target, as embodied in the legislation, of keeping global warming to no more than 1.5 degrees?
Francisco Hernandez.
Wanted to clarify a misinterpretation that the Minister might have made on my previous contribution. I wasn't asking I wasn't relating it to the FTA we had. I was just asking my previous question, which has still not been answered, around which of our trading partners, if any, other than the United States of America, have watered down their emissions reduction targets in the same way that we have. Like, what has the advice does she know what the advice that she's received around it would be? And I think there was also another misunderstanding of the single percentage target. I was asking whether that referred to a single-digit percentage target, or whether that was just a sole number and a range of targets. There were also two questions that I raised that hasn't been addressed, not answered, but addressed at all by the Minister, and those questions were around other matters specified, around what the ambit of that could be, and the jointly consider part around 5Q5, and what happens if the ministers potentially can't come to an agreement around what to consider.
Deborah Russell.
Mr. Chair, I do just want to look at one further aspect of this, and I'm referring the Minister for her benefit to new section 5QA 3D. 5QA 3D, which we haven't really discussed much. But it says in terms of this, the methane review, which is going to be done, the Minister must consider a number of issues, and one of them in 5QA 3D is the progress made and actions taken internationally to reduce biogenic methane emissions in order to meet emissions reduction targets, such as the Paris Agreement. Now, of course, the Paris Agreement is expressed in terms of carbon, isn't it? And not in terms of methane. So that's an interesting little difference there. But I just want to understand the implications of this, having it reviewed, considering what's being done internationally to reduce biogenic methane. Does that imply that we've got to have, we could, instead of considering all gases, all right, are we considering biogenic methane worldwide rather than all gases worldwide? Is this implying that in fact we actually think that the entire world ought to be adopting a split gas target? Now, it's actually quite controversial that New Zealand has adopted a split gases target. Most of the world does not have that. They have a net zero target. We are, I think, one of the few, maybe might be us and Uruguay, who have a split gas target. If we're going to try to then consider what other countries are doing in that, I just want to understand from the Minister whether the implication of this is that we think that other countries should adopt a split gas target too. Now, I do, given the way that methane operates differently from the way that other greenhouse gases operate. So I think it's actually plausible and reasonable, and which has much more potent. And I think, Mr McCallum, you might need to take notice of this because, at COP recently when I was there, there was a lot of talk about the methane brake. The world is careering towards overheating, and the fastest way to deal with it is to pull the brake on methane. It's going to have huge implications for your sector. So I do, and I think by asking the whole world to consider it, it is raising the possibility of that methane brake. We need to consider this very seriously. If that methane brake is pulled, there will be trouble for our New Zealand farmers. We actually need to be moving on methane now. There are incredible risks being created. Minister, that is what underlying this consideration of the actions taken internationally to reduce biogenic methane emissions?
Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I don't know why the member feels to use such dramatic hyperbole, the words like methane brake. And the fact of the matter is New Zealand farmers are already on target to hit their 2030 target of methane reduction. We are going to hit our 2050 global commitments as well as our domestic commitments. I don't know why the opposition seems so intent in moving away from this bill and trying to politicise this, but there's been a number of questions around what other countries might be doing. It is not for us to comment on other countries' domestic targets. We're here focusing on what New Zealand is doing, and the international community, like New Zealanders, rightly expects that our agricultural sector will do its part in contributing to our climate change targets.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
So I have an amendment on 5Q3, and you'll see that in a bit. But I guess in general what I want to ask is, does this review in any way appreciate, understand its constitutional obligations under Titi o Waitangi? And is it reflected? Because from what I can see, though it's a very thin piece of work, it doesn't show it, it doesn't express it, and therefore the question would be to Hapu, to iwi, to PSGEs, to all of those bodies in which Māori do their business. Can we have any confidence in the way in which it's discussed here in this change, Minister? Because from what I can see, there's not a single word or concept in here that understands the agreements from 1835 and 1840, and I would expect that if it was smart in that regard, then it would reflect it, and it does not in general, let alone in this particular clause. So I'd be interested, but I'm not going to hold my breath to what might be offered. Thank you.
Ryan Hamilton.
I move that debate on this question now closed.
The question is a debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
The party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
Votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 52. The question is agreed. The question is, Francisco Hernandez tabled amendments to clause 4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Francisco Hernandez, 3 tabled amendments to clause 4.1, setting the percentage target by the New Zealand Parliament, a cross-party committee in Parliament and the New Zealand people following a referendum are ruled out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 4.1, setting the percentage target by the Climate Change Commission be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendments to clause 4.1, setting the percentage target by the Minister for Agriculture and Minister for the Environment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kau mā whā e whakai ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 4.1, setting the percentage target by the Minister for Climate Change be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 4.1, setting the percentage target by the Climate Change Commission ratified by a Citizens' Assembly be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 4.1, setting the percentage target as the European Union's nationally determined contribution methane target or equivalent be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 4.1, setting the percentage target as Singapore's nationally determined contribution methane target or equivalent be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 4.1, setting the percentage target as the United Kingdom's nationally determined contribution methane target or equivalent be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kau mā whā e whakai ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. There are 10 other tabled amendments to Clause 4.1 lodged by Francisco Hernandez that are the same in substance, referencing the methane reduction targets of different places. Having tested the will of the committee, these 9 amendments are ruled out of order. Francisco Hernandez's 3 tabled amendments regarding setting targets by members of the Green Party are out of order as not being serious amendments. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to Clause 4.1 replacing the range with percentage target by the Prime Minister be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it.
Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Mr McCallum, you have quite a loud voice, so when you do comment on these amendments, it carries. You might like to at least have a stage whisper. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to Clause 4.1 replacing the range with a percentage target by the Prime Minister and Minister for Agriculture following the review be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Members, we have a number of amendments from Francisco Hernandez and Honourable Dr Deborah Russell to Clause 4.1 that propose to replace the range with different percentage range or a single percentage. In accordance with Standing Order 3154, I will put the question on a representative selection of these amendments to test the will of the committee. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to Clause 4.1 to replace 14% to 24% with 15% to 45% be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
Vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to Clause 4.1 to replace 14% to 24% with 35% to 47% be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to Clause 4.1 to delete replace 24% with 47% with 14% to 24% and replace it with retain 24% to 47% be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to Clause 4.1 to replace 14% to 24% with 39% to 44% be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 4.1 to replace 14% to 24% with 24% be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kau mā whā ngā pōti e whakai ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 4.1 to replace 14% to 24% with 45% be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kau mā whā ngā pōti e whakai ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Members, the committee has voted on a representative selection of amendments to clause 4.1 insofar as they replace the percentage range. The will of the committee having been tested, Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's remaining tabled amendment altering the percentage to clause 4.1 and Francisco Hernandez remaining 29 tabled amendments are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to delete clause 4.42 and clause 5 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 5.1 replacing new section 5QA 1, 2 and 3A and 4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 5.1 replacing new section 5QA be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 5.1 replacing new section 5Q8, 3 and 4 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 5.1, replacing new section 5QA1 to replace the Minister of Agriculture with the Minister for the Environment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 5.1, replacing the new section 5QA1 to include the Minister delegated responsibility for New Zealand's waste and resource sector be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
Toru te kau mā whā ngā pōti e whakai ana.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 5.1, replacing new section 5QA1 to include the Minister for the Environment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to clause 5, new section 5QA3A to delete all the words after warming impact of biogenic methane emissions be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 5.1, new section 5QA3A, deleting biogenic is ruled out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendments to clause 5.1, new section 5QA3B, C and C to delete biogenic be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 5.1, replacing new section 5QA3C be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to clause 5, new section 5QA3D to replace biogenic methane with greenhouse gases be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Mariameno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68, the question is not agreed. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 5.1, replacing new section 5QA3F and inserting new paragraph G be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes at 52, the noes are 68, the question is not agreed. The question is that Maria Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to clause 5, new section 5QA3 to insert new paragraph G be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68, the question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to clause 5, new section 5QA4 to replace 2040 with 2030 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68, the question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to clause 5, new section 5QA4 to replace 2040 with 2031 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68, the question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to clause 5, new section 5QA4 to replace 2040 with 2033 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68, the question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to clause 5, new section 5QA4 to replace 2040 with 2035 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. The noes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68, the question is not agreed. The question is that part 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Marimeno Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 52, the question is agreed. Members, we come now to part 2. Part 2 is the debate on clauses 6 to 10, other amendments and the schedule. The question is that Part 2 stand part. The Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Mr Chair, couple of sets of questions that I want to focus on for the Minister. So I just, a little bit of clarification please around clause 6, which amends section 5X. It's setting emissions budgets and ensuring they're met. There was supposed to be an emission budget set this year for 2036 to 2040, that's the 4th emissions period. It was supposed to be set by the end of 2025. It's now going to be set by the end of 2027. So there'll be a reason for that delay. It's a shame that it's occurred, but if the Minister could just explain why that delay has occurred and explain what prevented you from setting that emissions budget this year as was required to under the existing legislation. And having said all that, I guess that explains why a lot of this is under urgency, is to make sure the Minister doesn't have to do that. So a quick explanation on that one, Minister, before I head on with the next question.
Yeah, thanks, Member.
Honourable Simon Watts.
Thanks, Member, for the question. Absolutely right in the context of the changes that we're putting through in terms of updating the target. The climate change's advice is based on the status quo target, not the changes in which we're going to affect through the passing of this legislation. Hence, we need to extend the timeline to allow the Climate Change Commission time to be able to prepare advice, and as such, the deadline and the timeline is that seems practical in the context of the time required for them to do that piece of work.
Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
A pretty straightforward question, I guess. It's a shame. It's a shame that it slipped. We do mind that, but I don't want to pursue that further at this stage. I want to move on to clause 7, which amends section 5ZC of the Primary Act. And that is a set of matters that the Minister must consider and that the Climate Commission must consider and the Minister must consider when preparing emissions budgets. There's a whole set of things in there, and they're irrelevant to the current discussion. They're obviously not irrelevant, but the one that is being added is new 5ZC2, brackets 2, brackets B, bracket XII. And it is the implications or potential implications for domestic food production. Now, I read this initially in the bill and I thought, is that an ambiguity? Because I couldn't understand what is meant by domestic food production. I'm actually serious about this and I do want a clarification of it. Is it food produced domestically which could go anywhere in the world, or is it food for New Zealand, so domestic food production? There's actually a genuine ambiguity there. If the Minister could clarify, is it food produced in New Zealand or is it food produced for New Zealand? And they do actually differ. It actually matters. Someone will contest this at some stage, so let's get it on the record, at least in the Hansard. And I just wonder if the Minister might consider clarifying it just a little. I haven't put in an amendment paper, but it could be one that you might want to put an amendment paper in just to clarify exactly what is meant in the law.
Honourable Minister.
To clarify, the point refers to food production that's undertaken in New Zealand, but obviously where those products end up will include international sources because we're an export nation.
Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
I do think there's a genuine ambiguity there. It's now clarified, at least in the Hansard, so if a case is taken, it could aid in that. But would the Minister consider an amendment? I think the most straightforward one to do would be say for food production in New Zealand rather than trying to say for domestic food production. It sounds trivial, but it actually does clarify it a little bit, and it might be something you want to do. Would the Minister consider that? The Minister won't consider it. He likes to have a little bit of ambiguity in there. OK then, that's fine, Minister. We all like to be a bit mysterious from time to time. That's as far as I'm going to go. What I want to understand then why we ought to be considered for domestic food production. So, in terms of setting the methane target, what does the Minister see as the implications or the potential implication being? Because we know that there is a stated that one way of reducing emissions is to reduce production. Now, that's I'm not saying that's a preferred way in this party, but it is a way that it could be done. But what sorts of implications does the Minister see for food production in terms of the methane target?
Honourable Minister.
Thanks to the member for the question in regards to Clause 7. So the government, by making this change, is indicating clearly that food production is an important component and should be given greater prominence than the status quo. A range of matters must be considered already as part of that process, and we are simply stipulating that this point, which is noted in Clause 7, should be a consideration and should have greater prominence than what it is under the status quo.
Mr. Chair? Okay, I want to pursue this a little bit further, Minister, because we might say that obviously we should be considering economic matters when it comes to setting methane targets or emissions budgets. But here we are considering food production. Now, I'm not quite sure why we need to concern ourselves with food production. All right, what's the problem? What's the problem we're trying to solve here that we think that the methane target might affect? Now, we might talk about economic issues, but why food production? What is that related to? Why is that a concern when it comes to methane production? You know, if we are going to try to get methane emissions down, as even this reduced target commits us to, what is the issue with food production? Because one way we can get those methane targets down is by reducing the amount of food we produce. What is the problem with reducing the amount of food we produce? And we know that there are ways of reducing production from dairy farms that don't result in reduced profit for our dairy farmers. We know that if we move to regenerative farming or moves to using less imported product, using things like less palm oil, we know there are farmers who manage to do this and retain their profit. So this is not about undermining the profitability of farming, but because we can actually reduce the amount of kilos of dairy of milk solids, we can reduce the amount of kilos of meat that are produced and not reduce farmers' profits. So what is the problem then with of that? If the Minister could explain, please.
Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm not going to give a broader 101 lecture on economic growth for the New Zealand economy based on the reliance on a primary sector export market and the correlation of reduction in production from that sector and why that would be a bad thing for our country, because I think it is pretty obvious. I think what the member may be referring to is how can we derive greater productivity in the context of our broader farming systems, which also includes emissions reduction, and that's absolutely something we are looking at, and the investment through Agri Zero does that. The member asked a question around what other considerations. I mean, one of the considerations is already, in addition to the prominence of food production, economic circumstances and the likely impact of the Minister's decision on taxation, public spending and public borrowing. There is a wide range, sort of 12 or 15 type of considerations. Food production is already included within the Paris Agreement under a number of clauses, including climate adaptation to be specific. But the view of the government and view of feedback is that because of the unique circumstances of the New Zealand economy and being an export and primary sector-led economy, the prominence of that consideration in decision making is not only appropriate, but is also recognition of that as very much our unique success factor as an economy, and we should have prominence in decision making of it.
Honourable Deborah Russell.
I want to explore this a bit further because I am not sure why we need to consider food production in the number of issues that we go around in terms of the methane target. If we've already got economic matters in there, being considered in there, that's fine because that would play into that. And of course I get how our export markets work and the economic issues sitting around that. So then why include this? It seems like an extraneous thing to include. It seems like it's unnecessary. If we're already considering economic matters, I would have thought that food production would have been included in those economic matters. Why pull it out and specify it as a different matter that needs to be considered separately?
Mr. Chair.
Steve Abel.
Chair, I just want to say that I think this question that has been deeply prosecuted by Deborah Russell is actually a really important one, because the detail of what the Minister's intention is, or the government's intention is, with this very particular clause is important to understand. The wording says the implications or potential implications for domestic food production. Now, he has elucidated that he means both, well, at least earlier on in the explanatory note, it elucidates that the bill proposes the potential implications of food production, decision-making about emissions budgets, right? This would sit alongside existing considerations under the Act, such as the implications or potential implications of land use change for communities. In that context, food production encompasses domestic production for both consumption and export. That is a useful elucidation in the explanatory note. I appreciate that. But in terms of the implications for food production, because let's take for simplicity's sake, are we concerned in terms of the scope of providing nutrition to ourselves? Obviously, we would be concerned if there was a climate action that impacted our ability to provide nutrition for ourselves, or are we concerned with being able to produce a surplus for export? And in that regard, I think it's a very valid point that we should not be in a position where we're not able to provide nutrition for ourselves, but let's be clear, 95% of the dairy production in this country is a surplus for export. And if a dairy farmer wanted to turn their farm into a solar farm and put sheep under it, they might produce less food, but they might also be more profitable. So it is an important question as to what is the scope of that investigation into the implications for domestic food production. And then my second question is, what are we concerned with here? Primarily providing nutrition to ourselves and potentially the world. Because food production is important to the climate change, the IPC, because it's about we need to provide food and nutrition for people. But in that context, our food production, from a point of view of getting nutrition into human bodies, is among the least efficient in the world. So if you are considering that question, are we concerned with the most efficient way of producing nutritious food for people anywhere? Therefore, will that be one of the considerations? That's the question. My third question is, in the evaluation on the implications of the targets, the emission budgets, and their impact on food production, are you also assessing the impact of climate change on the ability of us to produce food? Because that's the obvious payoff here for us having a lower target ambition, is that we might get worse climate consequences down the track, which actually reduce our ability to produce food. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think these are good points to engage in. I think first and foremost, when we are considering the implications of this, it would be fair to say that our farming sector at the forefronts of dealing with the impacts of climate change, and their ability to produce in the future is heavily predicated on mitigation in regards to the broader challenges such as temperature rise and other considerations. So, the recognition around how does this interplay is both in terms of our ability to produce food, which we do for domestic consumption and export, yes, but also taking into account the reality of how climate change will impact farmers. And I think it would be fair to say New Zealand farmers, being some of the most innovative in the world, absolutely understand their land better than anyone, and the reality of the challenges and the way in which the climate is impacting that and how they need to adapt and change to that. In regards to the point around where it sits around that conversation around food production, I mean, very much think around in the context of food security. And food security in the context of an export-led nation is not only the domestic needs, obviously, first and foremost, but we do have obligations and responsibility in terms of the production of food that we produce for food security for other nations, particularly in our broader region as well. And so both of those two components are also considered. Also, the efficiency of us to produce food versus other countries, we have significant advantages, and hence the leakage conversation, not only for emissions, but leakage in terms of efficiency of production of food for what is some 40 million other individuals as well. So hopefully that gives you some context of that point.
The Honourable Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I'm sure there are still some questions around clause 7, I do want to also open up clauses 8 and 9 for some questioning. And this is the other part of the bill. This is about disconnecting the unit price and volumes in the ETS from our nationally determined contribution. So this is quite a significant move, and so significant that when the Minister announced it a few weeks ago, it crashed the ETS price. And I want to ask the Minister some questions around that, and whether this was a surprise to the government is the first question. The regulatory impact statement on the change notes that no consultation was undertaken. Why was that the case? Why was there not consultation undertaken on that? And the analysis was limited due to timing and lack of public input. Why was it? Why was there a limitation in timing? What were the timing constraints? Where did this fit in the Minister's work programme, given that it did crash the ETS price, which I'll come on to in terms of the kinds of implication that had? Because in terms of the advice the Minister was getting, saying there was no specific, they couldn't specify any potential costs of this policy and no direct costs. But in reality, when you collapse the carbon price, as the Minister's announcement did make with what was going to be in this legislation, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars a year as recently as 2022 in terms of the ETS revenue that the government receives. So it is a significant cost in terms of foregone revenue. So why was it that there wasn't better advice? First of all, is the Minister satisfied with the kinds of advice he's getting from his officials? And why was there no consultation around this? And I do have some more questions on that, but I'll just let the Minister answer these questions to start.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In regards to the ETS market and the price of the NZU that trades on that market, and we're talking about the secondary market in this instance versus the broader auctions which are undertaken by the government. As Minister, I don't comment on specific changes in regards to the price of those units for reasons that it is an independent market, but I will talk more generally around the points that the member has raised because I think they are important. I think first and foremost, the government has been consistent and clear around its desire for a credible ETS in order to do the heavy lifting of emissions reduction. The important component around that is the way in which market sentiment takes into account the policy changes and advice such as this announcement and how it interprets that in the context of the way in which the market prices the NZUs. It would be fair to say that there is, I think, opportunities for us to continue to look at ways in which we can ensure that that market sentiment has confidence in the way in which the information that's being published is understood fully, and there is a wide range of market participants in that regard. We do engage with the market. The question specifically around consultation, as the member will note, is that because this is a publicly traded market, there are strict requirements around information exchange with that market and very strict requirements around what can be discussed with the market participants before those announcements are made. And so you are working through a complex and technical area with sensitivities, but we are open as a government and with industry to work with industry to where as much as possible ensure that they have confidence in terms of the sentiment moving forward. We do want the ETS to continue and to be in a position where it does the heavy lifting of emissions reduction, and it is an important area of government policy, hence it's why it's one of the 5 pillars in our climate strategy.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Has the Minister discussed with the Minister of Finance the impact of the secondary market price change and what that will do with the Crown accounts? Of course, the way in which Treasury do treat the secondary market unit price, a very technical question I know, but the way in which Treasury treat that secondary market unit price, and has he discussed that with the Minister of Finance in terms of the policy decisions that the government has made that has crashed that unit price? And also interested to know from the Minister whether or not this will be reflected in HIFU when it is released next week, so the half-yearly financial update, whether or not that there will be an implication in terms of the Crown accounts that we'll be seeing there. The other question I have for the Minister is around the communications he received from the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, Simon Upton, of course a former National Party Minister, who wrote to the Minister urging him not to go ahead with this disconnection piece that is in clause 8 and 9 of the legislation. He said that trying to decouple New Zealand's domestic actions from its international commitments is on the face of the matter curious. The main reason New Zealand is doing anything about its emissions is contribute to addressing a global problem. I guess continuing the theme of mysterious actions in the course of this debate, it wasn't just Dr. Russell that was alleging there was a sense of mystery about this. Of course, Simon Upton did as well. He said the motivation for the proposed changes is opaque, a mystery deepened by the need for parliamentary urgency. The only reason I can think of is one grounded in potential litigation risk. Faced with the projected shortfall in meeting the NDC and the requirements that you must be satisfied the ETS settings are in accordance with the NDC. Was this a consideration and did the Minister receive advice? Is a question I have there around the need to make these changes in clauses 8 and 9 for those reasons that the Parliamentary Commissioner outlined, because he said decoupling the NDC from these provisions may seem an attractive and straightforward solution to providing potential legal challenge. So was that a motivating factor? And did he receive advice on other ways in which that could be avoided? And then he also went on to say, as hard as changing the NDC might be, it is preferable to changing an act that has at least now had broad parliamentary support. So he suggested that you could revise down the Paris target as an alternative to what you're doing in clauses 8 and 9. So what I'd like to know from the Minister, did he receive advice on this as an alternative? Is this something that he considered? And did he receive advice from his officials on any other alternative ways that the same outcomes could have been achieved in terms of what we're seeing in clause 8 and 9. The other thing I'd like to know is, has he met with or responded to the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment?
Thanks for the member for that question. The motivation for the change in effect decoupling this from the process from the NDC was included within the materials that was provided to the market. There was a significant amount of information provided to the market, but the underlying motivation and rationale for why this change was undertaken was included within that information. To reinforce those points, in effect, and as I noted in my speeches to the House in both first and second reading, the purpose of the ETS is around domestic emissions reduction, and the point and purpose of decoupling and in effect removing the linkage from the NDC, in effect our international commitments, removes what is deemed and was assessed as an inconsistency in terms of the role of the ETS. The objective there is actually to focus the ETS on domestic emissions reduction, nothing more than that. The way in which the market has interpreted that has had a wide range of differing views, but the rationale and motivation of why the policy change was undertaken was included in the information provided to the market.
Honourable Megan Woods.
Chairman, the Minister in multiple statements, and I think in the House today, has basically said that the government is putting all of its eggs in the ETS basket in terms of the strategy for reducing our domestic emissions, that they see the ETS as a strategy, not a tool, and that it is their primary mechanism. Given that the changes being made through clauses 8 and 9 in this legislation, the mere announcement of them crashed the ETS market. Now that we do have that lowered price of carbon, has the Minister received advice on what the implications will be for decarbonisation and whether or not businesses will invest in industrial decarbonisation, and how that has changed business cases around that? We know that some industrials will tout $150 to $200 a tonne as being the tipping point for where they will make the decision to invest in decarbonisation projects. We saw the Minister's announcement tank the price of carbon into the $40 range. So has he received advice from his officials on what the implications will be for our carbon reductions from the changes in 8 and 9?
Honourable Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the question in regards to Crown accounts and just want to clearly stipulate that there is not a role for officials in my department nor as ministers to input into that. That is a process that's undertaken by Treasury and is done independently of me.
Steve Abel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Look, I'm still on clause 7. I do seriously appreciate the Minister's responses on my previous questions regarding the implications of food production clause, and I have some follow-ups on that. In that evaluation, will the Minister also consider emissions intensity of agriculture output and land? And the reason I ask that is, the point that you have made, or the point the Minister has made in opening statements about our efficiency. Obviously, I've already elucidated that we have one of the lowest efficiencies in terms of emissions intensity for agricultural output in the OECD. We sit at about 48. And the primary reason for that, of course, is that we primarily produce ruminant animals. So my question is, will emissions intensity be one of those considerations? And will emissions intensity in terms of agricultural land per hectare be a consideration? Because similarly, and by the way, for your clarity, I'm quoting from the OECD report from 2022 on this. I'm happy to provide it to you if you'd like, Minister, or anyone else in the House. In terms of the efficiency of agricultural intensity per hectare of land, we also sit very low in the OECD at about 45th. Now, that is because emissions intensity-wise, what we produce has a very high intensity for per 100 grams of protein output. And the things also elucidated in this report are that beef cattle are the most emissions intensive per 100 kgs of output. Lamb and mutton are next. Fourth is dairy beef. Fifth is cheese. Seventh is milk, and so on and so forth. But for efficiency of production, ground nuts, pulses, peas, nuts, etc., are significantly more efficient in terms of greenhouse gas emissions per 100 kgs of protein produced. Will that be the sort of thing that is considered in the implications of food production? Because clearly, if we are concerned, as we should be, about both the efficiency and the value of the food production we're producing, then those would surely be considerations the Minister would want to take into account. Thank you.
Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
I want to follow on just a little bit from what my colleague Steve Abel has been saying and from what I've been talking about previously, and that is in terms of the implications of our methane target for domestic food production, meaning food produced in New Zealand. Look, Minister, well, I was at COP30 recently and it was a fascinating experience, but I had a long talk to Ian Proudfoot, who is the global head of food or agriculture, or can't remember what the title is, for KPMG, and in the classic way, go all the way to Brazil to meet someone who's based in New Zealand, but that's what I ended up doing. But he had some really interesting things to say about food production, and it does play into this. And that is that the food, as we see the way that food production will develop in terms of VAT-based food and synthetic, if you like, foods that are produced, that the type of food that we produce in New Zealand will end up, and it actually already is, the type of food that is typically sold to richer nations, to richer consumers, to consumers that make choices about their food. And what we're seeing increasingly is that those consumers demand a range of attributes about their food, that they are sustainable, that they don't produce increased emissions. Now, I know New Zealand food is not as carbon heavy as some. It's amongst, our farmers do produce do produce reasonably carbon efficient food, though as Steve Abel laid out quite early, just earlier on, it's we're not. However much we like to say it, the most efficient in the world, we are in fact, no, we're not too shabby either. Nevertheless, if we reduce our methane targets, as is happening, the implication there in terms of our production of food is the extent to which the markets that we are trying to sell to will not choose our food because it does not have the attributes around sustainability that they want. Is that the sort of thing that you anticipate will be taken into account in considering our emissions budgets? I think it's actually a really important one. Our farmers need markets, they need people to purchase our food, and the type of consumers who purchase our food are the ones who make choices about it. We are the people who can make choices, and those choices increasingly consider sustainability. To what extent is that included in this consideration of domestic food production?
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
I'm also interested in this clause 7, and particularly in relation to the Minister's answer to Steve Abel's earlier contribution, where he was talking about, Steve Abel was talking about nutrition, and the Minister has given us a couple of answers around why it's important to include domestic food production in here. So he has said that of course it includes exports because our economy relies so much on exports. And we don't want to get into the economics again, and I don't want to relitigate that, and I acknowledge that the Minister said that. But including domestic food production in here because of exports is a very different argument from the other issue that he mentioned, which is the Paris Agreement that talks about the importance of food production. Those are two separate issues, and I'd like to know if the Minister agrees with me on that those are separate issues. And the Paris Agreement goes to those nutritional points that Steve Abel was talking about. So his answer seemed to mix those two issues up. And then he also, the Minister, in another question, talked about food security and said it is first and foremost, food security is first and foremost. And that is a separate issue again, food security. I mean, it's obviously related to nutrition, and he said, and for the countries around us. So given that commentary, I would like to know if he is expecting the Climate Commission to do work into the food security when looking at potential implications, and that would be a very interesting piece of work. And also, so that's the one issue related to nutrition, which is in the Paris Agreement. Will the Minister be, or does he expect the Climate Commission in their reporting, will he expect them to also talk about protein versus carbohydrates then as well, and look at the different foods that come into New Zealand? So I think those are two very different points. And then another question related to this is the Climate Commission and the funding of the Climate Commission. So this is an additional piece of work that the Climate Commission will be having to do. And we already know that the Climate Commission has had a lot of its funding cut. So what is going to happen for the funding of that? And then if there is some mix-up in this relationship between nutrition and the importance of food that is in Paris, but then also exports, is it not then arbitrary, if it is actually export-led and not about getting nutrition to New Zealanders, is it arbitrary that it's just about food? Couldn't it be about other things as well? And particularly if that food is lacking in nutrition. So we know that a lot of our exports, there is a lot of production that's related to those exports. So where does that fit in this the scheme of things as well? And would it be better, in fact, to expand on this subclause to talk about the different issues that are happening, because the minister is saying, oh well, it's because exports are important, and then he says, oh, it's because Paris says food is important. Those are different. Those are two very different issues. And then he says, oh well, food security is important. So what are the different parts, and what is it? And he also said that in response, I think again to one of Steve Abel's questions, that the Commission and that we should be looking at what happens with the implications of climate change on our food production. So that's a fourth area as well. Does he agree that this clause is supposed to cover all four of those areas or not?
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Simon Watts.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And look, I acknowledge the members come to this Clause 7 a little bit late, because we have had quite an extensive conversation on this clause, acknowledging that actually all of the clauses are about half a page in totality, but let's go through that one more time. Questions around Climate Change Commission, good point raised there. Climate Change Commission will provide advice. I don't want to obviously preempt that advice in terms of what they do, but these considerations that we're talking about will be part, no doubt, of that, which is helpful in terms of government's decision making. The exporters and the companies that are involved in export of primary product will obviously continue to do what their markets dictate them to do, obviously. So, take that for what it is. Well, it's relevant in the context that we are acknowledging here that food production is and should be given prominence in the way in which we make decision making around the way in which we set climate targets. I think that's pretty sensible because actually food production is really, really critical to our food security, and therefore linked to our national security, and also the role in which we play to provide food security and national security to the region in which we play. So if we want to talk about the food triangle and low carb diets and protein for that, I don't think that's in the bill. I didn't see it in the half page I've got. But again, that's out of scope in the context of this bill. But what we do know is that New Zealand exporters and food production involves a wide range of food. And I think that's probably enough to answer.
I've only just got here. The Honourable Rachel Brooking. And can I just, as I have said in previous committees of the whole, we'll try and keep the question and answer sessions going.
Appreciate that. So it was
rather than the target
yelling at the minister.
5 minutes.
No, I'm not going for a target of 5 minutes. But in response to the minister's response, the question that he's not answering is why has he chosen to insert this clause here? Is it because of our economic reasons with exports, or is it because of the nutritional importance of food to New Zealanders and our food security?
Honourable Simon Watts.
Well, again, we've discussed and answered that exact question previously. We talked about the fact that it is not only domestic consumption, but also the importance of our ability to export that food to other parts of the world, and that is included in the explanatory notes to this bill.
Grant McCallum.
On this question, now close.
Right. I think there is a bit more to be canvassed in this part, but I can see from the previous notes from the previous chair that Clause 7 has had quite a lot of interrogation. So maybe it's time that we did move on. Rachel Brooking.
Well, Madam Chair, I put it again to the Minister that he has not answered my question, or he is saying, he could be answering it, and I'm not sure by his confrontational tone what he means, but is this both exports, there for economic reasons, and nutrition, there for health reasons and food security and national reasons? And but he seems to also be saying, and it's for the nutrition of the world. And if he can confirm whether or not it's about the nutrition of the world or not, that would be useful. And the point goes to what I was saying earlier about how arbitrary it is. If it is just about exports, then, but because somehow these exports might be related to the Paris Agreement and food, then that is a very different reason for the insertion of this clause than the nutrition of New Zealanders, or just a simple economic argument that we should be making lots of money from exports. That's a fine argument to have. Yes, we need to make lots of money from exports, but if we're also tying that to something in Paris about food, then we need to get down into how arbitrary it is that it's just food and not related to the nutrition of that food.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Simon Watts.
I'll give a simple example of, imagine a sheep in a paddock down the road from here, and that sheep may have one leg of lamb when it gets processed that is consumed in New Zealand by someone in this house this evening for dinner. The other leg may get wrapped and exported to someone in another country of which it will get consumed in another country. That is the reality of food production. We are looking at domestic food production, and it will include both domestic consumption but also international exports. So that's the two parts. The nutritional components of those two legs of lamb, I guess, would probably be quite similar because they're from the same sheep. So, I don't think we're getting into that. We're simply acknowledging that domestic food production is about what we produce here, acknowledging that it will end up in different parts of the world, including here at home.
Rachel Brooking.
Different to my question, the answer about the sheep and the two legs of the sheep, probably a female sheep. So the question about nutrition is, has the Minister put food in this bill because Paris talks about food? Is one question. And if so, then that creates a problem. Because if you're relying the link to food with Paris, then we need to be talking about nutrition. If it is simply what I put to him earlier, that it's about exports and the economic of exports, that's a legitimate thing to be thinking about. And if it's about the food security of New Zealanders, that's fine too. But has he put food in here because of that Paris Agreement? And that is what this is why this is very muddled, the reasoning and the logic for this new addition.
Madam Chair, as I noted before in a response, the food production is already included in parts of the Paris Accord, in particular statements in the context that in the way in which greenhouse gas emissions development needs to be in a manner that does not threaten food production, for example, under Article 2.1b. The question and the simple answer to the member's question, it is both. And so, that is what we're referring to. Again, I'm not sure how much more we can describe what is pretty clear on the implications or potential implications for domestic food production. And the New Zealand government have deemed that food production and export of our food to the world is a key element of our economy and should have greater prominence in the decision-making considerations in the way in which we set targets. I don't think that is controversial. Actually, I think most New Zealanders would have thought, I would have expected you would have done that already. And the reality is we're now putting that very clearly in the criteria.
Okay. Steve Abel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It might feel like we're really over-litigating this point, but I actually think it's quite an important one. To kind of put it another way, Minister, we're talking about biogenic methane, which comes from ruminant animals. And that is one part of our food production. It is not by any means the whole part of our food production. And in terms of the emissions challenge we have, when we take the pie graph of New Zealand's emissions, we find that half of that graph is agricultural emissions, predominantly methane and nitrous oxide. And we're dealing here with biogenic methane, which is the methane part of that pie graph that comes from ruminant animals in New Zealand. And we have a lot of it because we have a lot of ruminant animals. But a quarter of that total emissions profile in New Zealand is only one part of that food production system. It is the dairy part of it. The other quarter of that pie chart is every sheep in this country, 22 million of them, I think, every beef cow, Down to 70. Jesus. Every beef cow, there's about 6 million beef cow. Every chicken, every pig, hopefully not in farrowing crates. Every vegetable produced, every fruit produced, all the wine, every other part of food production in our country makes as many emissions as just the dairy industry makes.
Can I just double check, we're talking to clause 7?
I'm talking exactly to clause 7, yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, my question is, Minister, with the emphasis you are putting on biogenic methane, the wording of that, the implications, the potential implications of domestic food production, alludes to the idea that if there is an impact in reducing the number of ruminant animals, or let's say dairy cows, even if you've still got the same number of beef and sheep, would be a problem for food production, when in fact that other part of that pie chart that's the more efficient part of agricultural system, i.e. not the dairy part, just based on science, Grant. My goodness, why don't you take a call, mate?
Come back to your debate.
The other part of that pie graph that is not based on dairy cows could could expand agriculturally across the landscape, God forbid, and we would be reducing the number of dairy cows, but we could be producing more food. I'm just concerned to clarify, Minister, does this clause have the effect of protecting the status quo highest methane emissions sector in this country? Or does it allow us to have land use that means more low methane emitting food production?
The clause in which we have discussed at length in regards to clause 7 in no way constrains any future state position that is predicated on the status quo. That may infer that there is greater dairy production in the future. It may infer that there is a different mix of production from other sectors. What the member is referring to is using a status quo model of where the dairy sector in 5 or 10 years from now does not have tools that are currently under development that would in effect allow it to create more production and output than the status quo per livestock unit, with less emissions as a result of that livestock unit and greater resilience to other considerations around the impact of climate change, such as increased temperature. So if you consider where we could and will be in the future, and we can't foresee that exactly, but we definitely are of the view that we will have more tools and innovation available in the future than what we have currently. And therefore that, in the context of an export-led nation and as a food producer for the world, will give us quite a significant opportunity, an economic opportunity, to be able to, in effect, consider our ability to create greater output and production to feed, broader world linked back to the food securities considerations that we have because of climate change in other parts of the world that are more heavily impacting them than us. And so there is no constraint around that. It could work in differing ways. And again, it's not for us to dictate what the view of how that sector will be structured in the future, but it is our role to remove constraints and barriers that would enable innovation to drive greater productivity. And that is what we see as an opportunity within the primary sector in order to continue to drive our economy.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
For the Minister for those answers on food, it sounds like it's very wide-ranging. Now, I would like to move to clause 9, and this is, I know it's been touched on already, the deletion of the and the nationally determined contribution. But what I want the Minister to answer is why it is necessary to delete that. I realise some of the policy issues that were raised in that in those contributions, but at subclause 3 of 30GC2, 30G big GC. It says, however, they need not strictly accord with the budgets or contributions as long as the Minister is satisfied that the discrepancy is justified after considering the other matters under this section. So my question is, given that there's already an out to consider about those contributions, about the nationally determined contributions, why is it necessary to make this change in clause 9?
Madam Chair,
Honourable Seymour.
I have already answered the similar question exactly of why we are doing the point under clause 9 in regards to 9.1 and the linkages around 9.2 and 9.3 are in effect remedial in the context of that point under 9.1.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Madam Chair, I think the Minister must not have heard me, because my point was not whether or not nationally determined contributions should or should not be in there, just that there is no need for his amendment because there is already an out. Madam Chair.
Brian Hamilton.
On this question now closed.
I'm tempted to take the closure motion, but I will give members another opportunity to move into the other couple of clauses that are available. Is that, have you got something new there, Francisco Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before I move on to the schedule, I do want to ask an inconsistency that I potentially identified in 9.1, which is that the Minister has made reference to how the idea of the changes to this is to decouple the emissions trading scheme from the nationally determined contribution, because the government stance is that this is purely a domestic tool. However, in I just wanted to point out to the Minister that under section 30 GB 2A3C, it makes reference to approved overseas units used, and there's reference to overseas units scattered all across the parts of the legislation that this government is seeking to amend. So if the government was consistent in its objective of seeking to truly decouple the domestic targets from the nationally determined contribution, would the Minister consider deleting those other parts, or is there another program of work underway to amend the rest of the legislation to make it consistent with the policy objectives of this government? I want to move on now to the final schedule of the final schedule of the act, the new Part 6 that's being created. I'm just curious why the government chose to. It was like the government knew coming into this year that the emissions budgets were due at the end of the year. Why insert this section, and why delay the provision of this advice? One possible answer might be that the methane review, but that's not pushing. That doesn't change the targets. That could have been incorporated in the potential for the new targets under Part 6. So why change it altogether? And again, for my earlier question around the overseas units that are scattered throughout that section of legislation. Thank you.
I thank the member for the question. Actually, in regards to the question that the members noted around the schedule on why, I have actually previously answered that, but I'm happy just to reinforce the answer there. The practical reality is that under the status quo, the advice that we have received from the Climate Change Commission is based on the current target. We're changing the targets. As a result, we need to allow adequate time for the Climate Change Commission to prepare new advice so that we can consider that before considering any changes. There is simply no time available because we're here and now, and we would have a matter of weeks if we didn't allow an extension of that time. So hence that is the purpose of that point. In regards to, just to clarify, when I used the word decoupling, we're referring here to the accordance components within the requirements of the Act, and in effect the stipulation under clause 9.1, which is the clause reference that we were talking about here, is changing the legal minimum, and that is the accordance test, which, just to clarify the word decouple, that's the context in which I am using there. In regards to the questions around clauses 9, 2 and 3 and whether I have any intent to change that, the answer is no. So I hopefully that answers all of the points, including the schedule. Thank you.
Miles Anderson. So I was looking at you. And
Debate on this question now close.
the question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Have it, party vote.
A party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima nā pōti whakahe.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te pōti whakahe.
Maria Mino Kapakini.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 52. The question is agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to clause 6, new section 5X3D, to replace 2027 with 2026 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes agreed for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima nā pōti whaka-ai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whaka-ai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te pōti whaka-ai.
Maria Mino Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to clause 7, new section 5ZC 2B7 12, to insert the words with particular regard to maximising calorific efficiency be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Ayes have it, party vote.
Party votes called.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima nā pōti whaka-ai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whaka-ai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te pōti whaka-ai.
Maria Mino Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to clause 7, new section 5ZC 2B12, to insert the words with particular regard to the climatic conditions upon which that production relies be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima nā pōti whaka-ai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te pōti whaka-ai.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te pōti whaka-ai.
Maria Mino Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to Clause 7, new Section 5ZC 2B12, to insert the words "with particular regard to the incentives for progressing lower carbon food production methods" be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote. Party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to Clause 7, new Section 5ZC 2B12, to insert the words "with particular regard to long-term food sustainability challenges" be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Maria Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to Clause 7, new Section 5ZC 2B11, to insert new subparagraph 13 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
The party vote's called for.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to delete Clause 8 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Party vote. A party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to delete Clause 9 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Tāku Te Wheres.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment replacing clause 9 to replace accordance with alignment with in section 30GC2 of the Principal Act be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima na poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Taku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment replacing clause 9 to replace are in accordance with have regard to in section 30GC2 of the Principal Act be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te koa nā poti whakaai. Te koa marima nā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Taku Te Whereas.
Ko tahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Mino
1
Kapakingi.
vote in favour.
The ayes are 52, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment replacing clause 9 to replace paragraph A in section 30GC2 of the Principal Act with the emissions budget is the primary priority and the nationally determined contribution for New Zealand under the Paris Agreement that applies to is ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the principles and objects of the bill. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment replacing clause 9 to replace paragraph A in section 30GC2 of the Principal Act with the emissions budget and optionally the nationally determined contribution for New Zealand under the Paris Agreement that applies to be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Party vote. New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Francisco Hernandez's 2 remaining tabled amendments replacing clause 9 to replace section 30GC2 and paragraph A of that subsection are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with the principles and objects of the bill. Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendments to clause 10 are ruled out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that part 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Party vote.
Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
And 1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 51. The question is agreed to. We move to the schedule. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to the schedule, new clause 52B, to replace 31st March 2027 with 31st March 2026 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Vote.
Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Mariamino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to the schedule, new clause 50, to insert new subclause 4, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the schedule stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 opposed.
Taku Te Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 51. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to our final debate, which is on clauses 1 to 3, title, commencement and principal act. Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Madam Chair, I intend only to take one call in this part of the debate, this final part of the debate. And I'm taking the call just to speak to 2 amendment papers that I've put in suggesting alternative titles for this particular bill. One of them is, let's go with the easy one. I propose that instead of being called the 2050 target and other matters bill, it should be the reducing methane target and other matters. Look, this bill doesn't actually concern itself with the entire 2050 target. The 2050 target is currently 24 to 47% reduced methane below 2017 levels and net zero carbon on all other greenhouse gases. So that is part of the 2050 target. In actual fact, this bill concerns itself only with the methane target. So it would be rather more accurate to describe this bill as the reducing the methane target bill rather than the 2050 target. It's just a little bit too broadly set to be an accurate title. So that is the first amendment paper I've got sitting there, just to get a somewhat more accurate title for this bill. The other title I've proposed for is perhaps, well, it is more tendentious. But I think it accurately summarises what this bill does. And I propose that instead of being called the Climate Change Response 2050 Target and Other Matters Amendment Bill, it should be called the Climate Change Response Backtracking on Climate Amendment Bill. And I'm quite serious about this. What we have seen under this government is a whole series of actions that have walked our commitment on climate back and back and back and back and back and back and back some more. So it's just go on and go back, literary effect. So it's just that is exactly why I want to call it the backtracking on climate bill. And it's an important point. You know, for a long time there has been a bipartisan consensus on what to do about climate in this House. There was a hard-fought bipartisan consensus in the 2019 Zero Carbon Act. But this government, frankly, has walked away from that bipartisan consensus. For a long time we hoped we could hold it. But this bill is the nail in the coffin on that. And so I think that this bill should be called the Backtracking on Climate Bill. I'll have a little more to say about that in the third reading speech. But my first proposed amendment is a more accurate title. My second proposed amendment captures the spirit of this bill. This government is backtracking on climate.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too only intend to take one call in this part of the debate, and it really is, it's on clause 2 on the commencement of this legislation. I have some questions for the Minister. During scrutiny week, the Ministry for the Environment officials told MPs that they'd advise the Minister on ways that this legislation could be passed and give the public time to have their say. So I'd just like to know from the Minister why he elected to ignore that advice from his officials and use urgency as the way to do this. Of course, that goes directly to the commencement state. It is not clear either why these major policy changes have to be passed by the end of the year. There are some minor technical changes that you could argue need to be done by the 31st of December, but it would have been entirely possible to separate out the methane target change and the carbon market delinking that have no inherent timelines or deadlines within that, and separate that out and have separate pieces of legislation and therefore separate commencement dates for those pieces of legislation. So I'd just like to ask the Minister why he didn't separate out and why he didn't allow for proper scrutiny of such fundamental changes to law in New Zealand. If there's things he had to do before Christmas, I mean, it can't have been a drafting issue. It's about a 4-page bill that we've got before us. So why is it that this was announced some weeks ago, that this is coming? Why now is it being rushed in the second to last week of Parliament through urgency? Why didn't he follow his officials' advice and allow some time for some public scrutiny?
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Simon Watts.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for the questions. I'll start with the one in regards to the commencement date and what is the rationale. Well, as the member may be aware, very busy government on this side of the House. We've got a lot of legislation that is working its way through, and one of the changes does a requirement that needs to be in place by the 31st of December 2025, and the reality is we have a certain number of sitting days between now and then, and hence why we're here doing what we're doing. So I make no apology for that. In regards to the title suggestions made by the Honourable Dr Deborah Russell, the Government won't be considering those amendments.
The Honourable Rachel Brooking.
So the answer to why we're in urgency is because we're a very busy government. And he's nodding. So who cares about consultation or anything like that? Who cares about democracy? And yet we had a minister in that chair ask why the opposition were making this political. And that was remarkable and goes to some of my suggested name changes, that title changes rather, that would be more accurate than this 2050 target and other matters closed bracket. Because this change, this target change, is totally political, and that could be it. The 2050 totally political target change, and that would be more honest, Minister, don't you agree? About why we are here in urgency, because you're a very busy government. But we haven't had that. We've had all these weird excuses, something about science, something about being pragmatic, realistic. Realistic is the word used, but being realistic here is a head in the sand approach. So that's another suggestion. It's also a sign that this government is giving up on international agreements. We've had no comfort given by the Minister that in response to reducing the focus on methane, that there will be an increased focus on carbon and reducing that carbon down. So nothing there. So again, it's a giving up on international agreements. And my final suggestion is, I think, the most upsetting, and that goes to bipartisanship. When I came into this House with that Minister in 2020, we learnt about the Globe group of MPs who'd worked across the House to get this legislation through, Madam Speaker. And now what we've had is this Minister announce the changes, not try and engage in any bipartisanship about the changes, any formal bipartisanship, and so we just get this change. And I hear all those members, those backbench members muttering, and they were not here last term, just as I was not here in the term before when members got this across the line. And it is just so disappointing that this government just wants to take an arrogant, short-sighted approach once again. So my final suggestion, Madam Chair, is that it is the climate change response bracket, end of bipartisanship, close bracket amendment.
Lawrence Sunan.
Chair. I want to start by just asking the Minister a couple of questions on an often ignored clause in any legislation. That's the Principal Act. So I want to start with Clause 3, Principal Act, which understandably says this Act amends the Climate Change Response Act 2002. However, as the Minister and many members of this House would know, when it comes to statutory interpretation, we often, for any principal legislation or primary legislation, we look at the purpose clause. So if we are to amend the Climate Change Response Act 2002, I want to check with the Minister on a couple of questions first, which is, does the Minister think that this amendment bill fulfills the requirement of the purpose of the Principal Act, which is the Climate Change Response Act, particularly if we're looking at purpose, which is Section 3 of that particular act? It talks about limit the global average temperature increase to 1.5 Celsius above pre-industrial level. We have seen in the Minister's own regulatory impact statement that that is not going to happen with this piece of legislation. Therefore, we are already going against one clause of the purpose of the Principal Act. It also talks about assisting New Zealand to meet its 2050 target and emissions budget. I don't think that this is going to achieve that because, again, the Minister has changed that 2050 target. And finally, I think what's more important for the Minister, and just checking that the Minister in this case would be concerned about any judiciary challenge on this piece of legislation, which is in Clause 3, Subclause 2 of the Principal Act, which is a person who exercises a power or discretion or carries out a duty under this Act must exercise the power or discretion or carry out that duty in a manner that is consistent with the purpose of this Act. Does the Minister himself think that he has achieved that or has fulfilled a requirement that is his duty under the Principal Act with the introduction of this amendment bill? With that, I move on to the other clauses. So Clause 2, as we have heard previously from the Honourable Dr. Megan Wood and the Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell, that there is no reason for us to have to introduce this after royal assent. I think that if the Minister is truly wanting something out of, brings to the House under urgency, not going through a select committee stage, jeopardizing our international reputation as well as international obligation, I think the most prudent thing could have done is to actually delay the implementation of this even by a little bit, just to show that, you know what, we are going to give a serious consideration and there are other things we want to tease out before this needs to come into force. So I do have an amendment on this particular clause I want the minister to consider, which is to make this come into force either by ordering council or giving a specific deadline. And I think the date that I put down was 1st of January 2030. And finally, onto the title of the clause. I actually don't want to dwell too much on the title of the clause because I think the previous speakers have made excellent contributions on alternative titles. But I do want to check with the minister on the other factors that potentially will be considered. I do have wondered why the minister decided to choose 2050 target and other matters and not biogenic methane emissions reduction and other matters, which is one of the proposals I've made. But also, I think in terms of other titles, it is important for the title to reflect the amendment paper or the amendment bill itself. But what risk are we putting in to actually our natural environment, but also to our farmers? And you know, the other side of the house likes to talk about that. What's going to happen when we see increased risk of natural disasters as a result of global warming? So maybe a title will be increased natural disasters and other matters, amendment bill. Maybe the title could be insurance will price themselves out so no one can ever insure anything again against natural disasters, amendment bill, because that's going to be a huge liability, or even as simply as insurance liability and other matters, amendment bill.
Miles Anderson.
Debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for, Mr. Close.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote opposed.
Mare Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 51. The question is agreed to. The question is that Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to replace 2050 target and other matters with reducing methane target and other matters be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Mare Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to replace 2050 target and other matters with reduction of 2050 biogenic methane target and other matters be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Mare Mino Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez has tabled amendment to Clause 1 to replace 2050 target and other matters with emissions budgets, NDC decoupling and 2050 methane target be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. So, party votes called.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez has tabled amendment to Clause 1 to replace 2050 target and other matters with 2050 biogenic methane target and other matters be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez has tabled amendment to Clause 1 to replace 2050 target and other matters with 2050 methane target and other matters be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those to the contrary, please say no. Noes have it. Party vote has called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez has tabled amendment to Clause 1 to replace 2050 target and other matters with 2050 methane target revision and ETS decoupling be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez has tabled amendment to Clause 1 to replace 2050 target and other matters with emissions budgets, methane targets and commission changes be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mino Kapakini.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez has tabled amendment to Clause 1 to replace 2050 target and other matters with climate goals and climate commission functions be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Aye. Party votes called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mano Kapkingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to replace 2050 target and other matters with biogenic methane emissions reduction and other matters be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Party vote.
Party vote, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mano Kapkingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to replace 2050 target and other matters with biogenic methane emissions and other matters be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no? No. Oh, noes have it. The ayes have it. How do you vote, Mr Clerk?
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mano Kapkingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Honourable Dr Deborah Russell's remaining tabled amendment to Clause 1 is out of order as not being an objective description of the bill. Francisco Hernandez's 8 remaining tabled amendments to Clause 1 are ruled out of order as not being an objective description of the bill. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
A party vote.
A party vote is called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand first.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Mano Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 51. The question is agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to change the commencement to 1 April 2026 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no? No. Noes have it. A party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mano Kapkingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to change the commencement to 1 January 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote's called for, Mr Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wharis.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mano Kapkingi.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez's tabled amendment to Clause 2 to change the commencement to 1 April 2027 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no? No. The noes have it. Party votes called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote in favour.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Mano Kapki.
1 vote in favour.
The ayes are 51, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Francisco Hernandez has tabled amendment to clause 2 to change the commencement to the day after a pricing mechanism for biogenic methane emissions in agriculture comes into effect, as ruled out of order as referring to an indeterminate event and not providing sufficient certainty. Francisco Hernandez has tabled amendment to clause 2 to change the commencement to after the 2050 target review for biogenic methane emissions reductions as ruled out of order as referring to an indeterminate event and not providing sufficient certainty. Francisco Hernandez's remaining 3 tabled amendments and Dr Lawrence Zunan's 2 tabled amendments to clause 2 to change the commencement to a date after 2027 are ruled out of order as being contrary to the objects and principles of the bill. The question is that clause 2 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. The party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Mano Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 51. The question is agreed to. The question is that clause 3 stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. The noes have it.
Party vote.
Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
14 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
1 vote opposed.
Taku Te Wheres.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Mano Kapkingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 51. The question is agreed to. I will report this bill without amendment.
The House is resumed.
Mr Speaker, the committee has considered the Climate Change Response 2050 Target and Other Matters Amendment Bill and reports it without amendment. Mr Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for third reading immediately. The Honourable Simon Wants.
Move that the Climate Change Response 2050 Target and Other Matters Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Mr Speaker, this bill marks an important step in ensuring New Zealand's climate framework is fit for purpose. It delivers clarity for our farmers, it delivers clarity for our rural communities, and it does so by setting a methane target that is both scientific and practically achievable. The previous target created uncertainty and risk for our primary sector. This legislation addresses that by updating the biogenic methane component of the 2050 target to a range of 14 to 24% below 2017 levels. This new target is informed by science and continues to contribute to our international commitments and is feasible to achieve. The bill delivers 5 key changes. It resets the biogenic methane target to 14 to 24% below 2017 levels by 2050. It defers the 4th emissions budget. It removes the requirement for the ETS settings to accord with their nationally determined contributions. It legislates a review of the methane target in 2040. And lastly, it requires, and importantly requires, consideration of food production when setting emissions budgets.
Absolutely.
Madam Speaker, these changes are not just technical, they are practical. And they will give our farmers confidence about what is expected of them, support investment decisions, and ensure that New Zealand, importantly, continues to contribute to the global efforts to reduce emissions, but also, importantly, to increase productivity and food production to the world. Our commitments under the Paris Agreement remain unchanged. And this bill reinforces our reputation as a country that takes climate obligations seriously while also enabling economic growth. This legislation is about balance. It supports our climate goals without undermining jobs or our rural communities' prosperity. It positions New Zealand to lead and continue to lead around the world in sustainable food production and ensures that innovation, as it has always been a major contributing factor to our primary sector, continues to drive progress for our economy. Madam Speaker, lastly, I want to acknowledge my officials who have been significant in their contribution to this work, to the Independent Climate Change Commission, and also, importantly, to the Independent Methane Scientific Group, who have all contributed to this process. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Madam Speaker, let me traverse this government's record on climate change since shortly after they were elected. On the 3rd of December 2023, they cancelled the Lake Onslow project. On the 11th of December 2023, they discontinued the GIDI Fund, the Government Investment in Decarbonising Industry Fund. On the 14th of December 2023, they repealed the Clean Car Discount. On the 14th of December as well, they also announced they would repeal the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. Had a big impact on nitrous. On the 1st of January 2024, that was the date that the Clean Car Discount formally ended. On the 14th of January 2024, they cancelled Auckland Light Rail. On the 16th of January 2024, they announced they'd remove the exemption for owners of light electric vehicles and plug-in hybrids from paying road user charges. On the 4th of March 2024, they announced a draft government policy statement on land transport which deprioritised decarbonisation. On the 6th of March 2024, they cancelled the Auckland Regional Fuel Tax, which was used in part to fund public and active transport in Auckland. On the 21st of March 2024, they announced plans for higher road speeds, which increase fuel consumption and carbon emissions. On the 21st of March, that same day, they announced that it would actually increase road speed limits. On the 28th of March 2024, they passed that legislation requiring light vehicles and plug-in hybrids to pay road user charges. On the 6th of April 2024, they announced that they would appoint an independent panel to review the methane target. On the 16th of April 2024, they announced they'd reduce barriers to consenting for coal mining. On the 30th of May 2024, the budget came out and it showed that it would increase the country's emissions by about 2.8 megatons of carbon. And included in that was cuts to the Climate Emergency Response Fund. The $900 million there was returned to the General Fund. They cancelled the Environmental Legal Assistance Fund, and they started to use the waste levy for purposes beyond reducing waste. On the 31st of May 2024, they stopped funding for free public transport for children and half-price fares for young people. On the 9th of June 2024, they announced they would amend the Crown Minerals Act to reverse the ban on new offshore oil and gas exploration permits. On the 11th of June 2024, they announced that they would put in legislation so that agricultural emissions would not go into the ETS. On the 27th of June 2024, the government policy statement on land transport was published, and it shifted away from direct transport decarbonisation initiatives. On the 9th of July 2024, the government announced it would reduce the clean car importer standard. On the 17th of July, they reduced their draft emissions plan, which showed that the buffer to meet the first and second emissions budgets would be decreased markedly. Carrying on the 15th of July 2024, we first learned that the Minister of Climate Change had stated that, in reference to our nationally determined contribution 1, that while the government was committed to them, you can't infer that means we're going to be writing a cheque for the gap. You can't and should not infer that. In other words, we're not going to pay. On the 26th of August 2024, the Minister for Energy and Resources announced that the government had committed to acting with urgency to reverse the ban on offshore oil and gas. On the 12th of September 2024, there was an article in Carbon News in which the Minister for Climate Change stated that it was unrealistic for New Zealand to purchase overseas carbon credits to meet the nationally determined contribution 1. On the 25th of September 2024, legislation reinstating offshore petroleum exploration was introduced to Parliament. On the 23rd of October 2024, the First Amendment Bill to the Resource Management Act was amended and it included making consenting for coal mines easier. On the 6th of November 2024, the government announced that it was going to remove regulations for low emissions building and replace them with a voluntary approach. On the 12th of December 2024, the government reduced its second emissions reduction plan, and then it showed only a 3.2 megatonne reduction over 5 years to 2030. So in January 2025, this government announced its second nationally determined contribution. It was supposed to be the contribution which we could manage with the most possible ambition, and what was it? A mere 1% increase in our targets. On the 8th of April 2025, the government announced it would discontinue and wind down the New Zealand Green Investment Fund. On the 21st of April 2025, the government decided not to put a price on international maritime climate pollution. On the 22nd of May, in the budget that year, the government announced a fossil fuel subsidy and a $200 million co-investment in oil and gas, in climate gas, and it halved New Zealand's overseas climate financing from $250 million to $100 million. On the 25th of June 2025, the government withdrew from the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance. On the 31st of July 2025, the Parliament passed a Crown Minerals Amendment Act to repeal the 2018 ban on offshore oil and gas exploration. On the 1st of October 2025, the government announced decisions it had made for the energy sector, which included doubling down on fossil fuel energy, including building a natural gas import facility and subsidising gentailers for new coal and gas-fired generation, and re-announcing a subsidy. On the 12th of October 2025, the government announced that it was going to reduce, in fact halve, New Zealand's legislated 2050 climate target. On the 17th of October 2025, New Zealand abstained from voting on putting a price on shipping emissions. That's right. On the 22nd of October 2025, the government announced widespread amendments to the climate-related disclosures regime. On the 4th of November 2025, the government announced that it was delaying the 2025 deadline for a carbon-neutral public service from 2025 to 2050. On 17 November 2025, the government announced changes to the Clean Car Standard, including reducing the Clean Car Standard charges by nearly 80%. On the 4th of December 2025, the government announced that it would not follow any of the Climate Commission's recommendations on target amendments under the CCRA. On the 12th of December 2025, the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement to the day, and although it's the 9th of December in this place, out there it's the 12th of December, this government has walked back on methane. This is a record of climate failure by that government. That is why we do not support this bill. The second reason why we do not support this bill is that that government has abandoned bipartisanship on climate. This House worked hard to build a consensus. This House worked extraordinarily hard to make sure we could agree on climate goals, to set some targets, to give some certainty out there. And in fact, when we were talking with federated farmers, with Beef and Lamb, with Dairy New Zealand earlier this year, the message we got from them loud and clear was that they needed certainty. That government has totally abandoned the prospect of certainty because it would not be bipartisan about climate. I say to the chair and the CEO of Federated Farmers, to the chair and the CEO of Beef and Lamb, to the chair and the CEO of Dairy New Zealand, you're good people. But you lined up behind the minister when he announced these changes. And you lined up by a minister who had abandoned bipartisanship. You cannot be certain anymore because that government has abandoned certainty around climate because it has abandoned bipartisanship. That is another reason we cannot support this bill. We were not given any say of it. That government walked away from the strong history of bipartisanship on climate just like that. And then they have introduced this particular change was done without any consultation with the public. In the minister's own regulatory impact statement from his own officials, they talked about doing consultation through a standard select committee process. But what have we had? We have had this bill go through the Parliament in a matter of hours with no select committee process. This has been an outrageous approach to climate legislation. Doing it in a rush, doing it without consultation, doing it without a proper select committee process, not even a fast select committee process. There was no select committee process whatsoever. It is an appalling process. We do not and cannot support this bill.
Speaker.
Steve Abel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There are many critiques of this bill, but one of the myths that is frequently repeated by this government and in fact by the agricultural sector and the dairy sector over time is that New Zealand feeds the world. We do not feed the world, Madam Speaker. We produce a surplus of predominantly meat and dairy products that we export to make money. If New Zealand's primary concern was with providing calorific value and nutrition to human bodies, we would not have the lowlands covered in dairy cows, Madam Speaker. We would be growing grains and nuts and legumes because in terms of a climate intensity, a water efficiency and a nutritional value, it would be a far, far more efficient way of producing food for human bodies. And what is more, 95% of the dairy production we do is for export, and a vast volume of it is simply milk powder that goes as micro-ingredients in a multitude of non-nutritious foods, confectionaries and the like. So let me say here and put it clearly on the record, New Zealand is not concerned with actually feeding the world, and I wish that we were more concerned with feeding the world as well as feeding ourselves in a more effective manner. If we were concerned with food security, Madam Chair, we would not have the Canterbury Plains covered in dairy cows, because we could be producing more of even the food that we consume domestically. I actually think the addition to this piece of legislation, one of the good things about it is the consideration of food production, so long as the scope is sufficiently large enough that it takes into account what is the most efficient way to produce food for human bodies with minimal impact on the climate and on our waterways, for example. The other thing that this bill does is it obsesses with biogenic methane. Why does it do that? It does that because of the heavy influence of that most influential sector on the national government, certainly and probably the ACT Party and New Zealand First Party, the dairy industry. They are fixated on methane because it's their biggest emission problem. And this bill denies the fundamental fact that the easiest way to deal with reducing our methane emissions is land use change. They don't want land use change because they don't want a reduction. You would think that the only food type in the National Party is dairy. I'm talking about, that's right. He's got it, cheese. This bill, as my colleague says, breaks the consensus on climate change. Now, I was a consensus sceptic, to be fair, Madam Speaker. I was a consensus sceptic because I predicted that this is exactly what would happen when you had a change of government. That you would have this reactionary right-wing crew who'd come in and lead into the climate denialism of the likes of the Trump administration, which we have in spades, to be fair, at either ends of that right side of the House. The ACT Party and the New Zealand First Party love saying drill, baby, drill, and casting scepticism on climate. And they have here backed out of that consensus. But as my colleague Francisco Hernandez points out, that rightly means that we are in a new space. When there's a change of government, we're not going to seek consensus. We're going to do what needs to be done to make this planet livable. Because the existential challenge of climate change, is coming at us like a freight train, Madam Speaker. And, well, you see, there's the denialism right there. I love it. Thank you for affirming the perception. The other thing, Madam Speaker, that this does, apart from obviously lowering our ambition, is that it decouples the emissions trading scheme from our nationally determined contribution. In layperson's terms, that means that the target that we have as a nation that we commit to and let the rest of the world know about, our nationally determined contribution, is now separated from what is supposedly the primary mechanism by which we achieve that contribution, the emissions trading scheme. Why would we separate those things? It is nonsensical. Noting, of course, that our biggest emissions contributing sector, the agricultural sector, mainly the dairy industry, is not even in the emissions trading scheme. So there is no actual bringing of that polluting sector into that scheme to create the market incentives for that sector to become more efficient. This government purports to be concerned with the market, and they say their primary mechanism for achieving our ambitions and our goals is the emissions trading scheme. Yet they don't bring our most polluting sector into that emissions trading scheme. And here in this legislation, they separate the ETS from the nationally determined contribution. Nonsensical. Another way to undermine the actual structure set out by which we achieve the challenge of doing our bit in addressing this global challenge of climate change. And to that point, the story we hear all the time that justifies us not doing our bit is that we are small. Because we contribute relatively little to global pollution, therefore we should do the bare minimum. Maybe we should do nothing at all, Madam Speaker. But in fact, if you look at the emissions intensity of New Zealand on a per capita basis, we are in the top 5 biggest polluting nations in the world in terms of climate change emissions. And I appreciate the silence from the other side of the House, because that is something we should be embarrassed about and ashamed of. We should be thinking about what we are doing to deal with how we are producing so many emissions per capita and actually being the worst example in the world of how to deal with this challenge. Where is the Anzac spirit, Madam Speaker? Where is the Anzac spirit which says, though we are small, we will do our bit? I can imagine Minister Watts at the time of the rise of fascism in Europe, when it came to the call for the world to come and take action, Minister Watts might have said, well, we're only a little country, we can't really do much, it's kind of out of our hands, and so we're not going to bother to participate. That is the attitude of the right wing to climate change, which for context is a far, far bigger challenge to planetary survival and thriving than a war. And another point, Madam Speaker, is that in terms of the question of food production, the front line of the worst impacts of climate change are food producers, are farmers, are rural people. And Simon Court can make light of those massive, horrendous, slash-laden floods that hit the Esk Valley and the extreme weather events that hit West Auckland and the increasing frequency of droughts, the increasing frequency of extreme weather events, the risk of sea level rise, tidal inundation. He can make light of that, but the fact is that is the biggest single threat to the ability of us as a humanity to produce food. As the decades go by, it will become harder and harder to do that because of climate change. And if we lower our ambition and we send a message to the world that everyone can lower their ambition, then we lock ourselves into higher and higher levels of global heating that mean a much worse impact on our children and our grandchildren at the end of this century. And to deny that methane, that superheating gas, is the quick means for us to rapidly cut global heating impacts is to deny the obvious science of climate change. Because this legislation locks in the debunked science of no additional warming. It actually puts it in law. This thing cooked up by the beef and the dairy industry to justify them doing nothing. It is a shameful day for New Zealand today, and we disdain this legislation.
The member's time has expired. Before we move on, I need to put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. Members, it is now time for us to leave for the dinner break. The House is suspended until 7 p.m.
The House has resumed. It's a shame that members did not recognise the man in the gallery. So before the dinner break, we were on the Climate Change 2050 Target and Other Matters Amendment Bill, and we're up to call number 4, which is an ACT Party call. Simon Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ACT Party will support this bill. We believe it's a practical, science-based, common sense reform, setting the 2050 target for methane in a much more sensible direction. My colleague Andrew Hoggard already made the case at first reading for the policy, but I do just want to point out that during the course of the debate we've heard some absolutely farcical arguments from the opposition that I must address. Firstly, I just ask the opposition when it comes to climate change to cool it, and actually to find a copy of Bjorn Lomborg's book, Cool It, The Sceptical Environmentalist's Guide to Global Warming, and take a chill pill, all you climate apocalyptics. Actually, we have the right policy settings. We have a great climate minister. I mean, some might describe him as the Rudolf Nureyev of climate, the way that he pivots and turns and makes sure that New Zealand's always facing in the right direction. But essentially, ACT supports this bill. It's going in the right direction. This government is doing exactly what it was elected to do, fixing what matters. Thank you very much.
Honourable Mark Patterson.
Madam Speaker, tonight the Coalition Government keeps its promise to farmers. We are unshackling our agricultural sector from non-scientific methane targets, unscientific and punitive. Madam Speaker, in this country we do many great things in our economy, and we have a large travel industry and a great tourism portfolio. We marvel at the likes of Zespri and Rocket Lab and the things that they are doing. But the undisputable truth about this country is it's the one internationally competitive industry that we have, or the one competitive advantage we have at scale, is turning grass into protein. And I've heard some arguments over here that we should turn the whole place into macadamia nuts or whatever. The truth is other countries can do those things as well as not better than us. No one in the world can turn grass into protein, dairy products, meat, and the best strong wool in the world as well as we can. We have been doing it since 1882 when the Dunedin sailed out of Port Chalmers in Dunedin with that first frozen shipment of meat. It underpins every New Zealander's standard of living, $40 billion from that pastoral sector. Every school, every hospital is funded in part by the returns that come from that sector. Our ability as a country to have a first world standard of living essentially relies on these industries. We will not punish those industries. We will not condemn them when they are the most carbon efficient in the world. So this bill, we've made the decision to go to no additional warming, and we have had the science to do it. We've credible international experts. We know that 14 to 24 degrees is what we have to achieve. Our farmers will do it. They are the best in the world. You only have to look at the way they're adapting to the collar technology at the moment. We will have that figured out and have got it figured out before the rest of the farmers in the world get out of bed. So this is a sensible measure. It's a promise kept, and we absolutely support this bill. Thank you.
This is a split call. Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rise to take a call on the third reading of this bill. Look, I just wanted to begin by apologising to any Green members who might be tuning in. This speech will not be my best work. The truth is I've worn myself out and expended my energy drafting the 150 amendment papers that we ended up drafting for this bill. Well, and I wanted to thank particularly my assistant Georgie for her assistance in drafting that, and also my colleague Dr. Lawrence Zunan for making sure that we're helping hold this government to account as they try and kill the climate consensus that was long hard worked for around this country without any select committee process, without any public input, and without any ability for the public to meaningfully submit or influence the policy of direction. And look, I also wanted to apologize to my colleague, Steve Abel. We were actually on the opposite sides of the debate in 2019. He was on the skeptic side of the debate. He correctly identified a fact that I didn't, and he correctly predicted that that actually the climate consensus in this country was never going to last, that the parties of the right would never resist the short-term temptation to smash the targets that were agreed via cross-party consensus, that they would bend to short-term expediency and actually not live up to what a conservative party is supposed to do, which is to resist the direction of travel in either extreme. But unfortunately, we don't really have a conservative party in this country. And that is a shame. And I wanted to, appeal to the people who did vote for the National Party in good faith. I wanted to appeal to the people who were taken in by the promises of the National Party not to change the legislation, by the promises of the National Party to stick by the climate change targets that they themselves voted and pledged for. Unfortunately, the party of Ki that signed the original Paris Agreement and signed up to our first nationally determined contribution, and that was originally linked to the emissions trading scheme, and the party of Todd Muller is no more. This is a party that's willing to compromise everything for power. This is a party that's not willing to actually be a conservative party, and this is a party that will do whatever it takes. Now, I just wanted to close with the last 2 minutes by giving some home truths, and I think I think members really need to reflect the reality of what the international situation is. That like nobody internationally really cares about New Zealand's excuses. Nobody overseas really cares about why we have a split gas target. All they're going to see is that this is a government that is walking back on their international climate change commitments by walking down. And look, I think I really respect how hard the members opposite fight for their interpretation of what it's like to fight for their core constituency, the farming constituency. But unfortunately for them, and unfortunately for the farmers in New Zealand, the farmers overseas will also have strong advocates and strong champions in their parliament as well. And they're going to notice that, in the meantime, while New Zealand is walking down their climate change commitments and watering down their targets for methane emission reductions, their parliaments are actually increasing their ambition. And this is the real reason, Madam Speaker, why none of the ministers really wanted to fully engage with a trade argument. It's not that they're not cognizant of the risks. It's just that they're hoping that if they can close their eyes and shut their ears, they can pretend that nothing bad is going to happen. And that's the reason why they refuse to release the documents that they've redacted quite deeply under the OIA. And that's why they've refused to actually meaningfully engage with their reality. Because they know that what they're doing actually risks New Zealand's economy. You know what that they're doing is risking our reputation, and they've torched our safe climate future, and they'll torch our economy with it as well. Thank you.
Catherine Weird.
This is a great day for New Zealand agriculture, where we respect our hard-working farmers, where we're going to say we're working alongside you, we're working with you, we're reducing our methane targets so we can all get ahead our economy. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. Speaker.
Honourable Dr. Megan Woods.
Madam Speaker, 10 years ago today, in real time, the national government of the day signed New Zealand up to the Paris Agreement. It signed New Zealand up with a series of targets. The work that happened under there actually meant that New Zealand could stand proud and say that we had reached political consensus around what we were doing about climate action. And today, with that legislation, is the day that bipartisanship dies. This is a day when the government, the national-led government, is pulling that apart, taking away the uncertainty that we know that the country has been wanting. From civil society to the business sector to the farming sector, people wanted certainty, to know that whoever was in government when we were tackling something as big as climate change, there was going to be consistency. Tonight, the national government is pulling the threads of that fabric apart and ripping that up. And that is to New Zealand's detriment. To hear members of this House have stood up like the Speaker that's just sat down and said, today is a great day for New Zealand agriculture. No, it isn't. Today is the day that the government puts at risk our market access to some of our most lucrative markets for our agricultural products, that it puts at risk that access to the EU. It puts at risk that access to the UK. And when asked the Minister whether he would release that advice around what he got in terms of trade advice and MFAT, crickets. The Minister wasn't willing to inform the House or the New Zealand public on what that advice he received on the possible implications for our trade as an agricultural nation. What the Minister has had to release is actually he had advice from his officials that the option that is chosen in this legislation is going to contract our economy. This is going to make it more expensive for people to heat their homes. This is going to make it more expensive for industry to run. This is going to make transport more expensive in New Zealand. And the Minister has not fronted up to this House and has not had an adequate debate about that. around what that economic advice was and what this meant more broadly in terms of our economy. This legislation does two things. This legislation not only resets our methane target and waters it down, and a minister that either wouldn't or couldn't explain the science behind why the shift was happening. When questioned, the minister seemed not to understand. I hope he was deliberately obfuscating, because it scares me a lot if we have a climate minister that simply doesn't understand the science of what he is doing and the implications of that science, and could not explain to this House what the interface with the political decision making around those scientific targets was. That is a truly frightening day for New Zealand if that is the level of understanding that our climate minister has when it comes to those things. So not only does it shift and weaken that target, but what it also does, Madam Speaker, is that it decouples the ETS from our nationally determined contribution. It says we're not going to link together the price that we that is set on carbon with what we need to achieve in terms of our international commitments. Now, this is a government that has said that they're putting all their eggs in the ETS basket. They don't believe, it is their political belief, that they don't believe in other measures. They cancelled those other measures in their first mini-budget. The things that were funded through the Climate Emergency Response Fund, and said, no, we're going to lean so heavily on the emissions trading scheme. The mere release and press statement that the minister put out that this legislation was going to be tabled in the House crashed the price of carbon. That the day he made that announcement that this was attention, we saw that price of carbon absolutely tumble to a point where it is not going to shift anything. It is not a tool for decarbonisation. The government seems to mistake the ETS, which is a tool, as a strategy, but it's not even a tool with what the government has done to it and the way they've stripped it apart, and it certainly isn't a strategy. So what we are left with is either a government that is going to pay other countries to decarbonise, and no, we're not, we've heard this from there. So the other option is they're going to walk away from our Paris commitments, and what they won't release is the MFAT advice around what that will do to our trading arrangements, what that will do to our market access into some of our most lucrative markets, the kinds of markets that the Honourable Damien O'Connor went and negotiated free trade agreements and made sure that we could have access for our agricultural products. So the naive posturing and rhetoric that we have heard from opposition members that get up and say this is a great day for agriculture show they need to actually do some reading beyond the speech notes they get from the leader's office, that there are some serious implications for what is going to happen to the New Zealand economy. Not only will it contract, but we are putting at risk the very thing that they are touting is the backbone of our economy, and we don't disagree. Our agricultural products having market access is incredibly important for New Zealand, and what we are seeing with this piece of legislation is that puts it at risk. The minister, as well as not willing to go through a full committee, a Senate committee process with this, despite the fact his officials came to scrutiny week only the week before and said they'd given him advice about how he could bring these elements and take them for public consultation and have them passed, the minister chose not to do that. Instead, the minister chose to bring this to the House in urgency when there was no reason. There's some very technical amendments that you could argue need to be passed by the 31st of December, but certainly changing our methane targets and decoupling the ETS from our nationally determined contribution, they're not changes that have to be made by the 31st of December. There is no earthly reason why they couldn't have gone through and had a committee process. The minister said it's because they're a hard-working government. I think it's they're a disorganised government that can't handle their legislative program, so they're having to throw all this legislation into the last week before Christmas, and because of their disorganisation, we are putting some big things at risk. Not only is it that the public shut out of having their say on really important legislation, but there isn't time for adequate examination. Now, the advice that the minister got from his officials around what he was doing with decoupling the ETS was there wouldn't be a cost. Instead, what happened when he made the announcement, the price crashed. And the reality of the price crashing means hundreds of millions of dollars of lost revenue for the government. The fact that he wasn't getting advice from his officials around that probably suggests having some wider public input into that would have been a sensible thing, because this is economically reckless, what is happening there. It certainly is reckless in terms of what we need to do on climate action, but for the things it purports to do, it puts far too much at risk. It puts jobs at risk, it puts our climate goals at risk, and it puts our future at risk, because either the government is going to walk away from our international commitments, which Nicola Willis confirmed when she came to Select Committee last week, which puts our market access at risk. So this government needs to come clean. They have no strategy, they have no plan, they are taking us backwards, and they are creating economic risk which New Zealanders simply cannot afford.
Grant McCullum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this has been a great week for the farming community of this country as we dial back the war on farmers from the last government. And as part of those promises, we're delivering methane targets that are realistic, and I commend this bill to the House.
This is a split call. Camilla Bellich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A pleasure to be able to take a call on what is a reprehensible bill that is taking New Zealand backwards, as other colleagues have talked about. Climate change, if you go into any school and you talk to them about what is the major issue that they are concerned about, and I guarantee you the vast majority of them will say something about climate change. And that's not because... That's not because that's not the reason. The reason is because they are aware that the future that they will inherit will be affected, as the present we are at the moment, by climate change. And my emergency management
There's far too much noise to my right.
In my role as the Labour spokesperson from emergency management, regretfully, I've had to go around to a number of places in the country that have been affected by severe weather events. And the evidence that we've seen at Select Committee when we've scrutinised NEMA is that these events are getting more common. And so we can't ignore the fact that climate change is here. It's affecting our communities. It's affecting the communities that we're a part of. It's affecting other New Zealanders, and it's only going to get worse. And, Madam Speaker, that should be enough to take action and not roll back standards. But in addition to that, we have also committed in a bipartisan way to international agreements that uphold our commitment towards reducing our climate emissions. And the government says, in some of the questions that I've been here for a lot of the committee stage as well for this bill, noting that we haven't had a select committee process on this, and they say that and if you look at the regulatory impact statement, you'll see, does this bill give effect to New Zealand's action in relation to an international treaty? And it says no, and that is a shame, Madam Speaker, because when you look at the EU free trade agreement, when you look at the UK free trade agreement, when you look at the Paris Agreement, you'll see that New Zealand has commitments to these international agreements that require us to take action around climate change. And the fact that this bill is rolling some of those commitments back is extremely concerning. Now, we've heard a lot of rhetoric trying to paint this side of the House as against farmers, and I know, Madam Speaker, that you will know that that's absolutely incorrect, because there are many people in New Zealand, no matter what their politics, who are involved with farming, have histories of farming, and know very much from the engagement that we have for farmers that there are so many farmers who are very concerned about the effects of climate change, want to do their bit, want to live up to the reputation that we should have of being the most efficient farmers in the world, and being cutting edge in relation to reducing carbon emissions as well. So I wholeheartedly reject any type of culture war that this is tried to be initiated by the other side of the House. We know that we have amazing farmers in New Zealand, but this bill is not supporting them to do their job. It is actually taking us backwards. And when you look at the regulatory impact statement, you'll see one of the few things that it says here is that the Minister of Climate Change proposes to progress an amendment to remove the requirement for New Zealand emissions trading scheme settings to accord with nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. So this is affecting the Paris Agreement. anything to the contrary is just not reading what is directly in front of us. And another thing I think is really important to focus on, I don't have as long as the other speakers to make a contribution today, but there's the consultation. Again and again, when you look through the documents that we are meant to refer to in order to make decisions and scrutinise the worth of this bill, you will see that there is no consultation. And then we look at the limitations and constraints on analysis. The main limitation on the analysis in this paper is there's been no public consultation on this proposal. Now, not only has there been no public consultation, there has been no select committee process. And after this third reading, it is very likely that this bill will become a law without one of the major parts of our country and our democracy being able to participate in this. So there is, here again, just if I can quickly point you to under section 2, there's also concern that the potential scale of the impacts have not been able to be considered under the regulatory impact statement because of the timescale given. Madam Speaker, this is a rushed bill. It takes New Zealand backwards. There hasn't been consultation, and it is not going to achieve what we know that we need to achieve in New Zealand, which is to take our climate commitments seriously, to take our international agreements that we've signed up to seriously, and actually look to be leading in emissions. We don't need to be playing culture wars and saying that one side is for farmers and one side isn't. We all are for farmers, and we're all for bringing down emissions, or we should be. And that's certainly what we stand for on this side of the House. Bipartisan work together towards reducing emissions for the future of New Zealand and the future of our planet. I do not commend this bill to the House.
Dana Kirkpatrick. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, I rise to just take a short call on this bill and to just remind everybody why we are having this conversation. It is about our farmers. It is about clarity and making sure that they can understand where we're heading, and I commend the bill to the House.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Thank you. That was an interesting start to that very short speech, that she was reminding us why we're here. I'd like to do the same, Madam Speaker, but I might have a slightly different view. Might go for a little bit longer as well, Madam Speaker. So why are we here? Let's look at that. We know that in a parliament that, Madam Speaker, you were part of, I was not, there was a lot of work to agree on what it is that we can do to reduce our climate pollution. And that, Madam Speaker, is because everybody agreed climate change is a real thing. We're not having arguments about that. We just heard from Labour's emergency spokesperson. We know very much the problems of climate change. Everybody in the Parliament, apart from the ACT Party, wanted to do something about it. And they worked really hard to do that. And I've listened to a number of valedictories in this House, which I know most of the people on the other side of the House won't have listened to. And they came from parties from around Parliament, members from around Parliament, who were so proud of the work that they did together because they wanted a better world, a safe world for their children and grandchildren, Madam Speaker. And that is why we have what we call the Zero Carbon Act. And we know, after the signing of the Paris Agreement earlier than that, we know in New Zealand that New Zealand has taken this unusual approach, and one other country does as well, that has a split gas approach, because New Zealand is unusual in terms of our emissions profile. Whilst we haven't had the heavy industry that other countries have had, we have had a lot of agriculture, and it's not that has been the issue to get us to our position where we're at, is because we deforested, Madam Speaker. We cut down all our trees and then we replaced them with pasture, and we've heard a lot about this pasture tonight and how it gets turned into protein, and that is very true. But Madam Speaker, there was an agreement that we'd have this split gas approach, so that is carbon and all other gases except for biogenic methane. Not all methane, just biogenic methane. And that is because New Zealand's, the graph of where New Zealand's emissions come from, a huge proportion comes from biogenic methane. And that is an unusual mix compared with other countries. And so we have the zero carbon target for the other gases, but not for biogenic methane, because biogenic methane made from ruminating, is a difficult thing to to decrease, because that is how ruminants work. And there's lots of science going into how you can do bits and pieces that decrease 1% here and there, and that is great that that work is happening. And if you change the pasture and the feed, if you change the eco-ponds, there's lots of different things that can happen. But fundamentally, biogenic methane is always going to be a difficult thing if you want to get your protein through ruminants. So, we had this agreement, and the target was set for the reduction of biogenic methane from the 2017 levels. And we know that 24% is in that number. That's at the lower end of it. And now, what this government wants to do, in all stages urgency, Madam Speaker, without any bipartisan support, they want to make it so that the 24 goes from being at the bottom of the scale to the top of the scale for that reduction. And they are telling us that that is because of the science. But Madam Speaker, that is not why we are here tonight. We are here tonight for the other reason that members across have said multiple times. We're here because farmers asked them to change it. They've made a political calculation that those farmers are important, more important than the general voters who did not know that this was coming and have not had an opportunity to be consulted on it, and that they will change it. That is the reason we are here. We are here for very basic politics, Madam Speaker. It is nothing to do with science, Madam Speaker. Now, someone's saying campaign for it. ACT may well have campaigned for this. National did not. Now, if you are taking a science-based approach and you say, well, it's not feasible, or whatever word they're using, something that means not feasible, for farmers to reduce the biogenic methane, it's not practical, we're going to change it. If you still say we want to meet those zero carbon commitments, you can still do it, Madam Speaker. But you have to look at the whole budget. So that means if you're not going to put so much effort into reducing biogenic methane, you have to put a whole lot more effort into reducing carbon and nitrous oxide and fluorides and other gases. And this has come up in a number of speeches, Madam Speaker, but I want to make the point again that this government is doing no such thing. There are no reductions in carbon. And I hear the Assignment Court saying plants need carbon to grow. So I take from that ACT's position is against any reductions in carbon. And that is consistent. That is a consistent position with everything that this national-led government and this national climate change minister has done. And that is that they have removed all the policies, Madam Speaker, to reduce carbon emissions. All the policies. We heard from Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell, sounded like it could be a Christmas carol. She went through with the dates of all the announcements that this government has made to change the policies that were there to reduce carbon. And what this means is that we will just have more climate pollution, Madam Speaker. That is what this government wants to do for our grandchildren, for our children, for ourselves, for those people in New Zealand who live in areas that are already affected by climate change. And I very much hope that voters are watching this and listening to it, that rather than engaging in debate, there's just all these little slogans about farmers and how anybody who disagrees with them is just anti-farmers and it's a war on farmers. Well, what we have, Mr. Speaker, is we have a war on sensible conversations and grown-up policy making. That is what is happening. That is where the war is. The Minister was asked time and time again, what is this going to do for our economy, Mr. Speaker? What is this going to do for our trade agreements? We know that there's been advice on those trade agreements, but have we seen that advice? No, we have not seen that advice. So we are left to presume that this change is a change that is going to mean that we are not going to meet our climate emission pollution targets, Mr. Speaker, that we are going to be in breach of our international commitments, Mr. Speaker. And how embarrassing is that for a little country with totally reliant on international agreements and the international rules being followed, we're just going, oh, well, we're just a little player, and those big boys, some of them might not be playing by the rules either, so we're not going to. Well, that line of argument does not work for New Zealand, because we are here at the bottom of the world and we are not a major world power, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased that there is some agreement on the other side, that at least we can agree that New Zealand is not a major world power. And that means that we are reliant on working with other countries in good faith, and that when we just go about breaching those agreements, then they will notice. Oh, and someone says, no, we haven't. The result of these changes, combined with everything else that this government has done to allow more climate pollution, means that we will not meet those agreements. That is what this government is doing. They want more climate pollution. It's going to cost everybody in this country and the world, and shame on them.
Ryan Hamilton.
What a terrible speech that was. That was depressing. Mr. Speaker, this is about a pragmatic bill. It's positive, the economy is growing, the future is bright, we're fixing the basics and building the future.
The Honourable Penny Hinade, Te Pāti Māori call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear a lot about farmers, and some of the most successful farms in this country are run by Māori. And Māori also have a very unique view on the taiao and the world, the environment that we live in, the environment that we do business in. They want to make sure that, yes, we can still be successful farmers while looking after our environment, while looking after the things that are precious to our businesses, our economy, but more importantly, to our future generations. In setting targets, we make sure that we can work hard to achieve those targets. And I know the National Party in particular go all out in speaking about how they set targets, and that's they're target focused, target oriented, and yet here we are, clearly laughing in the face of an agreement that was set in stone by this House, something that we all agreed on would be good for our future. And that was the bipartisan nature of the work that was done. What I want to say to government members is, when they talk about being climate responsible and making sure that we can look after the future, I agree with my colleague. When you go and talk to our young people, they care about the climate. They care about the climate. They respect that we have an economy that's predominantly driven by primary products. They accept that too, but they care about our environment. And when I talk about Māori farmers, in fact, we spoke to a couple today who are pretty unaware about what's going on here, but they share concerns about why it's important that this House, and in particular the government members, need to have a look at how Māori do farming. Have a look at their long-term strategic plans of 50, 80 and 100 years, and you will see at the heart of it is actually the environment. Because looking after the environment means you have good farming. Means you have good farming. And what this government has done is remove a long-term view from this country, and indeed, like they have done on so many other policy issues, we are now the laughing stock of the world. We are. They look at New Zealand and they say, look what they're doing. They're winding back all of these good things that the world took on as a challenge. They're winding back Indigenous rights. Just recently, we heard it from the UN, winding back all of these things And now this government's continuing to do it when we look towards the climate and the environment. Mr. Speaker, it is a sad day that this is happening. It is sad when strong, robust policy discussions are simply taken off the table. And I agree with my colleagues, some of the sloganeering that we heard throughout this entire debate were the ones that we saw during some of the campaign. In fact, we've seen it for some time from parties on that side of the House. And ultimately, there's no substance. Ultimately, when they come in here, they'll say one thing out there, come in here and do something different. And that's the problem with this bill, Mr. Speaker. That's why we can't support this bill. My colleagues did a fantastic job of prosecuting through the Committee of the Whole this bill with the Minister, who continued to just brush it off. And in fact, I take umbrage to a number of his comments during that session where he said, well, I think it's out of scope. Well, that's not his job. It's the Chair's job to determine that. And the Minister continued to not answer simple questions. So, we've got some big challenges now ahead of us, and we want to say to all of our public, our whānau, everyone around the country, this side of the House takes the environment seriously. This side of the House takes our international obligations seriously. This side of the House will make sure that we can continue to protect our environment for our people, for our tamariki, and for our future. And we can still have a strong economy. We can still have a strong economy, Mr. Speaker. So it is a sad day. And once again, here we are in urgency on what is a very important bill just being rammed through. The reason we spoke with those Māori farmers today was just to highlight to them what's going on. They said this government hasn't spoken to them. They're saying that, oh, that doesn't sound like the right thing to do. We can still have good, strong farmers, good, strong economy, but we can also look after our environment. Mr. Speaker, we don't support this bill, and we will continue to stand up for the rights of our future generations to make sure that they have the world they deserve.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
Votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumarima na poti whakahe.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
Taku Te Ferris.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
Maramino Kapakingi.
Ko tahi te poti whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 52. The question is agreed.
Climate Change Response 2050 Target and Other Matters Amendment Bill, third reading.
Call on Government Order of the Day number 7.
Overseas Investment National Interest Test and Other Matters Amendment Bill, committee stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Overseas Investment National Interest Test and Other Matters Amendment Bill.
Members, the House is in committee on the Overseas Investment National Interest Test and Other Matters Amendment Bill. Members, we come first to Part 1. This is the debate on clauses 3 to 33, amendments to Overseas Investment Act 2005 and the schedule. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Madam Chair,
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Madam Chair, I apologise for being up here in my seat. I know your neck will have to turn a little hard
I can
to
see you
me,
better there than if you're over
yeah,
there.
it's true. Look,
Yes.
look, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I guess they're saying that you can leave the worst till last. I think that's, which is effectively what's going on here. This is a piece of legislation being passed through in urgency. It might seem rather harmless to people out there who think that overseas investment is good for our country, and indeed we believe it is. However, this bill and part one that we're starting on here is shifting the onus of proof, if you like, from the person doing the purchase, from the overseas investor, back on to actually almost the minister or the regulator to prove why this investment shouldn't happen. And if I can look at, and part one covers a wide range of areas, but if we start on clause 3, the purpose, and if you read the purpose, I have to say it sounds pretty good. The purpose of this Act is to acknowledge that it is a privilege for overseas persons to own or control sensitive New Zealand assets. And indeed the opposition would support that. And that was, I guess, a bit of a veil put up, in my view, by the government to say that we confirm that position, but through submissions that came to the Select Committee, and I wasn't, unfortunately, I was only a member that popped on off the Select Committee, so some of the stuff I did miss, but the submissions from a couple of people, a couple of parties who, not surprising really, were saying that actually we shouldn't necessarily consider that it's a privilege to invest in New Zealand. There's some economic advantage, therefore we should just automatically approve it. Madam Speaker, the opposition maintains that it is a privilege to be able to invest in our country. We have sovereign rights, we have treaty obligations, we have ancestors who fought and worked hard to create what we have here. So the ability to invest and through the purpose here, the clause, with conditions is something that we support. But if I can work through this, providing for notifications for consent for any overseas investments of those assets, this is what has to happen, imposing appropriate conditions on those overseas investments, managing the risks to New Zealand's national interest. And I'll go on to talk about that because the national interest test is one that has been effectively a consolidation of 3 different areas of oversight, I guess, that were in the previous regimes. So we're going to come up with one oversight, but there was in here as part 2 of clause 3, this Act has also the purpose of recognising the role of overseas investment and increasing economic opportunity by enabling a timely consent of less sensitive investments through an initial national interest risk assessment. Look, we support that. But what we've had is a fast-track or streamlining process that shifts the onus of responsibility from the minister onto a regulator. And there are details in here that I'll go through. That in some cases is okay, but I have a list of amendments here that if the government agrees to, I think will tweak the onus and the responsibility back into the place where it belongs, which is with the minister, placing an obligation that we look at things like character test, which through the government's proposals, through the Select Committee process, have almost effectively been eliminated. And the government's intent, the coalition government's intent in saying that anyone who lines up with some money, and they have a late amendment to the bill that says anyone who lines up with $5 million can get automatic residency, but aside from that, anyone who is investing should be able to invest and buy into New Zealand. So we go back to the principle that it is a privilege. And so the question I ask of the Minister, does ownership matter? Was that a consideration by the Minister and his party when they were looking at this? Or does he simply consider that the sale of anything is okay because we are reducing the oversights, pulling back from the oversight system that we had through this piece of legislation? So I'll leave that question with the Minister as we work with my colleagues through the clauses in Part 1.
Minister's prepared to answer, and it's good if we can head backwards and
Yep.
forwards. Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
Thank you. Thanks to the member for his questions. In terms of, the purpose there, you talk about the ownership. Is that an issue? The key thing here is we want to increase investment. We want to have more investment in this country. It helps create jobs. It creates economic activity. In terms of the character test, there is still the opportunity for someone through this system we have that if their character is not, if we feel that they pose a risk to our national security interests, those tests still remain. It's not as sort of definitive as it were before, but sometimes being very definitive on a test may not actually be a very good thing. You look at how it used to be. There was a very bright line test. Has this person had criminal convictions before? Nelson Mandela had a criminal conviction. If he had to come here, we wouldn't have said no to him investing, would we? So, it's an example. That is a clear and simple example of someone who had a previous criminal test, criminal conviction, completely wrong, completely ridiculous, but as an example of someone who is in good standing. There are people out there in real good standings who have been given criminal convictions in countries under systems that we don't agree with. So of course we wouldn't want to eliminate them from being able to purchase property or investments here, create investments and jobs here in New Zealand.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I work through interpretation here, we've got a breakdown of forestry activities, and in spite of all the rhetoric we've heard from the coalition government about coming in and buying land and planting in trees, then this piece of legislation will still allow that. And so I think that the Minister has to front up to the farmers on that one. But can I ask a question around the ministerial directive letter, which is referred to here in clause 5? There's a lot of weight put on the ministerial directive letter. So the question I have of the Minister is did he or his party or the coalition government give consideration to any checks and balances in that process, and maybe he can explain how the ministerial directive letter will be developed? Because clearly in this piece of legislation, if it effectively tells regulators what they should do, and we believe that's quite a stretch and quite an oversight. So we'd be interested to know from the Minister how the directive letter will be developed and what safeguards there will be within Cabinet or within the parties to make sure that we don't end up with what will always be, I guess, litigation and a battle in the courts because some minister has got it wrong. The other point I'd like to make in his consideration and answer is that if there is so much weight given to a ministerial letter, he should remember that what goes around comes round. And so at the moment it might be Minister Seymour in the seat, but in the end it could be a Green Minister or Te Pāti Māori. No. Or, well, yes, it could be. And so you just have to work out that I want to know how the directive letter will be accountable to Parliament given the strength of legal weight that this piece of legislation is going to give to that directive letter.
Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
So one of the key things with this Act is about strengthening the oversight around what may be of, to New Zealand's security interests, what are our national interests, making sure we protect those. So one of the challenges, of course, is that changes over time. Investment in a certain industry at one point in time may not be that relevant to our national interests, but in time, technology changes, it could well be. And so having a fixed point in time of this is important right now is not a smart way. That's what the ministerial directive letter is about, is being able to clearly articulate as if something starts becoming more important, something starts becoming more of a concern, then that is the directive that is applied.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Madam following through on that, does the Minister consider that a letter from an ACT Minister that might be encouraging the sell-off of assets and the investment into New Zealand would be going too far, and if a letter from a Green Minister that is putting the brakes on it won't be going far enough, and how then does he think that Parliament should manage that process?
Honourable Julian Genter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a series of questions, and obviously we'll be going clause by clause. I also have 6 tabled amendments that we lodged earlier, which I hope in particular the New Zealand First members will consider voting for, because I know some of them align with interests and wins that they have gotten in the past from different governments. Since we're just talking about the purpose right now, what it seems to me is that, well, firstly, the overwhelming majority of submissions at Select Committee were against the bill and raised a lot of concerns about the bill. I know that it's the government's view that overseas investment is necessary and sufficient to create jobs. But aside from putting in the purpose of just recognizing that overseas investment increases economic opportunity, to what extent do applicants have to demonstrate that they actually will be creating jobs? Can the Minister let us know, like, is now, with this new purpose, simply the presumption that jobs are created whether they will be or not? Or is there any way for governments to look at the reality of whether or not it will create jobs, or whether it is simply, for example, in the case of a water bottling plant, an opportunity for a foreign company to come in here and take an asset like our freshwater without paying any royalties on it, and then make a profit off it by selling it overseas, which we know was very unpopular at the time that it happened. And it was extremely unpopular, and this bill later, and we will speak about this at a later part, is actually taking away the ability of the government to specifically consider water bottling plants and decline applications for purchase of land that would allow bottling of fresh water. So the question is the presumption now that all foreign purchases of sensitive land will create jobs, or do the applicants actually have to establish that with some evidence? Is there an ability of the government to require the evidence, to assess the evidence, or is it just a presumption that that is the case?
Honourable Minister.
I think it's pretty self-evident. If someone's going to invest more than $100 million in something, they're doing it, it's something pretty serious, there's going to be some jobs. It's pretty self-evident. Water bottling plants don't run themselves.
Oh, thank you. And look, following on from that, I guess the assumption is that the Minister's saying all the investment comes in for greenfields projects. That's not the reality, in fact. Some of it is for purchase of existing assets. And there is reference here in the legislation to control. And I asked the Minister, what does he consider control should be? And the thresholds in here are quite interesting. The control test is that at least one overseas person alone has 10% or more ownership, that control composition is 25% of the amount of a general partner or more, 25% of a company, or indeed more than 25% of the voting power to meet that of a general partner. So the question of what percentage ownership of a company does the Minister consider as appropriate? Does ownership matter, to kind of go back to my first question of the Minister? And does he think that the thresholds in this bill here are about right, if it comes to, say, buying his farm, or buying his family farm, or buying perhaps Fonterra?
Honourable Minister.
Well, if I was to get some, even though it's not on the table in this bill, some investment in my farm, I'd probably be a bit more relaxed in regards of interest than my bank might be, so that might be quite a good thing. Might get some new technology and stuff on the farm. I guess it's, you know, the reality is every farmer in the country, or most businesses, we all have loans. There's not that many New Zealand banks. if any. Just further for the minister, for the member, in terms of the ministerial directive letter, key point, must have regard to the purpose of the Act. It is presented to Cabinet and it's secondary legislation, so it's tabled, gazetted, and so there is good transparency around it.
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Madam Chair, and I'm sure my colleague, the Honourable Julianne Gender, will also have follow-up questions to the Minister regarding the job component. But I want to also start on Clause 4, Section 3 amended under purpose, or Section 3 replaced, or should I say. The first question I have for the Minister is under 3.1a. I am actually quite concerned with the wording of providing for notification or consent, not necessarily and consent, which then suggests that as part of the purpose of the Overseas Investment Act, what we're saying is now that overseas investment don't really need to be consented in some regard or in some instances, and only a notification is needed to be provided. And I want to check with the Minister if that was drafted as intended, because that is of some concern. Because even though we do see subclause 2 about expediency in terms of initial national interest risk assessment, that is still a consent process as far as I believe. The Minister may be able to correct me, and that's not simply a notification process. So if it is a drafting error, I do have an amendment on this, which is just to replace or with and, just for some reassurance and potentially some clarification. I want to seek guidance from the chair. I do have a number of questions. Do you want me to do a back and forth, or do you want me just to have some of the questions?
I think just keep going, and if the Minister indicates he's ready to answer...
I can answer that first.
So he's going to answer this one first.
So the notification is required where it's under the national security. So for the core regime, it is still consent.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry, Madam Chair.
No, that's okay.
Thank you for responding to that. My second question is around 3.1c, which is about managing risks. Now, this is something that we don't see in the original bill, and it's something that we are seeing popping up more and more, and it's quite peculiar, this idea of national security and public order risks. What we saw it first popping up was a few weeks ago in the Immigration Fiscal Sustainability Bill, and we're seeing it here. Can I then just check? First question for the Minister, because I do want to kind of maybe have a little bit back and forth with the Minister on the explicit reference to national security and public order risks. Who is responsible for monitoring or for making a determination on what is national security and public order risks? Madam Chair, I might just keep going while the Minister is getting some advice. The reason I ask this is, for example, if the national security and public order risk is on the basis of GCSB, on the basis of NZICIS, etc., we know, based on their latest reporting, that they do have a target on, for example, China. In which case, are we actually now going to be saying that as part of a national interest, which is a risk for us because of national security and public order risks, we are actually going to scrutinize and start having a tiered system based on the origin of some of those investments, and saying that if you are from countries that are not a member of the Five Eyes Alliance, we are going to treat you differently than anyone else because you might pose a national security risk to us. So I do want to check with that on who is monitoring, because that is an important question.
So in terms of national security risks, it's already part of the existing regime. In terms of when you talk about certain countries, it's not about saying no to any particular country. It is about where the investment is going into. So if it's something like our critical communications, then we're going to be interested as to whether or not that company has links to any other government out there. And you can probably well imagine that those are real concerns at the moment in a very geopolitical, conflicted sort of world that we live in. So those are the sort of decisions we'll be making.
Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the minister's sort of very earnest answer to that, but I think that does then raises the question of where then are we getting those information from, and what is the source of how we determine. I do admit from the minister's perspective that telecommunications, for example, is a key area. We've seen this sort of thing popping up on the latest bill, one of the latest bill that also went through urgency a little while ago, the Outer Space and High Altitude Amendment Bill, where we have to put in certain frameworks around it. But even during then, one of the questions we ask is this something that we are getting from our Five Eyes partner, and are our Five Eyes partners start interfering in the way that we look at even something like overseas investment? So if the minister could acknowledge that Five Eyes will have a role to play in terms of determining this, some of these elements of national security, that is important for this House and for the public to know. I'm going to move on to my final question for Clause 4 under purpose, and that is on what is the intention behind including 3.2, because again, 3.2 is a new clause. And I also understand the need of recognizing the role of overseas investment, increasing economic opportunities, all of those. That is already embedded in the rest of the bill. Does it need to be a part of the purpose? And what does the minister think is going to achieve to include that particular subclause as part of the purpose?
Just on the point around who makes the decisions, the New Zealand government makes the decisions.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Look, thank you, Madam Chair. And as I just kind of slowly work through part one, and we're not going to dwell on this unnecessarily, but there are some legitimate questions here. Effectively, the bill is allowing the minister to then delegate to regulators the decision-making power about who comes in and who's allowed to invest. And so I go to Clause 7(4), and if subject to subsection 2 and the national interest test is met, and if the transaction is not contrary to national interest. There's an issue, I'll have a question around national interest for the minister, but this is for the regulator. It says the regulator must grant consent. And while we are not opposed to I guess, efficiency and some streamlining, putting this in place that he or she must grant consent is something that I think this legislation goes too far on. I have an amendment here that would take out must and put in may, because I think right up to the final point of decision making, regulators and ministers should have that discretion based on either last minute information or some other consideration that has occurred during the process. This would say that the regulator must grant consent. Can I ask the minister whether he would consider supporting my amendment that would insert may grant consent? So we're not trying to tip the whole process on its ear, and if the minister appropriately delegates to the regulator and we go through the national interest test and are met, then just saying that the regulator has to, I think, removes the ability for us as a sovereign state to actually make that last minute decision.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. In terms of the must, the reality is only over the last couple of decades, only 2% of investments have been declined. So the vast majority just go straight through. What we're trying to do is streamline the process, more efficiency. Previously had a situation where two ministers have to spend their time and effort approving these things when we've got the test that can be, these things can be delegated down. Is there a national security interest? Is there something in the national interest that needs to be checked? If not, let's get on with it.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
I appreciate the points the minister's making, but it does come down, he didn't answer my question. It shouldn't then impose an obligation on a regulator to do this. That is one step too far. If ultimate accountability is with the minister, then delegating the process to officials might be okay, but not a final decision. The fact that later in this piece of legislation, the minister has the ability to approve even if the national interest test has not been met. Now that's for a later discussion. But there are a lot of concerns in this. So I guess what I'm asking for, and I'll table this later, of course, we'll vote on it, and I'll move on to something else. But if the Minister can consider that to insert May, then I think, we would support that. And we, as I say, the opposition is not opposed to foreign investment. We're not opposed to bringing money into our country for development and for jobs and for wealth creation. But a lot of that money doesn't necessarily, and the latest amendment that the government has tabled saying to someone, if you've got $5 million, you're in. In my view, that should be $50 million. But I know my colleagues will ask those questions. So really to the Minister, and I would really appreciate if he consider that, must to May.
Honourable Julianne Genter.
Madam Chair, I did want to ask one more question just about national security, because now national interest seems to be very linked to what we think is national security. The Minister gave the example of communications technology. Does the Minister believe that our freshwater resources are not strategically important to national security? Same with I guess I was also going to ask whether port infrastructure would fall into that category as far as he's aware, or is that something that is, it's not specifically defined, so I'm just wondering if the Minister could give us a little more guidance on how narrow the definition of national security is. And then moving on from that, in Clause 5, Subclause 3, we have strategically important business, which is prescribed to be strategically important by regulations made. What sort of process, how much democratic oversight are we going to have over what is determined or deemed to be a strategically important business?
Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I moved the location. I do have one final question, a couple of quick-fire questions for under the purpose section. I do take note of the fact that the Minister did not deny the fact that we are seeking some of the fact that the Minister responded by saying the New Zealand government makes a decision, but did not deny the fact that there is influence from Five Eyes partners, which we also see in the regulatory impact statement, for example, on both page 6 and also page 19 makes specific mention of other countries which all happens to be part of our Five Eyes partners. And I want to check with the Minister then, has the Minister or the Department done any potential chilling effect this will have for other overseas investments who now then may consider that New Zealand will in fact take a very biased view when it comes to overseas investment based on your geographical location? That's my first question. My second question, just to follow on from what the Honourable Julianne Genter asked earlier in her first contribution in terms of jobs. The Minister mentioned that it's a no-brainer that if an overseas investor comes here, they are going to be bringing jobs domestically. But can I check, has there been any studies or any assessment done by the officials or by the department that look at what happens if you have a particular industry where the overseas personnel or investors will come here and they will bring their own team and bring their own people here as opposed to hiring local people? Have there been any sort of studies being done on whether that is a scenario? Because we know that it happens, but what's the prevalence of that, if the Minister wouldn't mind elaborating? And now I'm going to move on to a new section, which is section 5A, and this is a section that was being understandably inserted after the Select Committee stage, and I wasn't part of the Select Committee for the consideration of this particular bill, but I do want to check with the Minister on what is the rationale behind the inclusion of limited partnership, because we are already seeing a number of different aspects, including trusts, including body corps, including individuals that are considered overseas persons, and understanding that we're talking about legal personhood and not necessarily a person as in a human being. So yes, I just want to check in terms of the rationale behind including a limited partnership, and obviously we have many questions after this, but we're just going to start moving it clause by clause.
Honourable Minister.
Just on that last point, I mean, this clause effectively corrects a potential ambiguity currently in the Act, which has when listed limited partnerships are considered to be an overseas person. So where the newly inserted subsections set it out for when a limited partnership can be treated as an overseas person.
Honourable Rachel Brooking.
Just looking at the Minister's amendment paper on page 10 and 19E, I'm just struck by a sentence at A, which is either the relevant land is or includes a residential dwelling. And why I'm interested in this is because I know that relevant land is defined in section 12 of the Primary Act, and it's amended a wee bit, but not particularly here. And I know also that there is the schedule to the Act that goes through in some detail about different land classes. So that's not my question. My question is about this relationship to the land and a dwelling, and the language there that either the relevant land is, and it could be then a residential dwelling, because it's or includes a residential dwelling. So if there's a reason for that drafting at A, I would be interested in that. And then I see further down in B, it is more specific at Roman 1 and Roman 2 about the 5 million and whether the 5 million is just for the land, or if it is the 5 million includes both the land and an existing building, or the land and the potential construction of a new building. So if I read this and I see land is a dwelling, that doesn't make sense. Land is land, and a dwelling is something that sits on top of the land, and they are quite different components when you come to the price of, I guess, what we might all call a property, which can or not, may or may not include that house. So I was wondering if the Minister could give some commentary around that wording. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm just interested to pick up in line with that 19E provision in the amendment paper, which is around the qualifying investor visa may be relied upon under national interest test. And in particular, it's the agreed purchase price I'm interested in, which is $5 million or more. So when you go to the commentary of the bill, the purpose of this bill is to reduce the regulatory burden on overseas investors. So the idea I kind of get from reading this is that there's going to be some investment in New Zealand, like maybe some infrastructure or some jobs or some kind of thing that would benefit more than just the individual. But from reading that provision, looks like someone can just buy a big house somewhere for $5 million and that's about it. So I'm really interested to understand from the Minister how this amendment paper would actually fulfil some of the purposes of what the bill kind of sets out to do. Because has he considered, like I'd just be interested, has he considered requiring an investor to maybe employ a certain number of New Zealanders, maybe train one? What about that? Imagine if one investor had to train an apprentice in a particular trade that might benefit New Zealand or invest in our training or our people. Has there been any consideration that if someone's coming into New Zealand from another country with some money, that we might ask them not only just to buy a nice house for $5 million, but they might actually contribute to the building of our country in a way that benefits more than just themselves? And I'd be really interested to hear from the Minister if he's considered any of those additional factors.
Madam Chair.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In keeping with my agreed process of working through, I'm not going to dwell. I'll go now to Clause 19, National Interest Test, and go to, it is 19A3, and it's the process of going through to establish what is national interest, and it says see section 34, right, which provides that a ministerial directive letter may direct the regulator about the risks or factors that suggest that a national interest assessment is required and that the regulator must comply with the direction. Well, it does imply that the ministerial letter could say there's no risk. And there is a scenario that, let me put it to you, and I'm pleased that someone from New Zealand First might be contributing to the debate, because I'd hate to think that New Zealand First puts New Zealand last, and I hope that they will be wrong with this, but he was enthusiastic about building relationships with Russia. And so if he was the minister, then I guess he would have, or could have through a ministerial directive letter, implied that there was little or no risk in allowing Russian investment. Now, I'm sure he, like the rest of us now, understands the risks, and we wouldn't like that. But this process, this piece of legislation, would allow a minister to direct the regulator about risk or absence of. And so that does concern me a little bit. And I guess the stage 2, if I can go on to 19B, so I asked the minister whether he's considered the downside risks of a minister who might, just for a period of time, maybe make a wrong judgment on risk and where that would leave our country. And that certainly would have been the case with Russia. But if I can go on to 19B, stage 2, national interest assessment by the regulator. So this is what the regulator has to do. And so must comply with any relevant directions, including the ministerial directive there, must have regard to the mandatory factors in section 13C, I won't go, and then say may have regard to one or more of the non-statutory factors. Now, if you go back and look at the statutory obligations that you've got to look at, and then the non-statutory ones, then they're not frivolous, they're not insignificant. And I'll just go back and say, why would you make it voluntary to look at the non-statutory ones when, in fact, most New Zealanders, if I can see them here, would consider them to be quite significant, and they do relate to character. That's one of the factors there. If the regulator doesn't have to consider those factors, then it's very easy for someone in today's world to get through the door and to purchase assets in this country. And there's some, as I say, some fairly liberal kind of benchmarks here, and come into our country in a way that, even with the best of intentions, has been allowed to happen through this. So my question to the Minister is, once again, will he support my amendment that in 19B1C changes from may to must, which says the regulator must have regard to one or more of the non-statutory factors. And the Minister will be aware of those non-statutory factors. If he's not, I'm sure officials will provide that. But I also request of New Zealand First to consider whether they should support us in having that go through. It's a perfectly reasonable adjustment to just offer a little more security to a system that we have supported, can be made more efficient, but we're not prepared to go as far as this piece of legislation takes us. Because we believe we do, as I said before, have sovereign rights. We've got assets that we want to protect in a direction of travel that we as Kiwis want to determine, not have that placed into the hands of these investors, many of whom will be positive, but not all. And the vast majority, as the Minister is referring to, just the odd one or two cases, most of the law we make in this place here is for a very small number of people who want not to abide by the norm, who want to rip us off, not pay taxes, kill someone or whatever. We make law all the time for the minority. And this, once again, is a piece of legislation that if we just think, oh, there's only a couple of exceptions, then Madam Chair.
Yes, I've just called you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so it is quite relevant to this, the amendment that I've tabled, and I asked the Minister to consider that, and I'll leave this to my colleagues to ask some other worthy questions.
Honourable Minister.
So we'll be sticking with the word must. In relation to Ginny Anderson's question, first of all, you have to get the visa, you've got to have invested $5 million to start with. and then if you want to buy a house here, you have to pay $5 million for the house. With regards to Rachel Brooking's question on that house, it is the property as if you want, yeah.
Can I just clarify, just one moment, can I just clarify when you said you're sticking with the word must, is that in relation to, he was asking
For his amendments.
He wanted to go from may to must, is that what you were agreeing to?
No.
Okay, we'll just check that, okay.
Oh, no, I was agreeing that where the changing it.
Right.
So that the regulator must.
Right,
Yep.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Apologies. Yes, look, thank you very much. I would like to continue with the inquiry here. And as I say, sorry I got lost here. The non-mandatory factors that I referred to in my other question for the Minister are, investor risk factors, whether the national interest risk may be adequately managed, or whether the risk that is contrary to the national interest may be offset by benefit of the transaction. These are reasonable questions, but they don't have to be considered, and I ask the Minister that we do. Madam Chair, can I go on to another area which is just below that stage 3? It's again 19D for the Minister. Decisions under the national interest test by the Minister. Acknowledging we have a national interest test process, but this quotes, the Minister may decline consent to a transaction of national interest if the Minister considers that the transaction is contrary to New Zealand's national interest. I'd like to say must decline. What this does is leave the door open for a Minister to approve a transaction or a consent even though it doesn't meet the national interest test. Now, I'm not sure whether that is what is intended here. I don't think that New Zealand First would support such an amendment or such a proposition in there. My amendment says that the Minister must decline if it hasn't met the national interest test. It's a perfectly reasonable amendment, and again, once I ask the Minister to consider that, and I ask members in New Zealand First to put New Zealand first and make sure that they support that amendment, but I'd be interested in the Minister's feedback.
Honourable Julianne Genter.
Madam Chair, going back, I know the Minister hasn't replied to most of my questions from my previous contribution, so I'll just go ahead. I mean, it's fine. It just hasn't been replied to, so I'm not sure if I should ask it again or not, but I can think off the top of my head of 4 different types of cases where foreign company purchasing assets in New Zealand has not benefited New Zealand. Of course, our current regime didn't stop those purchases, so if anything, I think the regime should be tightened, not loosened. New Zealand is a small country that struggles to get good levels of competition, which means we're susceptible to oligopolies and monopolies, which everybody knows, and making it easier for foreign corporations to come in and purchase companies actually makes that worse because it's not a competitive environment, and so they're able to extract profit without investing and making the service better. For example, retirement villages. I had a number of constituents who live in a retirement village in Berempore in Rongotai, extremely concerned that it was sold to a foreign an American hedge fund, and that company was looking to maximize profit from the operation, which means cutting services, and that's not in the interest of our elderly here in New Zealand, and particularly those living in those villages. Another example is our bus companies. We've had multiple bus companies that were family-owned businesses built up here in New Zealand, providing public transport services, who've been purchased by, again, American or Australian hedge funds who are simply looking to maximize their returns, and to the point where they didn't have a single staffer in Wellington to talk to the bus drivers who were supposedly employed by the company. Water bottling plants, I think it's very clear that the New Zealand public is not in favour of governments being required to sell land that's going to be used for the purposes of a water bottling plant to foreign-owned corporations. Much of that work can be automated, but more, it's like water is a tonga. It is a tonga, it's a precious resource. It absolutely is something that is fundamental to us being able to live here in Aotearoa. And if foreign companies are able to come in and buy up all our land and bottle the water and take it and sell it overseas, well, they're benefiting. How is Aotearoa, New Zealand benefiting from that? It's not. I could keep going with these examples, and I know that it may be the ideology of the government of the day that allowing foreign control of our strategic assets is magically going to make us richer. But if we want to own our future, selling it off to overseas corporations who are not invested in the future of Aotearoa is not the way to do that. And I can't believe that New Zealand First is contemplating supporting these changes. So I have a number of tabled amendments that I want to speak to. One is amending Clause 12. And this one is specific to the issue of extraction of water for bottling and would keep consideration of whether the investment will result in negative impacts on water quality or sustainability, because water is fundamental to life. There will be water wars in the future. And New Zealand would be wise to keep control and protect our water, because there's no life without water. People realize that, right? So we're going to sell it off in bottles to people in other countries without even getting a royalty on it. We can't put a royalty on it. All we can do is try to make sure that it's New Zealand-based people and organizations that are able to use the land and use the water. Now, I think there should be a lot more control on that, but that's all right. So my next tabled amendment amends Clause 15, and that's just bringing in consistency with Te Tiriti o Waitangi and treaty settlements and the public benefits of an investment. If this legislation, and what we heard significantly at the Select Committee was that this legislation is weakening oversight on things that matter to the long-term interest of New Zealand. And there were multiple expert submitters who were experts in law, experts in public good, who were saying these changes are not simply about efficiency, and they're not about maximizing benefits to New Zealand. They make it harder for governments to act on the public interest because they're not allowed to consider a broad range of factors that will be about the long-term interest of New Zealand. But maybe the minister could just respond to my question about whether he thinks water is a matter of national security or not.
Honourable Minister.
So regarding your first point there around competition, and I guess this also flows through the comment I'll give you flows through into the water bottling element with regards of the environmental measures. We've already got rules and regulations in New Zealand that manage these things. We don't need to do it twice through the overseas investment formula. So, well, that's, true, you can't rely on the RMA, and that's why we're getting rid of it. So, in terms of competition, you've got the Commerce Commission dealing with that. In terms of water bottling, so if there is a challenge around, say, water availability in a region, regional councils are already managing that while they still exist. Whatever follows them will manage it as well, around how that water's allocated. So we've already got mechanisms in place to manage all this. We don't need to do it twice and complicate the hell out of things through the overseas investment regime.
Madam Chair. Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Chair, I have a couple of questions. My first question relates to the provision that's actually an explanatory note of the amendment paper that talks about existing forestry land. And the bill was introduced allowed land that could previously have been acquired under a special forestry benefit test to instead be acquired under the new national interest test pathway, unless residential land is involved. This amendment paper allows land that is used exclusively or nearly exclusively for forestry activities, but that also includes residential land to be acquired under the new national interest test. I'd really like to understand from the Minister what is the purpose, what is the intent of that change in particular, which is marked right out front. And then my second question is in relation To the provision around, well, I'm going to go back to this question around national interest in purchasing property. And my recollection quite clearly is when I worked as an official in New Zealand Police, one of the biggest problems we saw for organised crime was in a time where you didn't have to be a New Zealander to buy a house. So people from overseas with money could buy houses in New Zealand until the law was changed, I think, by Labor, I'm pretty sure.
Can I just check which clause you're speaking to, please?
I'm speaking to the provision, which is 19E, which enables anybody to purchase, if they spend $5 million, a property in New Zealand, access into New Zealand, if they have a qualifying visitor visa. And the Minister's already addressed some of these issues, but I'm picking up on the fact that we had a situation not that too long ago in New Zealand's history where organised criminal networks would purchase properties in New Zealand. They would turn up with someone bona fide and they'd have all the right documents, and they would purchase a property. And in police it was known because these properties would be in lucrative areas. There'd be no lights on at night, so the neighbours would report them. And they would be put on the market and they would be sold. And so
can I ask the member to get to your question?
My question is, how can the Minister reassure New Zealanders that this provision will not enable what has happened in New Zealand's history, which is organised criminal networks come in and purchase properties in New Zealand and use it as a way of money laundering? And so if anti-money laundering legislation is important to this government, how can he reassure us that opening the gate to $5 million property purchases from people who are coming into New Zealand will not once again expose us to the same risks we saw in the past under the previous John Key government?
Look, in terms of your question around the forestry, the example is, just trying to get this over with, the example is a worker's cottage or accommodation. That's what that's all about. Look, in terms of the qualifying visa, the whole intent here is we want these high net worth individuals that can really add something to this country to want to come here, to want to invest. And if they're going to do that, they want to kind of live somewhere. They don't want to spend all their time in a hotel. If they want a piece, they want to be able to have a house of their own here. And so this is about encouraging that, making sure we get more of those excellent investors into this country. That's the whole purpose.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you very much, and I thank the Minister for that assurance. And so it leads on to my next amendment that the Minister hopefully will consider carefully, and it's to do with the ministerial oversight. And if I can go back to the non-mandatory factors that must be assessed in a national interest assessment, are all of the following. These are the non-mandatory. So it says investor risk factors, but the government took out including character and capability. The second one is whether the national interest risk may be adequately managed by conditions of imposed on the investment. And the third one, whether a risk that is contingency as to the national interest is contrary to the national interest test can be offset by the benefits of the transaction. Now, there's an obligation, well, hopefully there's an obligation that, the regulator may, under the current bill, but hopefully with my amendment, must consider those factors, right, as adjusted, with character and capability taken out, which is horrific. But then when it comes to the ministerial decision making, what I suggest is what is good enough for the goose is good enough for the gander. And so again, the Minister must have regard to relevant directions, must have regard to the mandatory factors, but may have regard to one or more of the non-mandatory factors. Minister, I have an amendment that says must there. It's a simple adjustment, and again, I hope that New Zealand First can consider this. It's bad enough to take out character and capability from the non-mandatory test, but at least the Minister should have to consider those other factors that remain. So my question is to the Minister, will he consider that? And I'll leave that with him before I take another
Can I
call.
just check, is this the same must that you referred to in a previous contribution?
My amendment, Madam Chair, so it is I'll come back to it's 19D 2C. And you'll have a look there, it says may, which is the third requirement of ministerial decision making. And what I'm suggesting in my amendment table is that that would shift to must. So I'll leave that with the Minister to consider.
Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Noting that we are on the crux of the bill, which is clause 15, I want to start by focusing on the amendment paper 470. Now, noting that this amendment paper is only released after the Select Committee stage, so we haven't had a chance to discuss it during Select Committee. And I know that the Honourable Jenny Anderson has asked a few questions on this, but I guess seeking sort of, the House understanding that we do have a few questions. Some of them might be quite broad because we're trying to get a sense of what this amendment are trying to do. So going straight into my first question is, what is considered in this, this is clause 19E. 1A, we're going to start with that. And also just seeking your guidance, Madam Chair. I'm happy to do a back and forth with the Minister as we did before, or I'm happy to just go off on a number of questions, whatever is the easiest for the Minister. The first question is, why have there a decision, what is considered to be a residential dwelling or relevant land? I'm guessing relevant land has to be a residential land. In this case, if the Minister wouldn't mind nodding or acknowledging. Second, that's my first question. Oh, sorry?
Pretty sure it'll be land you put a house on.
Okay, thank you. Second question is, what was the rationale behind, both in terms of including a residential dwelling or construct a new residential dwelling, and noting that 1B Roman numeral 2 says it's basically looking at the cumulative cost of both the land and the dwelling, which is $5 million. Can I check with the Minister on, was there any consideration of the proportion around that? So what happens then if someone spent, no money on the land, but spend like $4 million on a house? I'm assuming that's fine. Or someone spend $4.5 million on land, or $4.8 million on land and $200,000 on a house. Is there any proportionality needed? I just want to check with the Minister. No, I can keep asking questions. All good? The next question I have is 1C, Roman numeral 1. And this is something that I found quite peculiar. I do have amendment paper on this, but I also seek, a clarification from the Minister. For C, Roman numeral 1, it says, an individual who holds a residence, that's very, or another qualifying individual. And I want to check with the Minister why another qualifying individual is required in this definition of an individual. And so I wondered if it's a drafting error. Again, we have no understanding of this particular amendment. That's my amendment paper 72306. Just to remove that, because I do find it quite peculiar why that you need to have two definitions there. So I'll start with those questions. If the Minister wouldn't mind responding, I do have further questions.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
You want to continue with your line of questioning?
Yeah, and the last time just mentioning, Madam Chair, that the Minister does need to seek some, thank you, Madam Chair, the Minister does need to seek some guidance, but when the Minister is ready to respond to any of the questions, feel free to stand up, and then I'm happy to sit down, and then we can keep going from there. My next question is, when we're looking at 19E1D, and this is another really interesting clause that I'm trying to sort of get my head around, which is A, will not have any beneficial interest or beneficial or more than one property as a result of any person relying on A's qualifying investor visa. Now, previously under C Roman numeral 2 or 3, it sets certain framework, i.e. a body corp or a trust, which A already has, I guess, a stake in it, in both of those two, if you're looking at a requirement under Roman numeral 2 and 3. But for D, it's talking about someone who is acquiring property, but on the basis of A's qualifying investment visa. How would that work in practice? Are we saying that it's someone who has no qualifying visa, but yet on the basis of someone else, it doesn't specify any familial relations or any business relations in this sense? It just says someone needs to rely on A's qualifying investor visa. So can it be anyone who says, A, my friend A has a qualifying investor visa, therefore I'm able to have a property because he has a visa or they have a visa. I don't quite understand the drafting of this, so I'm seeking the minister's guidance, because indeed if that link is tenuous, I do have amendment paper, and this is the one that's lodged 72309, that simply changes D to say that no person actually shall rely on A's qualifying investor visa to have any beneficial interest in or beneficial entitlement to any property. So I want to start with those, and those are my questions for 19E1.
Honourable Andrew Hegel.
Madam Chair.
Okay, so just back to your original one. So in terms of property, how do we define it? Must be residential or lifestyle on the district valuation roll. In terms of proportion, there is no, it's just 5 million. Qualifying individual is a New Zealand person, their wife or spouse, immediate family member, it could be in trust or company. Okay? And yeah, we'll be all right without all your amendments.
It would be polite, if nothing else, to wait for the Minister to finish speaking. Resumed his seat. Not quite the point of order, Lawrence Sunan.
I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. Because there was so much noise on that, I didn't actually hear the Minister's final comment.
I'm not surprised. I'll ask him to repeat it. Thank you.
I said we'll be all right without your amendments.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair.
Julianne Genter.
Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to speak to my proposed amendment, which this one is a tabled amendment. Clause 15, new sections 19 to 19D and cross-heading inserted. In Clause 15, delete 19C subclause 2A. In Clause 15, after Clause 19C 1C, insert D, investor risk factors. Now, the point of this is to make investor risk factors, to move them from a non-mandatory factor to a mandatory factor for the national interest assessment. And I would like to understand the Minister's rationale if the government would consider that investor risk should be something that is always considered as a matter of as part of the national interest test or not. And I'll give a recent example because I know the Minister is very enthusiastic about the idea of foreign investment in New Zealand, benefiting New Zealand, but while I can think of many examples that are different, one is Solar Zero, which was a New Zealand grown company that was enabling people to access solar panels on their homes, and they had a significant investment and high quality job creation in developing their own software and hardware here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. What was really interesting, I mean, we all know that solar electricity is a major opportunity for our country. That's an opportunity for lower power prices. But in order for people to access that, we need them to be able to access, to not have to deal with the upfront cost of the solar panels. So what Solar Zero did, and it was Solar City prior to that, is they would own the solar panels, and they would essentially provide the solar panels on somebody's home or business, and then they were kind of operating a kind of distributed power plant with batteries and technology so they could manage. I have my question, but my point is that was a company grown in New Zealand that was of significant benefit to New Zealand, employing a lot of people and providing affordable power to a lot of people. They had some investment by BlackRock, which promptly then put them into liquidation. Okay, so and I say this as an American. No, all right. Just for the members opposite, there was never a Labour Green government. There was a Labour majority government. So the Greens were not in government.
Can we come back?
We worked with them just like we worked with. Okay, I just it gets repeated in here a lot. I think it was worth putting on the record that there was never a Labour Green government. There was a Labour New Zealand First government and a Labour majority government. The Greens have never been in a formal coalition government. So stop blaming us for the mistakes of previous governments. The point is that, to me, that is a massive investor risk factor. I don't know what the motivations of BlackRock were to liquidate the company, but a whole lot of New Zealanders lost their jobs, were not paid up front. A whole lot of New Zealanders lost the solar panels that were providing affordable power. So yet another example in recent times of foreign companies basically being vultures who are not at all interested in the long-term benefit of New Zealand and providing major risk factors. So that's my... I'm worried that I'm not going to get another call, Madam Chair, so I'm just going to speak to the rest of my amendment papers. And so my next amendment paper, and there's two, is about the ministerial directive letter. I would like to take a separate call on that one, actually. And there's one on timeframes, which I think would be of interest to New Zealand First, simply amending clause 23 to replace 15 with 30 days, because 15 days is a very short period of time for our public servants to be able to consider sensitive land sales, and it does undermine due process to shorten it so much. I think 30 days is perfectly reasonable, but I do hope that the minister, and then there's some issues with clause 27, that's still part one, and with clause 22 about the ministerial directive letter that I would like to, but it would be great if the minister would consider whether investor risk factors are something that should be considered in the national interest test.
So we will...
Honourable Andrew Hoggard.
So we will still be looking at, that will still be a point of consideration, whether these people are good. It's still going to be considered. In terms of the 15 days, that's simply the time frame in which they can, is there a national interest, yes or no? If it's a no, then it gets approved. If they feel there's a national interest, then we look a little bit more deeper. We're not going to waste time looking over everything to the nth degree when we don't need to. If there's no national interest, nothing that concerns us, then we move ahead.
Madam Chair.
Todd Stevenson.
I move the debate on this question now close.
I'm not quite there yet. There's still a bit that hasn't been covered, so I'm prepared to take those questions. Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you very much, because I do have these amendments. I'm getting close. I think there's another 2 or 3 to talk to. And this one relates to, it is clause 18, section 25A amended, conditions, I won't leave that, and then it goes down to 4A and B. And it relates to the regulator or minister may apply conditions to manage the risk to New Zealand's national interest only if. And can I just say that while there's a streamlining of the process at the front, I think it's important to have some safeguards at the back. And so this is why I'm asking to actually remove B, because it says only if. And so one of those conditions, the conditions are no broader than necessary to manage the identified risk. The reality is that there'll be other factors rather than just a specific risk that might be identified. And this would constrain and hog-tie the minister to, and prevent him or her, whoever it is at the time, from providing or imposing reasonable conditions that might allow the consent to go through, but otherwise might not. And so I just want some flexibility there, which would be the removal of 4B. And all, it doesn't make a material difference other than the constraint on the minister would be removed, which would then allow he or she to just apply the conditions that might identify the risk. So I asked the minister if he could perhaps respond on that one. The officials might have some advice. And I think there's just another couple of amendments that I'd like to speak to, if that's possible, Madam Chair. Thank you. I've still got some time here. And the next one is in clause 21. So I'm just going to make sure I get it right, because I do fear that in one of my other amendments, one of the letters might be out of place, which would be horrific. But anyway, yeah, horrific. But it might mean that it might get ruled out. Anyway, we'll wait and see. This is on clause 2132. Here we go. 1819B. And it relates to the delegation in this section, subsection 1, has the effect that the regulator, and this is, sorry, if people might be interested, you never know, there might be someone there, delegation of powers and functions. So it is in the delegation area that I'm talking about. And delegations in subsection 1 has the effect that the regulator may exercise all of the relevant powers and functions.
I'm sorry to interrupt the Minister, the member. Can I please have some quiet over here? I can't even hear. Thank you.
Thank you,
We'll
Madam.
make up the
And
time.
I'm sorry if I got too close to the mic. I don't mean to. I'm just getting down to read it. It's getting a bit hard to read at this time of night.
Getting hard to hear.
So can I just go back? Delegation in this section, or section 1, has the effect that the regulator may exercise all of the relevant powers and functions as if the relevant minister or ministers had delegated those powers and functions. Right? As if, and so my amendment says to take out as, which would mean that it read, may exercise all of the relevant powers and functions if the relevant minister or ministers had delegated those powers. It's quite important here. I think delegated powers have to be specified. And this would possibly allow non-specific delegations or assumptions around delegations as if they had been delegated, rather than having actually been delegated. And so it is a technical. I call on the wisdom of my colleagues in law to know how an astute lawyer might pull this apart, in my view, and challenge those delegation powers. So I'm asking that the amendment that I put on the table be supported, to take out as if and just say if the delegations have in fact been made. So I'm getting down, Madam Chair, and I think I've only got another one. I guess there's a few questions there. The next one I go to is clause 23, and I'm just trying to get my head around this one here. Remove 23.5. 5 at a time frame for right, that's right. So we've got an obligation to process these within 15 working days. That's not a lot of time. We've streamlined a bit, but I'd suggest that ministers, particularly with the constraints put on them by the current coalition government, don't have excess resource, don't have the ability to do these things in a very limited timeline. And I'm just asking that be extended to 30 working days. And that's still, in the international scheme of things, to be able to invest in a sovereign country like New Zealand with rock-solid systems is still a good deal for any investor. So I'm asking that this amendment be supported by New Zealand First as well, that extends the time out from 15 to 30 days to process these applications.
The Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
Look, in terms of removing B from clause 18, this just creates a requirement to ensure that the condition is proportionate. In terms of the delegation, the regulator currently exercises a sort of default delegation, but the bill empowers the minister to regain those powers if she so desires.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
On from that, because it's, if he or she thinks the process will be down the track, and the investor will rightfully assume that they've got the deal done. I'm looking out for the investors as well. What we need is some certainty, and just relying on the minister. If this is a robust process that goes before the minister and the final decision is made, then that's okay. But if we have regulators making a lot of these decisions with some variable oversight, because they haven't had to consider some of the non-mandatory features here, then this is opening it up to litigation. So this is the area of concern that Labor in opposition has, that actually supporting efficiency, we don't want to remove the effectiveness of the regime, which is to protect New Zealand's interests. It is to develop investment, but it is always to protect the interests of New Zealanders and New Zealand first and foremost, and that should be so. I appreciate the Minister's response, but I just ask that he consider this carefully.
Carl Bates.
Madam Chair.
I think there's a little bit left that I'd encourage members to address if they so wish.
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Julianne Genter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to talk about my proposed amendment paper to clause 27, and this is about the Minister being able to grant individual exemptions. So I think there's significant risk to any government of a Minister being able to grant retrospective exemptions for any person, interest, rights or assets from consent requirements or from the definition of overseas person or associate or associated land. I'd asked the government and the Minister to consider whether having a clause like this or a provision like this in the law actually opens us up to significant risk in the perception of our transparency. It's just not good lawmaking to enable retrospective exemptions like this, and arguably to enable the ministerial exemptions at all, let alone retrospective ones. And so while I'm up here, I'll also just refer to my amendment to clause 22, which would delete new section 34.3ab, and this is about the providing for a ministerial directive letter which states the government's preferred approach to undertaking a national interest assessment. And our feeling is very strongly that national interest assessment should be enduring and not variable based on the views of a particular minister or government of the day. Ministers are already decision makers on overseas investment consents. Why is there a need for a directive letter to add further it's really overreach to our public service and their neutrality to then say what their preferred approach is to a national interest test when they're already the decision maker on the consents. So that's clause 22 and clause 27.
The Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
In terms of clause 27, the provision of the retrospective exemptions is intended to fill a gap in the regulatory toolkit and provide flexibility, giving the regulator more options to address accidental breaches of the law. Companies could well be unaware of, an investment regulatory rule and could inadvertently breach them. So just minor stuff. These will allow the regulator to take a more proportionate approach to compliance. Look, in terms of, and I've already covered this once before, in terms of the national interest assessment, as I said at the start, things change over time. Suddenly something's of much more importance to your national interest than it was a few decades ago, and sometimes they no longer become. So that's important, and the government of the day is able to make that judgment.
I think there's room for one more question, Honourable Damien O'Connor.
I thank you very much. You must come from a wonderful place, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is my last call, and in fact follows on from Julianne Genter, and it is my last amendment because I too share the concerns that she has. And the Minister pointed to some of the risks here, that it's proportionate, the response, that's dangerous, and that it also, if mistakes have been made, then officials can follow it up in the right way. The reality is this disincentivises investors and potential investors to do the right thing. This must be removed. My amendment asks that 1A and 1B be removed because otherwise we have perverse incentives for people to do the right thing. And allowing officials, and the question I have is, would a ministerial directive letter go so far as to influence the proportionate response of these areas? Because it's no reflection on the Minister and the Chair or anyone else. We have to ensure we have robust legislation that is not subject to outside influence or people's personal views that might allow proportionate response to an illegal activity. The reality, Madam Chair, is that this is a response to illegal behaviour outside the law. If we remove this, then we just simply ensure that both officials and the investors and everyone do the right thing. And if the law is broken, if I'm only 1 or 2 kilometres over the speed limit, I still get prosecuted. Right? Absolutely. So this is allowing flexibility that doesn't occur in many other parts of the law. So, Madam Speaker, I hope that, and to the Minister, I hope that he can support my amendment which removes this very dangerous or 2 provisions in the legislation.
Sam Muffindale.
Question now closed.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. The question is that Mariamino Kapakingi's tabled amendment inserting new clause 3A be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand. New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 3(1)A to replace or with and be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Have it.
Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Members, the ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 3(1)C, to insert Te Tiriti o Waitangi be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
The ayes have it. Party vote.
Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First. Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to clause 4, new section 3(1)C, to insert environmental protection be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To To the contrary, no. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Tacoma Rima Naputi Whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Wheres, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new Section 3(1)(c) to insert climate change mitigation be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. The party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Tacoma Rima Naputi Whakai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Wheres, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 4, new Section 3(1)(c) to insert climate change adaptation be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Wheres, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 4, deleting new Section 3(2) be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Wheres, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to delete Clause 5(a) be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes definitely have it.
The ayes have it. Party vote.
A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Wheres, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to delete Clause 6 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote call for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Wheres, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendments to Clause 8(1) set out on AP number 470 to delete new paragraph EA of Section 16 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendments to Clause 8, set out on AP number 470 to delete sub-clause 3 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
With 34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā puti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendments to Clause 15, new section 19E1, set out on AP number 470 to replace paragraph A be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā puti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendment to Clause 15, new section 19E1B1, set out on AP number 470, is out of order as not being a serious amendment. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendment to Clause 15, new section 19E1B, set out on AP number 470, to delete subparagraph 2 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā puti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendment to Clause 15, new section 19E1C1, set out on AP number 470, to delete the words "or another qualifying individual" be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā puti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendment to Clause 15, new section 19E1C, set out on AP number 470, to delete subparagraph 2 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumārima ngā puti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendment to Clause 15, new section 19E1C, set out on AP number 470, to delete subparagraph 3 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakae.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendment to Clause 15, new section 19E1, set out on AP number 470, to replace paragraph D be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakae.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendment to Clause 15, new section 19E2, set out on AP number 470, to delete paragraph B of the definition of exempt individual be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakae.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendment to Clause 15, new section 19E3, set out on AP number 470, to insert the words "and improved outcomes for environmental protection" be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Party votes.
Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
It's unexpected.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakae.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendment to Clause 15, new section 19E3, set out on AP number 470, to insert the words "and improved outcomes for climate mitigation" be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakae.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is agreed to, not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Honourable Erica Stanford's amendment to Clause 15, new section 19E, set out on AP number 470, to delete new subsection 4 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. Party votes called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima Ngā Pote Whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Erica Stanford's amendments to Part 1, set out on AP number 470, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima Ngā Pote Whakahē.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Honourable Damien O'Connor's tabled amendment to Clause 7.4, replacing must with may, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Party vote.
Party votes going to form as part.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima Ngā Pote Whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Maria Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to Clause 11, inserting new Clause 11A, is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. Maria Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment to Clause 12, inserting Subclause 1A, is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's tabled amendment deleting Clause 12.2 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima Ngā Pote Whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Maria Mino Kapakingi's tabled amendment replacing Clause 15 is out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Clause 15, new section 19C, to insert after consulting with relevant iwi and hapu be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Then noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima Ngā Pote Whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to Clause 15, new section 19C, to insert after consulting with the Parliamentary Commissioner of Environment be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. The party vote is called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima na pote whakae.
Act
11
New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 15, new section 19C, to insert after consulting with the Environmental Protection Authority be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
No.
Noes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima na pote whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 15, new section 19A3, to insert, unless the direction is contrary to national interest, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima na pote whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 15, new section 19C 1B, to insert New Zealand's obligation under Te Reti o Wātangi be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. And party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima na pote whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 15, new section 19C 1B, to insert New Zealand's obligation under UNDRIP be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Party vote.
Definitely.
Party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima na pote whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 15, new section 19C 1B, to insert New Zealand's obligation under the High Seas Treaty be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima na pote whakae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand first.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 15, new section 19C1B to insert New Zealand's obligation under the Paris Agreement be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima Ngā Pote Whakaae.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 15, new section 19C1B to insert New Zealand's obligation under the Convention on Biological Diversity be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima Ngā Pote Whakaae.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 15, new section 19C1B to insert New Zealand's obligation under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no? No. Oh, noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima Ngā Pote Whakaae.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 15, new section 19C1B to insert environmental protection be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. A party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima Ngā Pote Whakaae.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 15, new section 19C1B to insert New Zealand's commitment under Sustainable Development Goals be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima Ngā Pote Whakaae.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Damien O'Connor's tabled amendment to clause 15, replacing may with must in new section 19B1C be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima Ngā Pote Whakaae.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genter's tabled amendment to clause 15, inserting paragraphs D and E into new section 19C1 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genter's tabled amendments to clause 15, deleting paragraph A from new section 19C2 and inserting paragraph D into new section 19C1 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Damien O'Connor's tabled amendment to clause 15, replacing may with must, in new section 19D1 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that the Honourable Damien O'Connor's tabled amendment to clause 15, replacing may with must in new section 19(2)(c) be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Party vote.
Party vote's called for, Madam.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Sunan's tabled amendment to clause 15, new section 19D, to insert new subsection 4 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Damien O'Connor's tabled amendment to clause 18 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote's called for, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Tāku Te Whereas. Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Damien O'Connor's tabled amendment to clause 21, deleting as from new section 32(2) be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no? No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
Oh, did you hear that? 49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima Ngā Poti Whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's tabled amendment to clause 22, deleting new section 34(3)AB, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima Ngā Poti Whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's tabled amendment to clause 23, replacing 15 with 30 in new section 37B5, be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote called for, please.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima Ngā Poti Whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Honourable Damien O'Connor's tabled amendment to clause 23, replacing 15 with 30, is out of order as being the same in substance as a previous amendment. The question is that Honourable Julianne Genta's tabled amendment to delete clause 27 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it. Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima Ngā Poti Whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Damien O'Connor's tabled amendment to clause 27, deleting subsections 1A and 1B of new section 61D be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please. Yeah.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima Ngā Poti Whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that part 1 as amended stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Party vote.
Party vote, please, Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Marima Ngā Poti Whakahei.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori, Tāku Te Whereas, Maria Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to part 2. This is the debate on clauses 34 to 37, consequential amendments. The question is that part 2 stand part. Lawrence Suna, Dr. Lawrence Suna.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start with clause 34 Actually, I'll start with clause 35 and work my way back to clause 34. The reason is that I need to actually find the precise section in the legislation. Okay, we're not going backwards. We're not going backwards. We will start with clause 34. I'm so sorry. Okay, we'll start with clause 34 for the minister. Now, I guess the first question is, I actually do take it, because if anyone knows me, I do not, number one, I'm technologically challenged, and I simply do not know how to get my head around using ChatGPT, but I do not use ChatGPT as a proud academic. Anyway, so to the minister, I guess the first question I have is, it's a very interesting placement in terms of consequential amendments, because in the previous part, in part 1, we've seen a number of consequential amendments that we make to the principal bill. I guess the first question is more stylistic. Why is clause 34 and 35 in part 2 and not part of part 1? My second question is, for clause 34, replacing section 24(2), exactly what is the change to the current legislation? Because if you're looking at the current 24, you will find that under who decides application 2, the current status says, however, a minister or ministers may delegate the power to decide, see section 32. But the rewording is, however, see section 32, which relates to delegation of powers and functions. So what is the change there? And if it's an inconsequential change, why is it here in the first place? Then I'm going to move on to 35. And my only question here in 35 is around, in here we have heard previously in terms of the Honourable Damien O'Connor talking about the specificity that is needed around, I guess, may and must. And I want to check in this case, if you're looking at a notice of retention, why is it may specify which powers and functions are retained by the minister rather than must specified in terms of which powers and functions are retained? And I'll leave it there. And if there is time, I might talk about Fisheries Act a little bit later. But I think Damien O'Connor, Honourable Damien O'Connor has a question.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Chair, and I appreciate the time. At the time that you gave and the opportunity you gave us to debate most of the issues in part 1. So I won't take too long. I have to say that my disappointment that none of my amendments were supported by the coalition partners. That disappointment was offset to some extent, to a large extent, by the excitement I had by a very good friend of mine, Robert Higgins, winning a Group 1 race at Alexandra Park tonight. So that just about offsets it. And I suggest that probably there'll be an overseas investor interested in buying the fine mare that she is. Francent, named after my auntie and my mother's sister. I'm very proud to get up in the house and say that that offset the disappointment that I had that this bill is going to progress.
Just responding to the member, does he have any other betting tips for us?
Lawrence Sunan.
I did say I have one final short question relating to the amendments to the Fisheries Act 1996. Can I just check, again, this is not something that we saw specifically under the regulatory impact statement, and I'm still waiting from the response from the Minister regarding my previous 2 questions. But again, we've seen this sort of in some of the other locations. What is the rationale when it comes to fishing quota when a transaction of is a transaction of national interest? The national interest test is automatically met. This is obviously something new. So why is specifically fishing quota is related? And when it comes to the management of fishing quota, are we looking at simply investment in fishing quota or a transfer of the fishing quota as well? Would that be considered as a part of that?
So nothing is changing. Oh, sorry. There is no real change in terms of fishing quota in this bill.
Tom Rutherford.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Noes have it. A party vote's called for Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakahe.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres. Marea Mino Kapakingi.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to delete clause 34 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
Opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
11. Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
Eight votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres. Marea Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Honourable Erica Stanford's amendments to Part 2 set out on AP number 470 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti e whakahe ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres. Marea Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to clause 35.2, new paragraph DA of section 33(1)D is out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Dr Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to delete clause 37 be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Noes have it.
Party vote.
Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti whakaai.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres. Marea Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Part 2, as amended, stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti e whakahe ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres. Marea Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. We move to the schedule. The question is that the schedule stand part. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote, please, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te Kaumārima ngā poti e whakahe ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Ferris, Mare Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. Members, we now come to our final debate. This is the debate on clauses 1 and 2, title and commencement. Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start. In terms of the title and commencement, I want to start by talk about the commencement date. I want to check the first question I have with the Minister, and I'll come back to title a little bit later. I want to first start by asking the Minister what is the rationale behind keeping this on a single day set by order in Council as opposed to having a specific date. I mean, noting that 2.2, Clause 2, Subclause 2 does say that if the Act has not come into force, so I say, let's say late March, it will come into effect on the first day of the next calendar month, which I'm assuming is the 1st of April. But I'm interested to know, is it what needs to be set up for it to bring it earlier in terms of ordering Council? Because that's what I'm assuming the flexibility is allowing. So I want to check with the Minister first before asking other questions.
Madam Chair.
Julianne Genta.
Madam Chair, I wanted to take the opportunity during this part of the debate to talk about 3 things. The first is the commencement date, as my colleague also already alluded to, so I do hope the Minister will answer his question. But I do think that the government is demonstrating their naivety, or is it naivety, or their just overall bad intent, because what is contained in this bill are changes that make it significantly easier for environmental integrity, the integrity of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and the future of our country to be overridden in the interests of foreign ownership. And I think it is incredibly naive or ill intent to believe that New Zealanders are always, New Zealand and the future of New Zealand will be better off with more foreign ownership and less New Zealand ownership. When people can control our strategic assets, our water, our land.
Can I ask the member to come back to title and commencement?
Yes. Well, I was going to propose some better titles in Clause 1. Mm-hmm. So the Act could be called, and I think it'd be much more appropriate, Overseas Investment Selling Off Aotearoa New Zealand, Amendment Act 2025. It could be called the Overseas Investment, this coalition represents the Atlas Network, Amendment Act 2025. The Overseas Investment, this government actually believes foreign ownership is more important than the future of our climate and our water. Look, the people who stand to gain from this are the people who sell off the assets, and then the owners who can extract super profits over time. And we've seen that over and over again over the last few decades. It is very rare, it's not impossible, but it's very rare that we actually benefit from foreign ownership. And I've already listed in this debate multiple times when there have been examples of foreign ownership resulting in worse outcomes for our people, for our environment, and for the future of the country. So another possible title, Overseas Investment, National is Selling Out Our Country, Amendment Act 2025.
Lawrence Sunan.
I just want to also check with you, Madam Chair, because despite the fact that, yes, technically we can use the title as an opportunity to also sum up on the debate and what has happened in the committee stage, at the same time, we do expect a certain level of engagement from the Minister as well. And we haven't heard from the Minister regarding neither my question, a genuine question on commencement date, nor my colleague, the Honourable Julianne Gender's question, or any variety of amendment to the titles. But moving on to title, I do think that there is a missed opportunity when it comes to the title, and just summing up on some of the things that we discussed in here. national interests and other matters, I think from a minister and from the government's perspective, it's very factual. However, at the same time, what we've seen earlier in terms of the electoral amendment bill, that the minister in those instances is like, this bill, the name itself is plentifully clear, despite the fact that we made other suggestions that includes what we see here in the title. So we suggested things like, disqualification of, voting, or etc., and other potential matters. But like I said, the minister at that stage said that it is perfectly clear. So my amendment to this title, and it's one of the tabled amendments, is simply just keep it as Overseas Investment Amendment Act. So why include all of these other things in there? It seems to be very contradictory to what some of the government bills that has been introduced earlier today. Other ones that I can think of is, if we're going to be doing something like this, I really understand, it's very factual when you're looking at national interest test. It is element in this particular bill. It is and other matters. It is something that is very factual. But the example that I mentioned earlier in terms of one of the other bills that we saw, the immigration fiscal sustainability, technically wasn't a subset. It was an outcome of what that bill is hoping to achieve. And I do think, and all jokes aside, I do think that there is a missed opportunity if the government does care about economic growth and economic opportunities or providing jobs, that this isn't going to be something that might as well include that and just throw that in there and just be like economic growth and other matters. But it's not. So it is something that is very factual. However, just to kind of bring everything all together and sum things up, Mr. Chair, we do have genuine concerns around this bill and, in terms of how we engage. And I think that needs to be reflected within the title of this bill. And I think most importantly for us is the fact that the minister's unwillingness to acknowledge the influence that Five Eyes would potentially have, and what we see in the regulatory impact statement when it comes to determining overseas investment, because we have seen throughout this bill this new inclusion, and now whether it is done as something that's always been done, or now, but regardless of that, now it is in legislation and explicitly mentioned as national security, as what is considered national interest. This is very new in some of the newest legislation we're seeing. So I do think that the minister should consider simply just overseas investment. This government is in the pocket of Five Eyes and other matters amendment bill, because that's what we're going to be seeing here. And I do think that there is a potentially chilling effect it will have for people who want to invest in Aotearoa, New Zealand, who may actually invest with the best intentions, that doing things that is both good for the climate and also good for the environment, but maybe from countries that our Five Eyes partner simply do not like, in which case we are going to consider that as a national risk or a national security issues. And I think that is something that the minister hasn't really fleshed out. The other thing that I think the Honourable Damien O'Connor has been raising consistently as part of this debate, and I think should be captured within the title of this bill, is the delegation of the power from ministers to regulators, but also more importantly, the ability for the ministers to even override or have directive letters, like my colleague Honourable Julian Genter has said. So I think another appropriate title for this is, this act is overseas investment. This government doesn't care about democracy, but simply just want their ministers to do whatever they want, and other matters amendment bill.
The Honourable Andrew Hoggart. In terms of the title, there is no intention of changing the title. It's pretty clear and straightforward. It says what it does. In terms of the commencement date, that date is there based on the fact that we hope to have this in place sooner, but if systems take longer to set up, then that's the maximum that will give us the time to get it set.
Sam Muffindale.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te marima ngā pote e whakahe ana.
Action New Zealand.
In favour.
New Zealand
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres. Maria Mino Kapakini.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Sudan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to replace national interest tests with national interest assessment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Yes. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te marima ngā pote whakai.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres. Maria Mino Kapakini.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Dr. Lawrence Sudan's tabled amendment to Clause 1 to delete national interest test and other matters be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te marima ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres. Maria Mino Kapakini.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to Clause 1 to refer to asset ownership screening changes and other matters be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te marima ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 against.
New Zealand First.
8 again.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres. Maria Mino Kapakini.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to Clause 1 to insert the word pathway be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct the party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te marima ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres. Maria Mino Kapakini.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is agreed to. The question, the question is not agreed to. I've got 10 past 10 itis, guys, sorry. The question is that Francisco's table amendment to Clause 1 to insert consent criteria modification be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te marima ngā poti e whakaai ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wheres. Maria Mino Kapakini.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 1 to refer to screening streamlining be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it.
Party vote.
Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e whakaae ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Taku Te Wheres. Mare Meno Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 1 to refer to sensitive asset protection be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e whakaae ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Pāti Māori, Taku Te Wheres. Mare Meno Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 1 to refer to sensitive land safeguards be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
Wake up. 49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e whakaae ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Taku Te Wheres. Mare Meno Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. The question is that Francisco Hernandez tabled amendment to clause 1 to refer to expedited national review be agreed to. Expedited, I don't know if I'm reading this right. Expedited national review be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e whakaae ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori, Taku Te Wheres. Mare Meno Kapakingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed to. Francisco Hernandez, 3 remaining tabled amendments to clause 1 are out of order as not being an objective description of the bill. The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e whakahe ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori, Taku Te Wheres. Mare Meno Kapakingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. The question is that the Honourable Erica Stanford's amendment to clause 2 set out on amendment paper number 470 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e whakahe ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand first.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori, Taku Te Wheres, Mare Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. Dr. Lawrence Zunan's tabled amendment to Clause 2 is out of order as being inconsistent with the previous decision of the committee. The question is that Clause 2 as amended stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Ayes have it. Party vote.
Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti e whakahea ana.
Action New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand first.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori, Taku Te Wheres, Mare Mino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. I will report this bill with amendment.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Overseas Investment, National Interest Test and Other Matters Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The bill is set down for third reading immediately. Honourable Andrew Hoggard.
I move that the Overseas Investment, National Interest Test and Other Matters Amendment Bill be now read a third time. Madam Speaker, for too long New Zealanders have paid the price of having one of the most restrictive overseas investment laws in the developed world. It has meant less growth, fewer jobs, lower productivity and stagnant wages. This bill will ensure Kiwi businesses can attract more investment from overseas. We're a growing nation and our businesses need international investment to maintain our position as a first world island paradise in the South Pacific. That's why we're overhauling our regulation of overseas investment. New Zealand's productivity growth has slowed down because workers haven't had enough capital behind them. Between 2013 to 2023, our capital to labour ratio grew by just 0.7% a year, compared with 2.2% in the previous decade. As a result, productivity growth fell from an average of 1.4% annually between 1993 and 2013 to just 0.2% from 2013 to 2023. Foreign investment provides Kiwis with access to international capital, expertise and technology. This grows New Zealand businesses, enhances productivity and supports high-paying jobs. As Milton Friedman famously observed, great man, the beauty of the free market lies in the fact that transactions only occur when both parties see mutual benefit. We agree. Investments into our country are by definition a win-win. That's right. We're creating a far more efficient, growth-focused approach to attracting overseas investment, with changes that will make it easier, quicker and more transparent for foreign investors to invest in New Zealand businesses. The Minister has seen firsthand the difference this makes to Kiwi businesses and Kiwi workers. When he visited two businesses in the same industry on the same afternoon, both had skilled and passionate people with good ideas. One had overseas investment, though this benefited in two ways. They had more money for machinery and they had more know-how for manufacturing and marketing their product by receiving knowledge from their partners offshore. You see, New Zealand needs foreign investment, but foreign investment does not need New Zealand. New Zealand suffers from a tyranny of distance, from low domestic savings and from persistent low levels of investment. Why then When we are in a global competition for capital and investment, has our regime been so difficult for investors to navigate, imposing both significant costs and burdens? This bill will address these problems by consolidating the regime's complex and overly burdensome tests into a new national interest test through which most transactions will now be screened and consented, allowing consideration of the net benefit of an investment and requiring the regulator to complete their initial risk assessment in stage 1 of the new national interest test within 15 working days. When the Minister was put in charge of policy in this area 15 months ago, it was obvious these changes were needed. He found that 2 elected ministers had to sign every consent, no matter how minor. Is that a really good use of time for 2 elected officials to sign off someone buying a paddock so they can plant some grapes because their passport doesn't say New Zealand? I think we all know the answer, and that's why we've delegated the majority of these decision-making to the regulator. The new regime will operate with a presumption in favour of foreign investment, acknowledging the significant benefits it can bring to our economy. Most critically, the changes will reverse the presumption in the Act that it is a privilege for overseas persons to own or control sensitive New Zealand assets for asset classes other than residential land, farming or fishing quota. This law change builds on previous improvements. Last year, we directed the Overseas Investment Office to speed up consenting processing timeframes under the Overseas Investment Act. The letter set the Minister's expectation that LINZ will process 80% of consent applications in half the statutory timeframes for decisions. LINZ has since taken a risk-based approach to verifying information and streamlining consent processes. This recognises that the majority of consent applications are low risk and should be processed more efficiently. In the 12 months to 30th of November, LINZ has processed almost 82.6% of consent applications in half the statutory timeframe. Processing times are 60% faster than in financial year 2024. The average timeframe has reduced from 71 working days to 28 working days. This is good news, and it is a sign to the rest of the world that we welcome your investment. Today's milestone is another big step in the right direction. We all know that capital is highly mobile and investors are looking for safe and stable countries to do business. I am excited by the opportunities presented through the major reforms the government is making. We're creating the conditions that make it even easier for businesses like many out there to invest, innovate and grow in New Zealand. We do that because we know it's a win-win. Investment leads to productivity, which leads to higher wages and happier lives. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It is a sad night. 10:30 on Friday night. Tuesday. The only thing to give me a smile is my mates win at Alexandra Park. Transcend, Race 6, Group 1. Yes, Madam Speaker. Mr Speaker. We heard a lot of ideological rhetoric from the Minister in explaining the passage of this legislation. My ancestors, many, came to this country from other parts of the world where it was really difficult. Class societies where if you didn't have money it was hard to get ahead. We formed a partnership with the indigenous people of this land, the Māori people, and we've built a nation. Our ancestors have gone to war, they have fought for the sovereign right to control our destiny. In building that country, we did depend upon foreign capital. We went cap in hand to London, to New York, different places around the world to get capital to build the industries and build the infrastructure. But we've grown up, Mr Speaker. We've grown up. We're a modern country. We have a partnership with iwi. We have a multicultural nation. And we've got money that we can invest in ourselves. In fact, we've got total managed funds owned by New Zealanders of $363 billion. Don't tell me we haven't got the capital. In KiwiSaver alone, there's $111 billion of capital, much of which is invested offshore, capital that could be available to assist us develop our own country. Now we have trade arrangements. We sell, we buy, we shift people, capital, and so of course we're going to open the door to foreign capital. But we're not dependent upon it for our future. And in fact, the country that we have built, for the most part, free of major corruption, good, reliable infrastructure, solid laws, good, hard-working people, investing in New Zealand should be a privilege. And indeed, that has been the presumption all the way through. And in fact, even the purpose statement of the bill here that the government put in, it still says that we'd like to acknowledge that it's a privilege for an overseas person to own controls in sensitive New Zealand assets, in the sensitive ones. And the Minister, the first speech in the third reading said, this shifts the balance in favour of the foreign investors. Well, that's just outrageous. This is not putting New Zealand first, this is putting New Zealand last. I'm here, and most of my colleagues are here, for New Zealanders first and foremost. Of course we rely on partnerships, but this piece of legislation, if I can be kind and say, with some good intent to improve some efficiencies, and we're not opposed to that. We're not opposed to foreign investment. But as I tried through my amendments to do into this bill tonight, was to make an alteration to ensure that the protections that we've always had through the regime remained in place. They are no longer there. A minister of a government can write a directive letter to the delegated officials, and they can decide who gets to invest in our country, pretty much open. And even when there's a national interest test where the proposed investor fails, the minister can step in under this legislation and approve that investment. That is outrageous. And the only thing that will protect us over time is the democracy that will put this side of the House in the sitting seat and in government. That's the only thing that will protect us, because as we've heard from many of the ACT members, not so much from New Zealand First because they're a bit uneasy about this, but lots of ACT and national members here saying that we should make it easier for foreign investors to come in and buy New Zealand. Some of the money will come in for greenfields investment to develop our economy and to add value, and we welcome that. But some of it will just come in for speculation, to buy into monopolistic structures that we have across our economy, and there are many of them. The banks are already foreign owned for the most part. Many of the sectors around, even in the primary sectors, we're seeing increasing levels of foreign investment. Some good, some not so good. But this bill will make it easier and remove the safeguards that most New Zealanders think should be in place. The devil is always in the detail, and changing may to must, or must to may, as I was trying to do through my amendments, might seem like a minor technical change. But there are enough lawyers in this House here to know that's a major change in terms of protection for New Zealand and New Zealanders. And as Minister Hoggard said, presumption in favour of foreign investors. That's what he said. I think Kiwis, if they're still awake at 10:30 on a Friday night or not out having a great time, most of them hearing that, they will be horrified. And so it is important to get on the record that the Labour Party in opposition, while potentially supporting some moves to make more efficient the process, does not support handing and delegating just to officials the right to allow pretty much anyone to come into the country, because they've taken away the one test that we always had, which was around character and capability. So the person normally would have been able to come in and invest if they had some skills, if they were of good character, and if they said they could do what they were going to do. Those protections have been removed. And the way the world is at the moment, Mr. Speaker, with people looking for safe havens, obtaining money through all sorts of illegal means across the globe, then those people will be looking to New Zealand now. And the Minister and the ACT Party have just said that the presumption now is in favour of those foreign investors, with no check on character and no check on capability. So come and buy us. Come in and settle in our land and bring whatever money you can and buy whatever you can, with the dangers that that brings to our small nation. Mr. Speaker, I think that a government with a true vision would be cautious in this area, just at a time where we've built our capacity, the investment funds through KiwiSaver, through AC3, through the superannuation fund. We've committed to that. We should have done it in the 70s, but the national government and Mr. Muldoon got rid of that. And once again, the national-led government is undermining our sovereign rights to determine the future direction of our country. The people who fought and died around the world would be horrified to see this piece of legislation pass through the House. The members over there should be ashamed, really. When they look at it, we gave them an opportunity tonight. We gave them an opportunity to make some final adjustments, to put in place a few protections, but alas, even in the House tonight, they refused to make the adjustments that would have offered some comfort for the vast majority of New Zealanders who think it should be a privilege to invest in our country, not a right, and not a presumptive right in favour of those people just because they have money. Mr. Speaker, this is a sad night, and I'm sure that into the future, because there will be incidents where there's hot money or bad money come into our country, bad people come into our country, that there'll be a need to change this legislation to protect New Zealanders and New Zealand from the huge amounts of capital around the world. Madam Speaker, it could have been a good bill just to make improvement, but it's gone too far.
Honourable Gillian Genter.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. Tēnā koutou e te whare. Let's call it like it is. This bill is not about investment or things that will benefit workers or productivity. It is about foreign ownership.
Yep.
Ownership.
Yep.
Now, there are many submissions to the Select Committee which oppose the bill. Many extremely educated people who put in thorough submissions, thoughtful submissions that, of course, the government absolutely ignored. Basically, Mr. Speaker, and those watching at home, it is 10:35 on Friday evening, 2 weeks out from Christmas. And what is the national-led coalition doing? They're rushing through, under urgency, a series of bills that are all about undermining democracy. Yep. They're about making it easier for a smaller group of people to control the future of the country. They want to exclude the people who care about the environment, who care about fairness and justice. And why do they want to do that? So that this smaller group can get richer and richer. Meanwhile, our planet, our ecosystems, everything that that enables life is at threat because of this system, capitalism, which is, you know, unfortunately, the members opposite, whether they mean well or not, they cannot think long term. They do not think long term. They have no idea what is heading for us. And their religion is that of what the minister referred to as, quote unquote, the free market. There's no such thing as a free market. There is no such thing. I wish there was, but this does not exist. We have a market that is absolutely set up to privilege those who already have more. Now, we've called it, over the last 30 years, the system that they have perpetuated, and other governments as well, that the Greens have not ever been part of. But they call it neoliberalism. But it's actually neoliberalism is really neo-feudalism. And you can tell with their priorities. They're all about enabling those who own more to keep making more money and owning more. And look, there's many erudite submissions I would love to quote during this speech. I would recommend that people watching at home go to the submissions, look at the submissions from Jane Kelsey, from Jeff Bertram. Jeff Bertram has a doctorate in economics from the University of Oxford. He taught economics and finance at Victoria University for more than 3 decades. And he has, on many occasions, including the changes to the Overseas Investment Bill in 2020, identified that there's a real problem with the so-called benefit to New Zealand test. It was inadequate before this, and it's being made even more inadequate because of the changes rushed through under urgency. And I just want to make it absolutely clear to people watching at home that it's no accident that the government is rushing these bills through under urgency 2 weeks out from Christmas, because they know that what they're doing is actually quite unpopular. It's politically unpopular with New Zealanders, but they think they can get away with it under the cover of night by flooding the zone with outrageous changes that fundamentally undermine democracy in this country, because this government, the coalition government, does not believe in democracy. Yep. They want to limit democracy. The rise of oligarchy around the world is unmistakable. It's unmistakable. And this coalition government has so much in common with the Trump administration in the United States and with many other far-right extremist governments. We're watching the decline of democracy. But here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we still have a system where if enough people participate, we can make sure that this is a one-term government. Now, just for the benefit of members opposite, I'm not sure if any of them are fans of Rick and Morty, but the very best, most succinct dialogue that I think explains the problem with capitalism is from Rick and Morty, and I want to get this on the Hansard. This is a fantastic... imagine Morty being like, oh, if people work hard, they get rewarded under capitalism. Oh my God, Morty, capitalism doesn't work when everyone wins. It needs poverty to function. Someone has to take the low-paying jobs so the profits keep flowing upwards. Capitalism doesn't reward work, it rewards ownership. You don't climb the ladder by working hard, you climb it by owning the ladder. And that explains the ideology of the people opposite. They are all about making sure that those who already own the most continue to make the most money. And that's why they want to punish those who are out of work for whatever reason. They want to force those people to go to work for inadequate wages. They want to undermine the union movement. Every step they take is about ensuring that there is a hierarchy that is steeper and steeper. And there are heaps of people at the bottom of the heap. What did our Prime Minister call them? Bottom feeders? Yeah, the bottom feeders that can be effectively the slave labor to the owners of capital. That's what this government stands for. And New Zealand First, in particular, should be absolutely ashamed to be voting for this bill.
Point of order, Simon Court.
Just ask the Speaker to reflect on whether the member's actually speaking to any
determine
aspect
that.
of
Sit
the bill.
down. Sit down. I will determine that. Sit down.
Well, of course you will, Mr. Speaker. But it's getting quite...
Sit down. Now, I would ask the House that if they're going to interject, to do that, for that to be rare and infrequent, and at 10:40 at night for it to at least be witty. Make an attempt to do that. Otherwise, calm yourselves down, please. Honourable Julianne Genter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Zealand First has absolutely sold out its roots in voting for this bill. Not only is this bill taking away the test that meant that we could prevent a large foreign corporation from coming in and profiting off the sale of fresh water in a bottled water plant, which was something that New Zealand First previously had tried to rectify. They tried to get royalties to be possible, but because we had previous neoliberal or neo-feudal governments that signed us up to free trade agreements that prioritize the profits or the returns to investors over the rights of people to access clean, fresh water and to have access to something that is fundamental to life, they were not able to charge royalties on fresh water. So what happened was the previous government amended the Overseas Investment Act in order to have that be something that can be considered under the national interest test. So we already had an incredibly weak national interest test, and I'm not saying that there couldn't be a more systematic way to approach this, but the reality is we don't have that, and this bill is taking us backwards, and it's New Zealand First that is voting for this to make it easier for foreign corporations to come in and make profits at the expense of New Zealanders. That's what this is about. It's about foreign ownership. And we have no doubt that the minister responsible for the bill that is his agenda. It's very clear. But what is so dishonest is the claim that somehow this is necessary or sufficient to benefit New Zealanders. What is needed for New Zealanders to be able to address the productivity gap that we have? It's not selling off our assets. It's not cutting the minimum wage or refusing to raise it. It's not cutting benefits. It's not cutting education and all these. No, we need to invest in science. This government is barely investing in science at all. If we actually wanted to follow in the pathway of other small nations that have gone from being very reliant on selling primary products like Denmark or like Sweden, what they did is they addressed the oligarchy in their own society. They created a fair tax system and they used that money to invest in public good. And particularly the countries that have higher wages is usually they have much, much higher unionization. Because what happens when you make it harder for workers to get the benefits of the investment in productivity is that the profits flow to the owners of capital. In this case, it's going to be more foreign ownership. So I don't understand. I mean, I do understand. I know there's been many decades of rubbish, taught and in introductory economics or commerce classes. I know that many of the people who join the National Party just fundamentally aren't that curious about the world and the way things work, and maybe they're not so empathetic because they seem more interested in punishing the poor, in punishing those who are marginalized, in punching down on those people who have not been served well by colonization, rather than looking around and saying, how can we be honest with each other about our painful past? How can we make reparations and amends? How can we work together to ensure that everybody can benefit? Not just those who are already rich, who already own 100 investment properties, but those people who are born to parents who have been disadvantaged. They deserve a chance. This government is evil.
Cameron Brewer.
The ventilating hysteria. The National Party is very, very happy to support and lead this Overseas Investment Amendment Bill here on the third reading. Can I leave you just with one point? What's that? That this will maintain current screening requirements for investments in farmland, the fishing quota and residential land, recognising the unique sensitivity of these assets. Mr. Speaker, New Zealand is open for business. I commend the bill.
Cheers. The Honourable Mark Patterson.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this bill on behalf of New Zealand First. It does make a measured, despite the hyperbole, a measured amendments to the national interest test that streamlines processes for which overseas investors can qualify to invest in New Zealand. If we can attract more capital and the expertise that comes with it, and potentially the market access that comes with it, it can create opportunities for New Zealanders. But be in no doubt, New Zealand First has paid very close attention to this bill. We are not in the camp that thinks unfettered foreign investment is a total win for New Zealand. The loss of our banking sector is probably our best example. $7 billion a year profits getting sucked offshore. Our current account deficit reflects that we do have to be careful in this space, and it has been in the negotiation of this bill, and it is we're New Zealand First, so this is a very, very sensitive topic for us. But the third rails in this, and Cameron Brewer mentioned in his last speech, residential housing, farmland and fishing quota. There was no way we were going to compromise on those, and we have not. We will not allow New Zealanders to be tenants in their own land. But hopefully with these measures we'll bring in some capital that will increase our productivity, growth, jobs, the things we desperately need at the moment in this economy. So New Zealand First, on balance, will support this bill.
Dr. Lawrence,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there are a number of things that we do need to address with this bill, and I want to echo what my colleague Honourable Julianne Gender have said, that this bill does anything other than just simply selling New Zealand off overseas piece by piece. We have already seen this government pass investment in New Zealand under urgency, and basically is a real estate agency to sell off New Zealand. And now we're seeing this bill being introduced that is allowing people to have that kind of carve out. But that's not simply the most scary thing in this bill, Mr. Speaker. Let's start unpacking. I think one of the things that we mentioned a number of times during the committee stage is what are some of the protection measures that's going to be placed on this from the perspective of environmental protection, from the very basics of the resources that belongs to everyone in Aotearoa. Fresh water is a really, really good example, and we have seen some of the issues that have been created as part of the requirement of the Overseas Investment Act in previously. And I think that is something that we shouldn't try and repeat, because although the minister in the committee stage talks about, oh, well, local government can do X, Y, and Z, Mana Whenua can do X, Y, and Z, for them to do that, they have to challenge people in the matter of court, and that also takes a lot of money. And basically what the government is saying is like, oh yeah, the option's there, but you have to be rich in order for those kind of options to be opened up to you. But Mr. Speaker, that's only one of the many issues we're seeing here. We're seeing unprecedented power being placed on the minister for their ability to do various things like directive letters. We're seeing the unchecked nature of potentially even how the regulators could work in this particular bill. We're seeing yet another substantial amendment being dropped by a minister during the committee stage that didn't go through a select committee stage. We pretty much have seen a substantial amendment being dropped in every single bill under this urgency. It is astonishing, it is appalling that this government takes our democratic system for joke. They run our country like they think they run a business, and it's not even running a good business. This is something that the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand will not stand. When it comes to this bill, when it comes to fast track, when it comes to election amendment bill, and any other bill that was passed under urgency. But also, Mr. Speaker, the other really concerning thing in here, and we are starting to see these ugly terminologies rearing its ugly head over and over again in recent bills, and this is this idea of what is considered national interest and explicitly stating national security and public disorder, a very Trumpian and very American way of framing things. It is ironic, Mr. Speaker, that we have passed a bill on foreign interference, yet this government very much has allowed Five Eyes and the US to interfere in our own democratic system. We have seen that interfering in education, have seen that interfering in our defense, we have seen that interfering in our foreign affairs. And just recently, Mr. Speaker, that we have seen the UK has effectively partially pulled out of the Five Eyes because of the concerns in terms of some of the information that's sharing. But here we are making decisions on overseas investment based on what our Five Eyes partners would say. And that was explicitly mentioned over and over and over again in our regulatory impact statement. And that should be a concern, and that is going to actually have a chilling effect on the kind of overseas investment that we see here in Aotearoa. But Mr. Speaker, just to finish, this bill is not something that the Green Party will support, because this bill fundamentally doesn't address. We have not heard once from the government side on exactly what is the economic benefit to Aotearoa. Give us the number. How many jobs were created? They can't answer that because it's all thoughts and prayers and no tangible action. We will not support it.
Ryan Hamilton.
Speaker, the hypocrisy is dripping from the ceiling as we get lectured from foreign investment from two foreigners from the Green Party. I think I might have been sick in my mouth a little bit. Mr. Speaker, this is about foreign investment in this country. This is about unlocking productivity and helping New Zealand grow, and I'm proud to support it.
Point of order. Point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. As a foreign-born New Zealander, I take offence at the statement.
Speaking to the point of order, Simon Court.
New Zealander, I take no offence.
Speaking to the point of order, Dr. Malton.
No.
I think that would be appropriate for Ryan Hamilton to withdraw and apologise for that comment.
No, which comment? For withdraw and apologise.
Thank you. Let's move on. The next call, Glenn Bennett.
It kind of shows, I guess, the attitude of this government and of the National Party as we hear debates like that, which are so offensive to all, it should be offensive actually to all New Zealanders. All people are welcome in this country, and all people, hear me out please, all people are welcome in this country, and when they become citizens of this country, they are members of this country. So to throw barbs across this house in such an offensive way is despicable. And actually makes me sick to my stomach. And that is outrageous, Mr. Speaker, and it is another sad day in this House with the glee and the jibes and the nastiness that comes out. Mr. Speaker, as we talk about this piece of legislation, and I guess we'll just sort of settle down a bit and we'll just kind of move forward. We need to take a moment.
Everybody just calm down for a bit. There will be opportunities for this side to respond. It is a debate. So there will be an opportunity for that side to respond. Glenn Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward as we take our time and as we move through to tomorrow morning to continue this discussion around this and the next piece of legislation. And as we've watched as the week has gone on and we've seen the pieces of legislation come through, what I look at what's going on here is around prioritising the speed of doing things, the speed of changing these rules and allowing it to be far easier. But with that speed, when you run fast and loose, you can create potential risks. And this bill is about supposedly streamlining these approvals, but it could also compromise the process that it goes through, running loose and fast. And again, as we've gone on through urgency, we've had fast track, with all sorts of things which are around speeding things up and making them supposedly more efficient. But you have to look in terms of the long-term impacts these things have. And as has been spoken in the committee stage, and it was spoken by my colleague, the Honourable Damien O'Connor, about weakening the safeguards that this legislation brings. It's a challenge when we look at what is going on, that this consolidating the test into a single national interest test risks reducing security and scrutiny on sensitive farmlands. What we've talked about things like farmland, residential land, and strategic infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, again, we have to reflect on why this legislation needs to be sitting here at urgency, why it is so important to this government to get this passed as quickly as they can. Because what we need to think about and be clear on, what are the benefits that this brings in terms of when I look at who it's for? Is it for their mates? Is it for the ordinary working New Zealanders? We have to really consider. Because this bill focuses on investors rather than maybe looking at tangible benefits, how we can actually build better communities. Mr. Speaker, we need to think about our economic sovereignty in New Zealand and what that looks like. We need to be thoughtful in terms of allowing things to be sold offshore, what that can mean, and what the challenges that will bring. We look at over the decades and over generations when things have been sold, when things have slipped out of our hands, and once they're gone, once land is gone, they never get to come back. And for me, I think this bill is a step backwards. I think it is something we really need to pause and consider as we come to the vote this evening. I think about that single national interest test, Mr. Speaker, and as they bring that in and replace some of the checks and balances, we really need to pause and ponder and make sure that that future generations, what are we doing tonight? What are we doing within a piece of legislation like this? Does it benefit future generations? This bill claims to simplify and to speed up overseas investment. But in reality, I think it strips away protections. I think it strips away protections for our land, for our communities and our sovereignties. New Zealand deserves transparency in a system that they can trust. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not confident that this legislation does that. We urge the House to pause and to reject this legislation and uphold the sovereignty that we have within Aotearoa, New Zealand, to make sure that our investments are for the betterment not only of us today, but the betterment of everyone tomorrow.
Dan Bidwell.
Commend it to the House.
I rise to take a call on the Overseas Investment National Interest Test and Other Matters Amendment Bill and lend my voice to the voice of opposition to this piece of legislation. It's shortly going to tick over 11 o'clock at night on a Friday night, and we are dealing with this through the remaining stages of urgency. I guess the good thing is that this is a bill that did actually go to Select Committee, unlike some of the other pieces of legislation that we're dealing with through urgency this evening. An overwhelming majority of those that did submit did oppose this bill, and it's really interesting, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the reasons that those individuals and submitters did give. And so usually, that's something that's covered at second reading, so I won't dwell too much on that. But what I will say is that there was a significant number of submitters that were really concerned about the implications that this bill would have for the environment, in particular around forestry and fresh water. Colleagues tonight have talked about the fact that Kiwis do actually expect that there are safeguards in place when it comes to investment and what that means in a New Zealand context. I guess the question for the government is, why is the government simply afraid to allow Kiwis to take a role in this? Why is the government so afraid to back Kiwis? Why is the government so afraid to invest in Kiwis? Because this is about priority at the end of the day. We've heard a little bit about the decision-making process that would be involved as part of this bill. The the reality of delegating decision-making around matters when it comes to New Zealand and investment by foreign investors would now be actually given over to officials through delegation to make those decisions. And as the Honourable Damien O'Connor has already indicated, the Minister himself this evening has said to the House that it would be prefaced on the suggestion that officials would favour the foreign investment avenue, that this is heavily weighted in terms of the way in which decision makers would go about making those decisions to fall in favour of foreign investment. What that basically means is that if you have the moolah, then you get to have the opportunity to have a ticket here to New Zealand, that you can set up a future for yourself. When we step back and have a look at the other avenues, which are quite limited and for good reason, as to how and why others would be able to come here and settle or set up base or whatever it might be, there is a real sense of injustice, I think, in saying that if you have the money, you have the capacity, you can buy your way here to New Zealand. And that value base and that value proposition is very far removed from the value base and the value proposition that the New Zealand Labour Party has in this particular space. We have always supported and will continue to support high quality strategic investment that delivers benefit for all New Zealanders. And this bill falls far short of that particular threshold. And the reason why we fall in favour of that particular approach in the Labour Party is quite simple and straightforward, because it's actually about investment that will lead to the creation of jobs here in New Zealand, something that this government really do need to tackle and address, and this is not the way in which they go about doing. Sort of level of wage increase for the minimum wage that this government have sparingly sort of thrown about over the last 24 hours or thereabouts. But it's also about actually not just delivering profits to those that would flow those profits offshore. This is an opportunity for us, I think, to reflect on how it is that investment by the government in terms of their priority should actually be directed. And it's very clear that in the government promoting this bill through the remaining stages of urgency is, again, they are saying actually government and ministers don't need to be involved in the decision-making capacity. We can delegate that to officials. The expectation is that officials will, in the majority of cases, fall in favour of making decisions under delegation in favour of foreign investment, rather than backing Kiwis, backing the creation opportunities for jobs, backing a future here in New Zealand. This is a terrible piece of legislation, and we will continue to oppose it.
Sam Iffenden. This is a good bill. I commend it to the House.
The Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Mr. Speaker, outside of these walls, it's 11 o'clock on a Friday night. Inside these walls, we're trapped in a perpetual Tuesday and trapped. And I think this year we have been trapped in a blur of legislation delivered at extraordinary pace. I want to just go over the numbers that my colleague Venushi Walters quoted in this House, today, in some version of today, that this government has spent 30% of its time in urgency, 30%. And in comparison to the previous government, which spent 15% of its time in urgency. And during that time was dealing with a global pandemic, was dealing with emergencies, was dealing with extraordinary situations. Mr. Speaker, what extraordinary situation exists that this particular bill needs to be heard in urgency? There was no urgency required. It is only in this House because that government could not organise itself, because that government crammed so much legislation into this House that it has made mistakes, it's having to recall legislation, that has omitted stuff from bills. It has actually played fast and loose with the rules of this House, and we see that impact in the quality of the legislation that is coming before us. Now, this bill, I think, has some of that that blur, that rush, that fast and loose expressed in this bill. Foreign investment in New Zealand is it's an interesting issue to think really hard about, because we do need to walk a very, very fine line on foreign investment. Yes, we think it's important that we have at least some foreign investment in this country. Yes, we do want to be open to the world. Yes, we can see the value that foreign investment brings. But at the same time, we want to be sure that it is the right kind of foreign investment, that it is foreign investment that enhances New Zealand, that it is foreign investment that ensures that New Zealanders remain in control of their own destiny. And I think the example was quoted earlier on as to what had happened with our banking sector, where our banks are now controlled, our major banks are now controlled from overseas, where we have seen extraordinary amounts of profits extracted from New Zealand, where we've tried to control that through various means, but nevertheless, because some of our major assets are owned overseas, what we see is those overseas investors quite rightly wanting a profit, but seeming to extract extraordinary profits from New Zealand. That's the danger with foreign investment as well. We want the quality foreign investment, but there is a danger in it, and we need to walk a very, very fine line. I think that this particular piece of legislation has a bit of a misstep in it. It stumbles along that fine line. So yes, we support efficiency, but we do not support open slather. Yes, we support testing the quality of foreign investment that is coming into this country, but that government has reduced the quality of the tests that we're applying to foreign investment. Reducing to a single national interest test reduces the amount of scrutiny. I've looked at, in terms of the efficiency that is going to allegedly come through this legislation, and of course it begs the question, is that government going to staff the Overseas Investment Agency in order to enable that efficiency to be realised? If they do not staff it adequately, then we will have rushed and sketchy investigation of proposed foreign investment. It's all very well to put a time frame into the legislation, but then if officials are not given sufficient resources to actually conduct the investigation, to actually assess the proposals, then that becomes another risk for the country. So there's a real question there, and I think it's something that government want to keep a close eye on, and we as opposition will be keeping a close eye on, as to whether or not those efficiency gains which are promised in this legislation are coming at the expense of quality investigation of the investments that are coming into this country. I am worried, Mr. Speaker, about two sets of proposals here, and they kind of pull against each other. One is the delegation of decision-making to officials. Look, our officials work hard, and the public servants that I've worked with have been extraordinarily smart and able. They've been committed to New Zealand. Nevertheless, officials do not face election every 3 years. They do not face direct accountability. And that, I think, is a concern here. But there's another concern here with some of the proposals, some of the investments, then having, as I understand it, that the Minister can issue a directive letter. In other words, tell the officials what to do. Now, that's a problem too. The interesting thing is when you have two elected officials having to scrutinise an investment, then that reduces the chance of someone doing something awry. In order to have something dodgy go through, you'd need at least a degree of collusion. But so there was a protection there in having two ministers. With having just one minister who can issue a directive letter, that's a risk, and I don't think it's a risk we ought to be taking. So although this bill on the lid on the lid says it's going to promote efficiency, it's going to promote foreign investment, and it's still going to test that investment. In fact, there is a whole series of risks inherent in what this government has put into this legislation, and for that reason the Labour Party opposes this bill.
Nancy Lou.
Mr. Speaker, of course I commend this bill to the House because we are building New Zealand's future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate to deprive the House of I support this bill and then sit down speech from the members opposite, but alas, I have to deprive the House of that rare and august privilege. By a what? I'd love a Christmas present from you. Look, well, nobody's listening, but it doesn't matter because nobody listens. This is the thing, right? Like, we have all sorts of members.
I am listening.
Okay. That's right. The most important person's listening, and that's enough for me, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, on to the bill. The Green Party of Aotearoa opposes this bill because we have really serious concerns that it repeals the essential environmental, cultural, and public benefit tests that are really important if you're actually wanting to consider overseas investment in this country. And look, we do know there is value in overseas capital. We do know there is value in bringing skills, bringing important talents, and bringing important things that New Zealand doesn't currently have, so that can be used to serve the country. But look, my question is that why can't they go through the same process that migrants have to go through, right? It's actually quite hard to be able to migrate to this country. It is rightfully seen as a privilege, and there's a lot of hoops you actually have to jump through, and there's a lot of payment interest you have to go through to have the privilege of coming here and putting your labor in service to this country. So why do we not apply the same logic to capital? If it's really important to have people here who work, who do valued work at the at the nursing homes, who do valued work at the hospitals, who do valued work at the dairy farms, but we make it so hard for them, then it's only really fair that we actually apply the same test, that we apply the same logic to the potential of capital here. Like, if the members opposite wanted to suggest a like-for-like liberalisation of labour and capital rules coming here, then perhaps something around the shape of a deal could be reached here. But the reality is that we shouldn't apply the same. We should apply the same standards when it comes to capital that we do apply for labour. And I've heard many members on these opposition benches they're trying to convince New Zealand First to change their mind at the last minute to vote against this legislation. But I think we'll actually find, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to the election next year, or maybe as soon as 2 weeks from now, that New Zealand First will always have been against this bill, just like they were always against their vote in the against their vote in the regulatory standards bill, where the Honourable Casey Costello said that we have no hesitation in commending this bill to the House, but then 2 weeks later, the Right Honourable, 2 days later, the Right Honourable Winston Peters announced that actually they were very much against it and that they were going to go to the election campaigning to repeal it. So I anticipate that we'll actually see. Yeah, but look, I understand the system perfectly well, Mr. Foster. This is why, in fact, I'm avoiding throwing too many slurs down New Zealand First way, because we might be sharing the benches opposite sometime next year. So I don't want to be offending my potential government colleagues here. But look, well, we're all delirious here. It's 11:15. Look, I'll return to the concerns that we have about this bill. It weakens oversight of sensitive land, forestry, and water resources. It has the potential to centralize power and create even more centralization in the heart of this government, because we've seen an over-reliance on ministerial decision-making during this term of government. I mean, that's good if you become minister. But I mean, my message, and I think the Right Honourable Damien O'Connor was correct in trying to warn the members opposite here that, you know, it's all very well when you have a minister from your side making these decisions, but you know what happens when you have Dr. Lawrence Zunan calling these shots next year. You know, you have to think about what happens when you centralize power. So in conclusion, we oppose this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Oh, we don't usually get that.
Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to.
Overseas Investment, National Interest Test and Other Matters Amendment Bill, third reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day, number 8.
Judicature, Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill, third reading.
The Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
I move that the order of the day for the third reading of the Judicature Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill be discharged and the bill be recommitted immediately to consider amendment paper number 472 in my name.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
49 votes in favour.
34 votes opposed.
15 votes opposed.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Takuta Ferris. Mariamino Kapakingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed to. Just what's the correct number? Hold call, I've just got to get the right number down. All right. Okay. I declare the House and Committee for consideration of amendment paper number 472.
Good evening, members, on Tuesday the 9th of December. Members, the House is in committee. The House has resolved to recommit the Judicature Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill to the Committee of the Whole House to consider the Minister's amendments to Clause 4 set out on AP number 472. This is a limited debate and all contributions must be relevant to the proposed amendments. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Clause 4 set out on AP number 472 be agreed to. Honourable Paul Goldsmith.
Madam Chair, the amendments inadvertently agreed to by the Committee of the Whole House increased the number of High Court judges from 55 full-time equivalents to a minimum of 60 full-time equivalents and a maximum of 65 full-time equivalents. Any decision to increase the statutory cap has a fiscal impact, as cap increases automatically create the authority to pay judicial salaries up to the level of the cap. at the rate set by the Remuneration Authority. Judicial salaries are not the only consideration. We need to ensure appropriate physical facilities, courtrooms and judges' chambers, etc. A minimum number of judges is not necessary or desirable. Once a judge is appointed, they stay in office until retirement. In effect, appointments up to a maximum cap are likely to occur in practice, and if unlikely appointments, and it's unlikely that appointments would fall below a minimum. If a minimum number is included, there's a risk of inadvertently breaching the law if the number of judges dips below the minimum for any unforeseen reason, such as a judge passing away while in office or resigning with immediate effect.
Greg O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The irony, Madam Speaker, that here we are. I think the Honourable Chris Bishop described this as a snafu. I won't spell out the meaning of that. I might be breaching some standing orders. It's a mistake. But the irony, Madam Speaker, is the symbolism of it. And the symbolism of the fact that we are here at the end of a Friday evening. Oh no, sorry, it's a Tuesday evening, isn't
Tuesday.
it? After 4 days of quite intense legislation and in urgency, to fix a mistake that was made after the last intense period of urgency, which again shows the problem with considering very serious matters under urgency, ill-prepared. And I think the irony, the symbolism of this is that a lot of the legislation, Madam Speaker, that has gone through in the last 4 days, and a lot of the legislation that's gone through in the last year will be exactly the same. Now, Madam Speaker, you're looking at me quizzically saying, what is the irony of this?
I'd actually just want to interrupt the member, not because of anything the member's doing, but we ended up in this predicament, as the member said, at the last urgency motion because people weren't listening. And actually, people are not listening. So I call on Greg O'Connor to carry on with his speech.
Well, perhaps those voices were missing when the bill was being voted on last time, so perhaps they maybe are making up for their silence at that time. But anyway, Madam Speaker, the symbolism of that we're fixing this now, and I will be bringing forward 2 amendments to the Minister's amendment that I'll be speaking to, which now...
he knows on the chair. It's just late at night.
Madam Chair, there is a lot of noise coming from the opposition. If they were just to be a little quiet, they may learn something, because clearly they made a mistake last time, and if you listen, you may prevent yourself from making the same mistake next time. Again, the danger of rushed urgency. But perhaps, Madam Speaker, maybe it wasn't a mistake.
The problem, Mr.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Perhaps, Madam Chair.
We've solved the problem.
Perhaps, Madam Chair, it wasn't maybe a snafu. Maybe it wasn't a mistake. Perhaps there was just a slight bit of enlightenment crept into that ocean of darkness, that ocean of backward legislation that we've seen. Because, again, the symbolism of the mistakes, because the mistakes, the snafus that have been made in a lot of this legislation will be back here being fixed over the next several years. But back to my amendment,
that would be a good idea.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Because what I'm hoping is that the same enlightenment, and let's think it's we're near Christmas. Let's maybe think that this was not a snafu at all. Maybe just a little bit of enlightenment did come through on the opposition, on the government benches, and maybe that same enlightenment, maybe with Greg Fleming, who's over with the Dalai Lama at the moment, maybe with the enlightenment that he's learning there, maybe some of that is osmosed back here again, Madam Chair, and that the amendments that I'm presenting here today are actually to ensure that another snafu is not made, and that the Minister's amendment doesn't end up with the reduced and a shortage of judges that clearly has brought about the need for this amendment in the first place. Because, Madam Speaker, one of my amendments talks of actually a range of judges from 60 to 69. Now, 69 might sound like quite a large number, but if we applied the proportionality of the population growth since the last time we increased the number of judges, which was in 1984, so yes, it was actually in 1904, 30% population increase. That is why we would now need 69 judges at least. And of course, there is a need for those judges. If you listen to Justice Winkleman in her report, she made it clear about the pressure the courts are under. In fact, one of the Douglas Brown, one of the High Court barristers, also talked about the fact that 2 judges will make very little difference to what is required to make the court work. So, Madam Speaker, speaking to my second amendment, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
I did call you again.
Yeah, speaking to my second amendment,
Chair.
if that proves too much, perhaps for the Minister, perhaps we could go to 65, which is my second amendment, Madam Chair. We could perhaps go to 65, a compromise. Again, because we're getting near Christmas, a compromise mightn't be a bad idea. Because we do need more judges. As I said in the second reading speech, we look at crime statistics. Crime statistics can be manipulated all sorts of ways, and every government is guilty of this, bringing forward the stats that if this is down, just by changing categories, various ways can be done. But one thing you can't hide is the bodies. And if we have a look at the crime stats, we actually have a look at our category A offences, which are murder, attempted murder, and manslaughter, they are going up. They now represent 76% of new cases. So whatever else is happening in the crime sector, whatever else in the criminal statistics sector, have a look for where the bodies are. Because the other place that the amount of work that's being required, the workload in the High Court, is actually also in the insolvency area. Of course, as well as the bodies of people that are being left around, the bodies of a lot of companies that are going broke at record levels. So that has been also reflected in the insolvency numbers that are being heard by High Court judges. So right now, we're very short of High Court judges, not only by 2. In fact, as I say, statistically, we could go to 69. My second amendment paper says let's have a compromise. Let's make it up to 65. Doesn't mean we have to have 65, and it may well be when we get this high, when we get the spike in murders and manslaughters that we have at the moment, we can actually increase the number of judges and then not replace retiring judges or judges who leave the profession for any reason. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, here we are. I'm now going to hope that same enlightenment, and we'll say it was enlightenment, that we saw the government members vote for my last amendment not 3 weeks ago. Perhaps that same enlightenment can now permeate through and we'll see that vote. So I recommend that my 2 amendments be voted on, or at least one of them, and then we will end up with a situation, an enlightened look at the justice system from across the floor, and we will end up where we need to be in this case. So, recommending those 2 amendment papers. Madam Chair.
I'm going to take a call from Dr. Lawrence Yunnan because he needs some practice in speaking to amendment papers.
I only have 2 amendment papers, Madam Chair.
And I know how brief you can be.
I could be. I actually want to check with you, Madam Chair. I want to acknowledge the previous speaker, Greg O'Connor, and particularly the previous amendment paper that has had the House's support in terms of increasing the number of judges to 65. But I want to check with a couple of questions, quick fire questions, if that's okay, Madam Chair, to the Minister. I guess the first question is, when that amendment paper was voted on, did actually the Minister considering just accept the amendment paper, because it's something that we know, and the High Court judges and the Supreme Court Judge, Chief Supreme Court Judge Helen McCalman has said that we need 25% more judges because of the increase in our population. So did actually the Minister ever consider to simply keep the number of judges to 65?
Yes, we considered it and we decided not to.
Thank you for that response, Minister. Can I ask, the second question is, the Minister has mentioned in terms of the fiscal aspect, and I do understand that judges are a huge imposition in terms of the budget, but again, is that something that the Minister has considered as part of a supplementary budget to bring up to 65? Again, considering the need that is asked by the Minister, has the Minister considered putting in a supplementary budget bid for that?
No.
Okay, so if the Minister considered it, but didn't consider putting in a supplementary budget, then what was the decision-making process for the Minister to bring it back here then? Because if the Minister, okay, actually, another good question for that. Did the Minister have a conversation with the Minister of Finance to see if there's any wiggle room on the budget for us to have 5 more judges, which is much needed? Oh, okay. I see that the Minister has decided not to respond to that question. That's fine. I can just keep on asking a few more questions and then go on to my amendment papers, understanding that the Minister has also had a very long day yesterday. But as people can see, that I still think that we're having a great time and I'm still super energetic. So I think we can go on for another day if we really want.
Not with the scope. Not with the scope.
Not with the scope. Okay.
No, not another day.
This is a test to see how far I can stretch this particular scope.
Not much further.
But anyway, I do want to speak to my amendment, Madam Chair. So I guess the first thing is that when we are looking at this, I do actually want to acknowledge, I think it was the original amendment paper 442 that the Minister put forward that increases the judges. Because in the original bill, the Judicature, it was 55 to 57. And then the Minister has put in, and it's something that I think we supported as well, that brought it up to 60. So clearly that the budgetary consideration was there to bring it up from 57 to 60. So it is disappointing, I guess, in some ways that the Minister has decided to not do that. But I do think that my amendment paper, like very much the previous speaker, Greg O'Connor, has mentioned, it is something that is much needed. So rather than the compromise that Greg O'Connor's amendment made, I actually just said that, we should just go back to and replace 60 with 69, and in the amendment to clause 4.2, replace 59.5 with 68.5, because this is something that the court themselves has asked for, and we are going to be seeing increased number of cases and etc., particularly going up to the higher courts. And I feel like some of the bills that's been passed this week might see an increase in the capacity or the need in the higher courts, particularly in the high courts. So I do think that it's important for the Minister to consider our amendments, either mine or Greg O'Connor's. My second amendment is actually just to kind of give a little bit of leeway in understanding that the Minister did say that the budgetary implication was a consideration. So in that case, let's not simply go all the way in the first year. So my second amendment is that we should be looking at maybe 65 on the day of the commencement date, and maybe on the first anniversary of the commencement date, bring up to 69. And then in the amended clause 4.2, we're looking at 0.5 less than that, noting that when we're looking at FTEs and distribution of judges, that we're not going to get a perfect number of FTEs at 60 or 65 or indeed 69. So the second part of the amendment is to replace 59.5 with 64.5 on the day of the commencement date and 68.5 on the first anniversary of the commencement date. So I think both of those two amendment papers, as well as Greg O'Connor's amendment paper, deserve some attention from the Minister. But I guess the other question I have finally for the Minister is, if the Minister isn't going to accept any of our amendment, I do wonder what is the Minister going to say to the judges and the judiciary system, who obviously now has been very excited by the prospect of having their number of judges increased to 65, and just to have their Christmas present being taken away from them as a result of the amendment paper 472.
I will say thank you for your service to the country, to the judges.
Madam Chair.
Todd Stevenson.
I move that debate on this question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party votes being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Action New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wharis. Maria Mano Kapkingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. The question is agreed. The question is that Greg O'Connor's tabled amendments to the Minister's amendments set out on AP number 472 relating to increasing the maximum number of High Court judges to 65 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wharis. Maria Mano Kapkingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Greg O'Connor's tabled amendments to the Minister's amendments set out on AP number 472 relating to the increasing the number of High Court judges to between 60 and 69 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote is being called, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wharis. Maria Mano Kapkingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to the Minister's amendments set out on AP number 472 relating to increasing the maximum number of High Court judges to 69 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party votes called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 opposed.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wharis. Maria Mano Kapkingi.
The ayes are 49, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Dr Lawrence Yunan's tabled amendment to the Minister's amendments set out on AP number 472 relating to increasing the maximum number of High Court judges in 2 stages is out of order as not being in the correct form of legislation. The question is that the Minister's amendments to Clause 4 set out on AP number 472 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party votes being called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Taku Te Wharis. Maria Mano Kapkingi.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 49. Therefore, Part 1, as amended, stands part. I will report this bill with amendment.
Thank you all for turning up. The House is resumed.
Mr Speaker, the committee has further considered the Judicature Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill and reports it with amendment. Mr Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for third reading next sitting day. That concludes urgency. The House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 16th of December.
That concludes our coverage from the House of Representatives. More information about Parliament is available at www.parliament.nz. House of Representatives' normal sitting hours are Tuesdays and Wednesdays, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. and 7:30 to 10 p.m. and Thursdays, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. The House sitting program is available at www.parliament.nz.